The mage and cleric walked back into the arena, while Karl put the new items in his inventory. He didn't bond the amulet of destruction yet, though he couldn't see himself giving away something so valuable. It would surely be useful to the others as well, but only one person could bond and use the bracelet. So, it made sense for the strongest to use it. The epic guard was already excited about it. She would love to be mythic rank. But the stronger you were, the scarier that item got. Not much in the world would be able to stand up to an immortal rank skill or damage an immortal rank defensive ability. If they were given time to prepare for a battle, the amulet would allow them to stack up an impenetrable fortress. Well, in theory, Karl knew that there was a chance that when you chose another spell to buff, the other one would return to normal strength. That seemed like the most likely outcome. The system seemed to think it was funny to thwart the best plans. Now that the negotiations were over, the guests were beginning to go back to the auction, but Karl had no intentions of returning after the chaos that their presence had caused the first time. So, instead of continuing the day as planned, he walked out into the arena, where he was immediately surrounded by the more powerful spectators congratulating him on his victory and their assistance. Most had prepared a small token for him, as congratulations on making a third over rank victory, and for a victory against a myth. That was an incredibly rare occurrence, as you had to deal 10 times the damage that your opponent did just to make it an even fight. Or some combination of that and damage reduction, as Karl had. Champion Karl, do you have a moment to chat? I believe that we might have a proposal that you would be interested in. A mythic ranked mage asked, pushing through the crowd. Karl's first thought was that he was a beastkin of some sort, due to his size. But like Professor Tank, he seemed to be simply a mountain of a man. You know that mage specializes in casting fist. Kara giggled. He certainly looked like the sort, the way that he was glaring at others. Mages lack physical skills, so he built his own. Thor noted, pleased with the man's ingenuity. He had compensated for his weakness. What sort of offer? Karl asked curiously. My group controls both a mythic and a totem-ranked dungeon. We would like to discuss a guild alliance for our people to work together. Karl smiled and nodded. I believe that could work well for us. As a guild primarily of crafters, we are always short on raw materials, and we are lower in number than most adventuring guilds. The massive mage smiled, and a few other guild leaders pushed forward to join him. These are the leaders of our other allied guilds. Might we ask, who is the guild leader of the Darklight host? The mage asked. Karl chuckled. Supreme Lady Matilda is our ranking member, but I am the head of the Drod branch of the guild, as she doesn't often concern herself with other regions outside her own territory. The others all made protective gestures in front of themselves, and Karl shrugged. It's fine to deal exclusively with the Drod branch. I understand that our guild leader has a bit of a reputation, he suggested. The guild leaders conferred for a moment, then one by one reached out to shake his hand. We will let the others say their piece first, and then we can talk business. With that, the assembled spectators who hadn't returned to the auction cleared out, leaving only Karl and 5 mythic rank guild leaders. Why do I get the feeling that Drod is a bit under level? Karl joked. The big mage waved his hand dismissively. The Xylaz region of Sholaha is one of the highest power regions on the Dragon Isles because there are nearly 24 totem and mythic ranked dungeons, all in one area. Most of the Dragon Isles are similar to the rest of the island, with myths leading larger cities, though some have far more totems than can be called reasonable. Dragons are like that. Karl led them back to the sitting room where they had worked out the deal for the defeat and took a seat on the same sofa again. Only 2 of the 5 guild leaders chose to sit on the provided seats. The others took their own from inventory instead. All right, let's get started. What sort of crafters do you have, and what do they specialize in? We know that you're supposed to be a totem-ranked runelord, but you said your whole guild branch focuses on crafting. Karl nodded. We have an overlord-ranked runic alchemist, an overlord-ranked demonic grandmaster smith, a master leatherworker and tailor, and assistants to them all, mostly at the commander and royal rank. A guild master with tattoos all down his arms smiled. So, you have the ability to provide a steady flow of commander rank healing and cleansing potions. Karl nodded. We sell them as regular stock at the store in Drod. The man looked startled. Really? Nobody keeps healing potions as regular stock. Getting enough ingredients is a nightmare, so most of us just keep a few as backups in case we get out of range of the healers. Karl tried not to laugh at the expression on the lone druid's face at that comment. Apparently, the myths weren't any better at staying in range of the healer than the overlords in Bara were. Possibly worse because they had more confidence in their powers, as they were among the peak powerhouses of the continent. So, that's what you want out of the alliance? A steady supply of weapons, armor, and potions for your juniors? Karl asked. Partially. We would also like to send some juniors as apprentices. Too many of the arts were lost, or kept insular. You are the first rune master that we have heard about outside the dwarves in centuries. Then, you have a runic alchemist, and that art was lost so long ago that I've never even heard of it. The big mage explained. So training and supply. That's a reasonable thing to want. One of the others cleared his throat. Don't forget about the higher rank items. What drops out of the totem rank dungeons is mostly crafting materials. It's a Fey dungeon, and all the rewards are plant-based. So, those of us who don't use bows and staves are still a bit starved for weaponry. One of the warriors laughed. The mythic rank dungeon that our group controls drops one rare or epic grade mythic rank item every 4 runs on average. The rest is all considered trash loot, not better than a rare grade totem ranked item. Sure, it's great for filling out the juniors, but it would actually be better to have higher grade items at a lower rank for the diversity of buffs they would give. I don't know why the mythic dungeon is so cheap with its loot, but it's a cruel one. The druid nodded in agreement. It rewards based on some sort of internal calculation and not directly from the killed mobs. Karl sighed. I've seen ones like that before. They're a bit of a pain, especially when you realize there is a loot cap that doesn't care if you carried the group, fought evenly in a small group, or brought a whole 10-person team. I take it you've been to Bara then? The druid asked. Karl nodded. I made a deal with the dwarves, and they gave me tax-free entrance. I really should go back again soon and clear it a few more times. Or at least send guild members. It's the primary source of crafting materials for the guild right now. The druid smiled as he recalled that the item he had put up at the auction was made of elven steel, the primary export of the Bara dungeon. The fact that Karl had turned that into something that would touch off a guild war with a mythic raiding team was impressive enough that he wouldn't have any reservations about taking them as a full partner in the guild alliance. Normally, guilds would have to fight and prove that they were worthy of being full members, as that came with implied protection if one of the guilds was threatened or someone tried to take their resources. But the Darklight host appeared to be powerful enough that they could stand as a life skills guild equal to the top rating guilds. Can you provide a few samples of items that your guild can produce that aren't on the market? The druid asked, making sure that they hadn't overestimated based on Karl's combat ability. Karl smiled and began to take out random items. A totem-ranked blade he made the other day, with flaming body on it. A set of decorative armor that Ray had made for Ophelia, but hadn't found time to give her yet. A few overlord-ranked, full recovery, potions from Remy that would heal, refresh stamina, and regenerate mana for the imbiber. A prototype advancement potion, now with a slower release rate and much lower potency, so it could be used as a supplement to aid growth and not just to break bottlenecks. And finally, Karl took out an arcane element stone and carved the Recall spell on it. Anyone could use the spell to return to their guild house, even without setting a location or having a marked stone with them. So, it was useful all the time and to anyone. Plus, the spell was rare and powerful, but easy to write. The guild masters stared at him as he worked, then the stone when he finished. Well, I have to say, this is all special order quality. Epic grade, totem-ranked berserker armor, for a female berserker, is quite a nice touch. But what is that strange overlord-ranked potion? The full recovery potion is a masterpiece, and I would like a few of those today, if possible. But that other one? The big mage asked. Oh, that's an experiment that our runic alchemist is running. She discovered a way to force advancement through the lower-ranked bottlenecks, and she's been adapting it to not risk the life of the imbiber. That one should be more like a health tonic. Drink it at lower ranks to advance quickly. Well, not too low of a rank. Royal or monarch-ranked imbibers are best. I can ask her to make lower-grade ones for the youngsters to grow more quickly, but that one would probably make them explode with an overload of mana their bodies couldn't process. Karl explained. The druid looked intensely curious. If you don't mind, can we sample it and see if it's a legitimate potion or another snake oil attempt to recreate a legendary potion? He asked. Karl nodded. Go ahead. Who do you plan to use it on? That was a good question. He hadn't thought about who to actually feed it to. The big mage opened a portal and brought through a beastkin girl in a maid outfit. Here's your big chance, Leah. You've been bloodline locked at Peak Royal for a while now, and this might help you break through to Monarch. He explained. Karl chuckled. That was exactly the same tactic that they had used in the past to get people to drink suspicious things that Remy made. The maid didn't even hesitate as he handed her the potion, and Remy came out of her space to watch while draped around Karl's neck. And who might this be? The druid asked. This is Remy. She is our runic alchemist, and that is her handiwork. She's also my bonded partner, a Naga queen that evolved and grew from a hatchling spirit snake at my side. The druid smiled. It's good to have friends. We should have brought our team's ranger to watch today, but he was out playing with his dog. The warrior beside him laughed. It's a Frost Mountain wolf, and he's a beast ranger. But he treats that 500-kilo monster like a lap puppy. Remy giggled. It's nice to be appreciated. We have an impenetrable bulwark behemoth with us who absolutely adores having people brush his scales. As soon as the maid drank the potion, her power began to grow, and her body became a bit more youthful-looking, adapting to the longer lifespan of a monarch-ranked beastkin. It was a clear victory, but her power was still slowly growing. Not fast, but noticeable by the powerful guild masters in the room. How long will that last? The druid asked. Remy waved her serpentine head side to side as she calculated. About an hour. There is an initial surge to help break the bottleneck without damage. Then I slowed down the rest so that it didn't overload the user. The first version released all that energy at once, and it was somewhat less than optimal. Dana was still mad at her. What would happen if she immediately drank another after this one was done? Could she reach Overlord in a day? The big mage asked. Remy bobbed her head. Probably. But she would never advance even a little bit again, and she would most likely die in a few months. The plants that go into that potion are a sort of toxin that most cleansing spells don't touch, and the fast advancement makes the cells of the body unstable. If she drank another one next year, it shouldn't be any more harmful than this one, but I don't know how much closer together would be safe. The mage smiled. Such a moral and considerate researcher. If Dana could hear him, he would likely strangle him. Or Remy. The only reason Remy knew the answer was because she had done the math after she had used the first one on Dana and watched her body recover. Advancing Dana to totem as soon as Remy was able had definitely been an early option before she discovered the side effects. The big mage ran his fingers through his hair. That potion changed things. It could bypass bloodline limitations and move people a rank over their limits. For those like him, who had dragon blood, it wasn't much of an issue. But for the beastkin, the elves, the face species, and those with monster blood, it was practically a divine gift. They had never even dared to hope that they could make it past their bloodline limits. The elves and fae could theoretically reach immortality, but something about their compatibility with the system left them stuck at random spots. Nobody understood why, but the older dragons said it was just part of the system awakening, and if they waited a few hundred more years, the problem would go away. However, if you were stuck at commander or royal rank in a city full of overlords and totems, those would be 200 really lousy years. Like Drod, Xylaz, and most of the other major cities of the Dragon Isles set social status by power level. In Xylaz, the standard was royal, not ascended, to be considered worthy of basic dignity in the workplace as an adult. Like the beastkin maid who had just made it to monarch rank. The guild masters silently conferred about the terms of the deal that they wanted to offer. Clearly, Karl and his team could offer far more than expected, not just a steady supply of gear and basic potions, which would have already been enough to make them an invaluable asset to a large alliance. You know, this sort of thing really does make it difficult to work out equitable terms. The druid muttered. Karl laughed. You have no idea. Keeping the Darklight host guild members happy is a never-ending battle. Half the time we just go for keeping the green dragon cleric happy, which entertains everyone else. But advancement opportunities, especially ones that please the dragon gods, are always near the top of our list. My class grows in power far faster than it logically has any right to, and everyone else that I came up with is struggling to keep up. Most are monarchs now, but we will have them advance to overlord as soon as someone verifies that the new potion is safe enough. The druid snorted in amusement. So, when you said that the potion was experimental, You meant that it worked in theory, not that you'd actually begun trials. Karl shrugged. This is version 2. The first one definitely worked, but nearly killed the imbiber, even with totem-ranked healers present. This one is much safer, but we didn't know if it would be effective enough. The real danger is that using it might damage their future potential. Getting them to Overlord now, so they're only one rank behind me, is a good start. But if it hinders their ability to make it to the totem rank, what are they supposed to do when I reach Mythic? I have already confirmed that my progression should be smooth and without a bottleneck. So, if I don't do something, I will end up leaving them behind. The druid smiled softly as the others argued about the terms of the deal. That is somewhat inevitable, I fear. You're already a dominant force among totems, and even if they make Overlord today, there is little to no chance that they will manage to match up well enough to keep joining you in the near future. However, with a guild alliance, you will gain access to over 200 more overlords between our guilds. That's more than enough to keep everyone occupied. What classes are the rest of your group? We might be able to fit them into an existing raid group, as we have a number that are recently advanced. He offered. That's the fun part. There are 3 dragon priestesses, of the red, green, and black, though they all hold advanced classes now. Then an Ursine Avenger, the rare grade version of a Titanic Bear Totem Berserker, and a Mystic Blade Master, who has a particular skill with golems, thanks to her class. Karl explained. So, it's just you and the Berserker, surrounded by beautiful clerics and a divine fox beastkin lady mage? I can see how that might have drawn enough envy to start a fight. The big mage laughed, beginning to understand the backstory to the day's events. It was only the mage and myself at the auction. The others are resting and waiting for me to finish my journey to the Naga temple so that we can let the Naga queen here visit the shaman god shrine. If he had known that we were blessed with so many enviable members, he might have demanded more. Also, the Berserker is a female werebear. Well, possibly a human with the transformation ability from her class, but I rarely see her outside werebear form. Karl explained. The druid whistled in appreciation, and Remy giggled. Why is everyone so obsessed with the werebear? Not that it's not funny to see her get hit on everywhere she goes, but she's more into dainty nature priestesses than large men who are into werebears. Remy asked. The druid shrugged. I don't know. I was more impressed that Karl managed to land a group like that. The obsession with big-muscled women isn't for me. Oh, I've got a picture. He took out a picture of a middle-aged badger-type beastkin woman, heavy-set and surrounded by children. You've got a lovely family. My sister Kara says you have good taste. Remy informed him. You have a sister with you? The druid asked, confused. Kara came out to stand by Karl, startling the group, and Remy darted her head in Kara's direction as a way of pointing in snake form. That is my sister Kara, the Chaos Badger. The druid was fully belly laughing now, distracting the others, who had only noticed that something was going on when Kara appeared. But when they saw that Karl's group had a badger, it didn't take them long to put things together and realize that it was something to do with the Guildmaster's family. Chaos Badger is redundant, isn't it? All badgers are chaos, especially as children. He chortled happily. This one is extra crispy, spicy chaos. Not only can she fly, but she can see the future sometimes. The druid smiled and nodded. That's a good friend to have. We will have to talk more about your group later. I should join these guys to discuss the terms of the alliance offer. It only took them a few more minutes before they had a full offer ready to be presented. It was drafted by someone in their guild, and the Beastkin maid presented it to Karl with a reverent look that said she would not hold it against them for using her as a test subject. Karl unrolled it, as they had written the offer in the form of a scroll, and looked through the terms. Nara Group Guild Alliance Offer. The Nara Group invites the Darklight host to join as full members of their guild alliance. Included as basic terms of the alliance are protection services should the Darklight host or its members be challenged or attacked by guilds outside the alliance. 30% off wholesale price for raw materials from the allied guild warehouses. Open access to the Guild Alliance Dungeon Team Organization Board. As additional terms to the alliance, the Nara Group requires open access to new items created exclusively by the Darklight host. Purchase order priority for epic grade and higher crafted items before they are placed on the open market or at the guild store. Wholesale pricing on epic grade and higher items crafted by the Darklight host. The Nara Group additionally offers Open access to totem rank and higher item drop bidding. Once weekly escorts through totem rank and higher dungeons for Darklight, host members of suitable ability, free of charge. Karl read through the scroll and had a few questions. How does the bidding for totem rank items usually work in the Alliance? Hugo, the oversized mage, smiled proudly as he answered. Normally, the only ones with the right to bid are those in the group, and if they don't need it, the next offer goes to those at or above the level of the item with an associated class. It's our way of making sure that items make it to the ones who need them first. Also, the bidding is not done with money or items of value. We only trade opportunities. A priority spot on a dungeon team, our bidding spot on another item, and so on. For you, I suppose that it would be fine to trade favors, as you are the only totem rank crafter in the guild at the moment. Karl smiled. Being able to trade things he could make for things he wanted would make his life much easier. Dave, the druid, nodded in agreement. It's how we maintain our power. Most guilds hoard items, or let members do so. If we're not actually going to use the item, it goes to bid. Thanks to that, we're one of the best geared alliances around the eastern shores of Lake Naraletum. Can I have a moment to confer with my guild members? I don't see this being an issue, but they might see something that I don't. Karl asked. Of course. Karl passed the scroll through a small opening into the tiny world so that everyone could read it on their own. Your control of transport magic is impressive. What is your portal range? Hugo asked. Karl shrugged. Intercontinental, if I keep the portal small. I'm not particularly well-traveled, but I have no problem reaching back to the Kabtumia continent, where I was born. The myths all paused to stare at him. That is absolutely broken for a totem. Not just that, but it would make the exile process completely redundant. We've recruited a few overlords into the Guild Alliance who arrived close to the bottleneck, and if it was so easy to just go back when they reached totem rank, most would have. Fortunately for their home nations, none of them were mages to guide the spell with a group of totems backing them. Karl chuckled. Every so often, I send care packages home of items suitable for my friends at home. What nation are you from? Dave asked. The Golden Dragon. The druid nodded. That explains your fondness for priestesses. When you start out not expecting to make it above commander rank in your life, a friend who can create food is an important traveling partner. Karl agreed. Dave snorted in amusement. That's a concern at every level. Hell, if it wasn't for the dragon clerics, half of the guilds would starve. The area around Lake Naraletum is an unofficial war zone. There are constant monster spawns, over a dozen high-ranked dungeons just within walking distance of the city, and the highest concentration of psychopaths and narcissistic losers on the continent. But the opportunities are so good that we still stay. The terms look good for us. Even Ray is happy with them. Dana informed Karl, so he could take the scroll back. Karl took the scroll back from the tiny world and signed it, then shook hands with the guild leaders when the system notice appeared in all their interfaces. System notice. The Darklight host has joined the Nara Group Guild Alliance. Karl saw a whole new category of system functions appear for him, including the Alliance storage area, the dungeon team signups, a bulletin board, and a separate Alliance leader chat. Moments later, the Darklight host section of the board began to auto-populate, based on what was in their guild store inventory. Karl also noticed that he could access the guild store inventory again. The guild houses of the Alliance members served as a bridge of sorts, shortening the distance between him and the bank location. Or perhaps it extended the distance you could access the store from. Either way, it worked, and now Remy could start loading in all the stuff she had been stockpiling. As could Ray, though she just put a bunch of stuff into the guild house storage with labels for various members. There was immediate celebration in the Guild Alliance chat channel, and the Darklight host guild bank balance was increasing at an insane rate. Not even the commander rank healing potions were safe. You guys really were short on crafters, weren't you? They've bought over 1,000 healing potions in the last minute, and the store put a 10 per customer limit on them. Karl laughed. The guild leaders shrugged. Not everything is done in a group, and if you don't walk around with a cleric beside you all the time, it's good to have potions on hand. Not only did they sell a massive number of potions, they were also cleared out of accessories. Weapons were much more common drops, but specific accessories were almost impossible to get from a dungeon, where the stats on the very few that dropped were random and rarely perfectly matched to any class and specialty. So, even if they were commander and royal rank, The ones that were sold by the Darklight host were still an upgrade for basically all the Alliance members Overlord rank and under. For the stronger members, even one stat in their category was enough to make it better than anything at the royal rank. However, the guild leaders had hopes that Karl would soon put a few items at higher ranks up for sale. Ashbringer's Overlord-ranked weapons had sold very well, though they weren't all gone yet. But when Karl put up a dozen Overlord-ranked rings for warriors, they were gone faster than anyone could feasibly have read the full description. I think that I have some work to do once we get to the temple. Karl laughed. How many Overlords and totems are there in the Alliance? Remy asked, planning her potion production. There are a combined 64 totems and nearly 200 Overlords between the 5 guilds. We're all membership capped at 199 regular members each. So, nearly 1,000 members in total. One of the other guild leaders snapped his fingers and pointed at Remy. Brilliant. I just realized that your branch house only has like 20 people. With a totem rank leader, you should be able to have 100. So, we could transfer all the hopeful crafters in the Alliance to the Darklight host as members. He explained. Karl frowned. We are somewhat particular, not just about skills, but personality. The guild treats each other as family. The guild master shrugged. That's fine. We've got 5,000 people on the waiting list to enter one of the Alliance guilds. I'm sure that you can find enough junior craftsmen or aspiring apprentices to do a full round of interviews. Karl nodded in understanding. I will talk to the group leaders about bringing in more people. We've still got work to do with some of our other crafters to get them up to our exacting standards. But after that, we can take in a new batch of children to train. Is it that hard to learn trade skills that you have to start as children? Steve asked. Karl shook his head. No, I could teach you a trade skill now if you don't have one. But how much actual crafting would you get done? The druid nodded in understanding. Good point. My whole life would turn to chaos if I was suddenly being asked to make mythic rank crafted items at every hour of the day. I have far too many responsibilities for that, and frankly, I wouldn't want to. But on a related note, you're going to get plenty of requests for accessories. Karl nodded. I have a load of Overlord-ranked raw materials on hand. I just haven't been focusing on making extra items, just custom orders. We have an agreement not to sell higher-ranked items from the guild store in Drod without a custom order. In the past, I put a bunch of them on the shelves, and it caused some issues with exporters. Karl looked through the list of Alliance members from totem rank and higher. Over half of them were warriors, and the majority of the others were mage and shaman-type spellcasters. They didn't have many clerics at all, and most of the shamans and druids were tagged as healers in the member notes. Karl noted that someone had tagged him as Runemaster and Crafting Team Organizer already, which seemed a bit ironic given how he had ended up in the Alliance. They hadn't even known the extent of the Darklight host's crafting skills until after the negotiation started. You said that you were going to take this lovely young lady to the Naga Temple, right? Why don't I open a portal for you, and we can continue this chat there? The Naga will be going crazy over a new queen for at least a day or two. Hugo suggested. Remy was confused. Are there that few Naga queens? Hugo chuckled. There are under 20 of them. In total, on all 4 islands combined. Steve nodded in agreement. There is roughly a 5% chance that a Naga princess will become a true Naga queen. Most tribes are led by princesses. Some are even led by shamans because they have no royal lineage left. That sounds like they're going to be annoying. Remy muttered, but she still wanted to see the temple. Please open the portal. I have a whole group of Naga waiting to show her the temple, and we've made them wait a whole day already. Karl suggested. Hugo opened the portal to a small rocky hill overlooking a massive temple complex, the size of a village. Welcome, Queen Remy, to the Naga temples. Now, where are the Naga who wanted to escort you? Did they say what entrance they would be at? Remy laughed. We have them in a separate space. Karl opened the tiny world, and the whole group exited, with the excited Naga leading the way. You weren't joking. Your group really is the envy of most guilds. Steve joked. Isn't that a behemoth? One of the other leaders, a warrior named Raj, asked. Thor nodded. I sink in the swamp if I don't transform. It's a really useful skill. The guild leaders didn't miss that he lifted Tessa by the waist to lift her over swampy puddles, but they refrained from joking about the behemoth's obvious crush on the priestess. She clearly didn't object. The Naga search party leader eagerly shook Karl's hand with both of his own. Thank you so much for bringing us right to the temple. I will arrange somewhere for you to rest while we give Queen Remy the tour. Some areas are off limits to all but the Naga, and those are the ones where it is most important that the Queen visits. He insisted. All right, I have no problem with that. Remy, have fun. We will see you tonight. Remy nodded, then transformed back and realized that she was still draped over Karl. But she had transformed too early. It was muddy out here, and who knew what was in that mud? Oh well, eternal lightning would keep it off her scales. The procession attracted huge amounts of attention from the temple guards as they approached with multiple totems and 5 mythic guild leaders in their number. That was not the normal process, as each should be welcomed individually if they were going to visit the temple. But when they noticed that there was a Naga queen leading the procession with one of their own at her side, the temple guard nearly forgot that they had duties other than as greeters. They all prostrated as she approached, and Karl felt Remy's happiness at the chance to have random people worship her just for showing up. Don't get used to it, Karl reminded her. Just for a little bit. I mean, how often do I get to meet so many new Naga? Once Remy passed, the temple guard turned to the rest of the group and bowed politely, though not nearly as low. Welcome, honored guests. What brings you here today? The guard captain asked. We are the guild members and escorts accompanying Queen Remy. If you could find us a place to wait while she finishes her visit to the temple, it would be appreciated. Karl explained. The guard looked briefly confused, but nodded. Of course. We will arrange that now. These Naga are acting particularly sketchy. If anything seems off, return straight to your space. Don't wait to find out how bad things can get. Karl informed Remy. Yeah, now that we're away from the group, all the worship is getting super creepy. People keep trying to touch me. Karl tried not to laugh at the mental image of bowing Naga reaching out to touch her scales as she slithered by. The temple guard led them all to an empty dormitory full of small rooms around a large common area, similar to the ones at the Seminary Academy or the Capital Cathedral. Rooms intended for simply sleeping, while everything else was done elsewhere. But it had comfortable seating in the main room, and a pair of Naga in servants' uniforms waiting in the kitchen. Hugo settled onto a recliner that groaned under his massive bulk and turned his attention to Karl. Now, I don't suppose that you could make a few custom items while we wait? Karl shrugged. I don't see why not. I have the materials. What did you need? The mage smiled. I don't suppose that you can buff spell power directly with your skill, can you? Dana snorted in amusement. The man had set his expectations far too low. I think that I can come up with something suitable for a mage. I've got an elven steel bracelet here that will do the job. Karl mentally worked out the best way to put spell damage, skill activation speed, and mana cost reduction on the item, then quickly carved them and empowered the runes. The guild leaders watched with rapt attention as the runes flashed through the colors, then settled on inky black at totem rank. It was an epic grade, just rare due to the limited runes on it. But the combination was perfect for a mage. How is that? Better than what you have? Or should I try with something a bit more precious? Karl asked. It wasn't like they could possibly know that the outcome was based entirely on his efforts, not the actual materials. Hugo turned the item over in his hands reverently as the others examined its system information. That is beautiful. Exactly what I was hoping for and more. Even though it's totem ranked and rare grade, it's still worlds better than the one that I have been using. Hugo agreed. Then he took out a number of mythic ranked gems and metal bars. Suitable payment? He asked. Perfect choice. Karl agreed. Dev cleared his throat, but Raj stepped in front of him with a challenging look. Karl laughed. Don't worry, I have more bracelets to work with. I can make one for everyone easily enough. Just tell me what you want. Strength, speed, skill power. Raj insisted. What Hugo got looks good. Dev replied, still giving the item envious looks. The other pair of warriors gestured at Raj. What he said. Warriors are simple creatures, and we're all the main tanks for our guild raid teams. So, Karl got to work, first making a duplicate bracelet for Dev, and then starting on the warrior class specials. There was limited room for runes, and he couldn't go overkill with elven steel, as it was an overlord ranked material, and he was already overloading it a little making totem ranked rare items. They had more material at the totem rank, but there hadn't been any reason for anyone to use it with Karl gone. So, there were no pre-made items available. Draconic strength, improved agility, skill damage and damage reduction all complemented each other with a bit of dwarven poetry on Karl's part. Each of them might not be as high as only adding 2 or 3 buffs to the item, but as Karl added the mana, the bracelets were stable. The effort of making 3 at a time left Karl panting, and gave the others the impression that was his daily limit. But the success was undeniable, and the 3 warriors cheered as they looked at the identical items. Even the percentage bonuses and flat damage reduction of 350 points were the same on them all. That wasn't a lot of damage reduction, especially for mythic-ranked warriors, but it was not a primary bonus for the items. The greatest of the bonuses was the extra strength, followed by the skill damage, which best matched with draconic strength. Well, gentlemen, is that what you needed? If not, I can try to make something different tomorrow, Karl offered. The 3 warriors shook their heads. No, this is perfect. It's got everything that we wanted, plus a bit of damage reduction. Flat damage reduction isn't worth nearly as much at mythic rank, but it's enough to nullify the damage from weaker creatures. Perfect. Now, did you want to stay here the night? Or are you heading home? I suspect that Remy will be a while. Karl asked. We will wait. Something is off about these Naga, and I suspect that if we leave, they will start to cause you trouble. Our alliance agreement did say we'd help, so call this a preventative intervention. Hugo insisted. The pair of Naga servants looked vaguely nervous at his comment, but confused, as they hadn't actually been informed of why this group was at the temple. As the lowest ranked of Naga workers, they didn't even qualify to be told. After all, 100 more like them could easily be hatched if something happened. They've shown me the various historical sites, and now we're going into the temple area for the Naga shaman goddess. Oh, there is a shrine to my lucky statue lady here too. Goddess Shaman Naga looks grumpy. I wonder who carved her. We need to have a talk. Elemental spells are fun. She should be a smiling goddess. Oh, there's a big ceremony thing. Cleanse myself first? I can do that. Remy's narration made Thor and Karl laugh, especially when they realized that Remy had downed a long-acting purification potion before washing herself so that she wouldn't be affected by negative spells for at least the next hour, unless they were stronger than her potion. As Remy started her ceremony to be properly introduced to the Naga gods, a group of senior Naga shamans came in to greet Karl's group. Thank you all for bringing the young queen here. It is so rare that we get to meet a new member of an ancient royal family. Their leader announced, speaking common with a heavy accent. You can continue in Serpent if you prefer. The system translates it without any issue. Karl suggested. The aging Naga laughed and made a gesture towards himself. Unfortunately, I do not have a system interface. He explained in Serpent. Karl shrugged. That's fine. I can understand you anyhow. The guild leaders and the other members of his group all nodded. They had no problem understanding the shaman. In that case, this becomes much less stressful for me. Can any of you tell me of the origin of Queen Remy? Her clan isn't listed in any of our records, and when we did a divining, something went wrong, and it said that her mother was born hundreds of thousands of years ago, but her egg only hatched a few years ago, likely less than 3. Karl nodded. Her egg was recovered from a dungeon, and she was born as a Naga spirit snake. She then evolved to princess, and later queen as she gained power. The shaman was visibly shaking with excitement before he sat down, collapsing onto his coiled body, and the servants brought him a cup of tea. So, she is from an original pure Naga bloodline. That explains so much. But you are certain that her egg was from the dungeon? Not a monster spawn anomaly? He asked after a few moments to calm himself. Karl nodded. It was definitely a dungeon. The other shamans made notes and discussed the possibilities as the servants brought around food for the group. That is wonderful. The dungeons were formed ages ago, so Queen Remy won't have been affected at all by the generational changes and selective breeding over the many centuries. One of the shamans declared. I take it that is important to you? Karl asked. The shamans all nodded eagerly. It has become nearly impossible for most royal families to even reproduce enough royals to keep their population up, much less expand to fill in the gaps in the depleted tribes. An original queen should be able to hatch an entire clutch of princesses at will. The shaman saw the confusion on the faces of most of the group and decided to elaborate. The majority of Naga evolution determinations are decided before hatching by the queen or Naga mother that birthed them. Only, they can't choose a rank above their own. So, warrior and servant mothers can't make royal guards, shamans, or royals. Karl shook his head in dismay. If you're hoping that Remy will have a clutch for you, you are likely to be disappointed. She's still quite young, and it will take quite the Naga warrior to impress her. Well, unless you've got a Naga king like her father. The Naga looked startled. They didn't recall kings being a part of Naga culture at all. Male shamans, sure, but they weren't royals. Can you describe this Naga king? The elder shaman asked. Sure. He had some elemental abilities, water-based. He was 3 times the size of a full-grown shaman queen and massively physically strong. He was the boss of the dungeon where we found Remy's egg. There is no question about the status, as the dungeons are excellent about naming their occupants. Karl explained. 2 of the shamans raced out of the room, which alarmed the myths. But the elder shaman held up his hands in a placating gesture. They've just gone to the library to look for historical references to a king among Naga. Our society is matriarchal. A male royal is something new to us. Lotus tapped the table to get their attention. Maybe that's why you're having problems keeping up the royal lines. Nobody made any male royals, so there are no men strong enough to be worthy of a proper queen? Like with dire bears. If the male is too weak, the female simply kills him for insulting her with his advances. He wouldn't be able to make strong enough children. But a grizzled, old former alpha bear, well, past his prime and barely mobile, doesn't get the same treatment from the females, even though he would struggle against the weaker males in a fight. The shamans considered her proposal. A servant of the green dragon understood animal nature very well, so they couldn't just discount that the genetic imperative might apply in their case as well. But if that was true, it could derail their plans. How could they convince a true queen to help them with their lineage issues when they didn't have a male present that she would deem worthy? And what would happen if someone tried to force the issue? Queen Remy was only an overlord, but she had powerful friends. The first of the shaman elders returned within a minute, pointing excitedly at a picture in a book that appeared to be an ancient book of Naga fairy tales. I found it. There was a Naga king. The Naga king. He was a legendary rank hero from another world who saved the Naga race from the aggression of the lizard folk warlord SSH Saul. Then he simply vanished. I know it's just a story, but it might be based on reality. If there were a pure royal lineage, with both male and female royals, then we really might have lost something important. He blurted out before his body had even stopped swaying from the sudden stop. Lotus nodded in satisfaction. She knew that her knowledge would be correct, even if she didn't know the Naga that well. Remy, how are things going? Karl asked. They're doing some sort of ceremony to wake the shaman goddess so that I can be instated as a full queen of the Naga. Remy replied, distractedly. Lotus pulled the edge of the book down so she could see it, then stole the ancient tome from the shaman and turned it to face the group. Look, it's that guy. She was right. That image was definitely of the Naga king in the dungeon. Every detail was exact, so whoever had drawn it had seen him. I believe that the story was not quite what you expected. That drawing is exactly the same as the Naga king in the dungeon, right down to the markings on his head. So, I think that whoever wrote it had been there, and had made up the story afterward to explain what they had seen. So it's real. It's really real, and verified that a Naga king once existed. The elder shaman breathed quietly. He was lost in thought, but the other shamans waited for him, as they all had much to process before they said or did anything else. Oddly, it was one of the servants who connected the dots first out of anyone. Master Solomon? If the young queen was placed in a dungeon by the gods, what will happen when the welcoming ceremony ends? She whispered, but not quietly enough for Karl and the majority of the group to miss it. The shamans were immediately alarmed. How were they supposed to know that? What if the goddess was upset that someone had brought her out? Worse, what if she sided with Queen Remy and turned on the temple residents? There was an ancient school of thought that the dungeons were actually a preservation method to remind people what the original members of the various cultures lived and looked like. Had the other shamans already informed her of the breeding program? Or had they wanted to wait until after she was initiated and the goddess influence was stronger? The shaman goddess is really friendly. She says that there is a reverse scale to the apocalypse spell, and Brother Hawk is going to hate it. Remy cheered. So, their ritual worked? Karl asked, while watching the shamans silently conferring about the servant speculation. Yep, it worked well. It's not done yet, though. She says I'm going to get a present. The shaman elders were looking nervous, and the guild leaders all gave Karl matching "this is about to get sketchy" sorts of looks. But before anyone said anything, a surge of divine power from the far side of the complex slammed into them. The Naga prostrated themselves, and everyone under totem rank was forced to their knees, while Karl resisted the urge, but bowed under the pressure. The mythic guild members were showing the strain as well, but they were all seated, so their positions didn't change much. Then, the power was gone, and the distinct feeling of an advancement filled Remy's space. Sudden shouts of panic filled the temple complex, and then alarms began to blare while someone began to ring a gong, causing chaos in the room. "What is happening?" Dave demanded as he leapt to his feet with sword and shield in his hand. The elder shaman flailed his hands wildly. "Please calm down. I don't know what happened yet. That is the emergency alarm, but they are ringing the gongs for intruders on the loose inside the city, instead of the bell for invasion. Our temple guards will protect this area. Please rest assured that you are in no immediate danger." In her space, Remy downed one of her own diluted advancement potions in an attempt to stabilize her advancement and get a bit of extra power boost, then watched the situation from Karl's point of view. It was only getting more intense outside, and then an explosion in one of the temples alerted Karl to the fact that this might not just be about Remy vanishing from the temple. That had been his first assumption, and the reaction of the Naga would have been somewhat justified. But it appeared that they really were having issues. The sound of explosions became the sound of combat in the streets, and then guards were surrounding the building. They barricaded the doors, locking the elder shamans inside with Karl and his group. Dave gave Karl a confused shrug. "Well, it looks like we're not the threat they were so worried about." The elder shaman turned to him. "What do you mean? You've all been acting off all day, and we thought that you might be trying to abduct one of our allied guild members. But that doesn't seem to be the case." The druid explained. The Naga looked embarrassed. "Well, I admit we intended to ask her to stay with us, but there was no violence in the plan. Do you have contact with her? Is the young queen all right? Is she in danger?" Karl smiled and shook his head. "When she advanced, she went home to consolidate her gains. She's not in any danger." One of the shaman elders sighed, while the servants quietly laughed. The elders had been talking all day about how they had such big plans to recruit the queen to stay at the temple, and she just went home when she got what she wanted. So fast that nobody could even try to stop her. It was very much regal behavior. The opinions of lesser Naga were irrelevant when they contradicted her will. Of course, they didn't know that Karl meant a separate mental space right here. The assumption that everyone else, including the guild leaders, had made was that she had returned to Drod. After an advancement, it could take days before your power was stable enough to be fully active, and most people preferred to sleep off the change in their own bed if possible, which was exactly what Remy planned to do. But on her altar, with the new statue of the Naga shaman goddess she had obtained to accompany the old lucky statue she had, the shaman elders quickly came to the same realization that the servants had. Remy was a true Naga queen, and she had dismissed their opinions as less important than the stabilization of her advancement. The best that they could hope for now was to convince her people to bring her back for a visit, where they could try to recruit her again, or at least convince her to stay for one clutch so that they could spread royals to some of the declining tribes. Without intervention, they would surely fail. But there weren't many options when most of the royal lines could hardly produce a successor at all. So, they tried to convey the urgency of the situation to Karl, who appeared to be her closest ally. "Totem Karl, please relay an urgent request from us to Queen Remy. I know this might be very forward, but it is imperative to the survival of many of the tribes that they find a new royal lineage to continue." He paused as if unsure how to phrase the next part. "We would like to ask Queen Remy to part with a clutch of royal eggs so that they might repopulate the royal families of our declining tribes." In her space, Remy snorted in amusement. They thought that they could just pass her eggs around like party favors? That was not how it worked at all. A queen could only be born in circumstances that were worthy of them. If the tribe was disloyal and had forgotten the old ways, they would never have a queen. The goddess had said so. If they weren't so stuck on their delusions that the shaman elders could guide Naga society, they would realize that it was their divine mistress, serpent lady of the swamps and seas, that was the true deciding factor behind Naga society's future. Karl caught most of her thoughts, though she was too drowsy to relay them clearly. "I have relayed the message, and Queen Remy has a response of sorts. She says that it might be possible in the future, but no queen can be born to a weak tribe, or one that puts others above the will of the divine mistress of the swamps and seas." Karl relayed. The shaman elders all froze in shock. That name, how do you know it? Karl blinked slowly, wondering if the day's events had shocked them too much. There was, after all, a massive battle raging through their temple complex, and they were more concerned about getting royal eggs. Before Karl could answer, Lotus snapped her fingers and gestured wildly as she came to some realization. I get it now. That's why this place feels funny. It's a zoo. A Naga zoo, where the young are raised in captivity and domesticated. The shamans looked somewhere between horrified and offended. We are not zookeepers. We are raising the future royals to know their duties to the people and Naga society. One of them retorted. Lotus shook her head. No, I am right. They're being taught to follow orders and submit. That's not right. It goes against the divine magic of this place. The elders were about to explode with rage, but the senior among them raised his hand in a cautioning gesture. The Green Dragon's priestess speaks her truth. Indeed, the Naga have become civilized with the times. No longer are we feral tribes building shrines in the swamps and seas. We travel, we trade, and most importantly, we have forgotten that the shaman elders are not leaders of the Naga. We are servants of our goddess. First, foremost, and only. Lotus nodded happily. That was the right answer, even if he didn't believe it or intend to give up his power. Karl patted Lotus on the shoulder. Queen Remy agrees. The tribes no longer follow the ways of their goddess, so they are losing her blessings. Even with the system active again, if their patron doesn't favor them, then the royals will continue to fail to become queens. A glimmer of soul energy caught Karl's attention, and he motioned for Ray to grab whatever was hiding in the corner. It turned out to be a tiny spirit snake, a hatchling that had hidden from the battle in a corner of the roof, then made its way inside. Karl took the startled snake from Ray and gently stroked its head as he considered the next step. Can you tell me who is attacking your temples? It could be important. He asked the elders. The shaman elder looked embarrassed. It appears to be one of the Naga tribes that was visiting. I don't have a reason for the attack yet, but they appear to be targeting one of the dormitories and a secondary temple. A particularly traditional tribe? Karl asked, leading the shaman elders to the desired answer. The elder nodded. As you say, they were resistant to the idea of having their young shamans trained at the temple. The council determined that they had strayed from the goddess teachings, so their next generation of leaders was brought here for proper education. Dev sighed and shook his head. You realize how that sounds from our side, right? It sounds a lot like you abducted the heirs to their tribes to indoctrinate them into your version of the Naga traditions. The shaman elder shook his head. It's not like that. Their tribe was falling into savagery. If we didn't act, they would have been wiped out by their neighbors. The mythic-ranked druid shrugged. Sounds like they don't agree. But as the matter doesn't concern us, we won't get involved in Naga politics. The tiny snake in Karl's hands bobbed its head in agreement. Well spoken, druid. The goddess approves of your stance. Karl considered setting the spirit snake down so that she could properly address the crowd, but she seemed to have a high level of affinity for head pats and actively rubbed against his hand when he stopped. For a moment the shamans were confused, then one of them realized what had happened. Princess, call off your tribe. Violence against the temples is not the way of the goddess. The tiny spirit snake laughed, shaking in Karl's hand with amusement at the shaman elder's assertion. Why don't you ask the goddess to expel us from her temple? Surely, if your ways are the right way, she will protect her loyal shamans. The little princess asked. The shaman elder visibly calculated the chances that Karl would not interfere if he attacked the little snake. It was only commander rank, a tiny obnoxious little royal that he could squish with a single strike. But the battle was getting more intense in the compound, and the fighting was getting closer to where they were now. One of the other elders pushed forward to address Karl directly. Can we count on you to do the right thing if there is no peaceful resolution? He asked, but his tone made it more of a demand that expected to be obeyed. Let me confer with the goddess. Karl replied. The elders looked confused as Karl borrowed the new goddess statue from Remy's space for a moment and placed it in his other hand, while still holding the spirit snake up. What do you think? He asked the statue, with a small pulse of mana into the carving of an offering in its hands. The image of a six-armed Naga shaman goddess appeared in front of him, then dissipated into a blue water magic barrier over the tiny snake. I think that's our answer. Karl replied with a shrug, then gave Remy back her statue so she could finish stabilizing her power. The shaman stared in shock at Karl. and even the tiny spirit snake was frozen in confusion. Did you just get a direct answer from the goddess to your question? The little princess asked quietly. Of course. That's kind of how holy relics work. As long as you ask them the right question and offer them some mana in good faith, they'll give some sign as to their opinion. Though, I would note that no answer is an answer of its own. Karl explained. The spirit snake tilted her head in confusion. How is that? Haven't you ever met someone who asked questions that weren't worth a response? Not even a flicker of recognition. Karl asked. Dee and Lotus began to laugh, while Tessa and Ophelia shared a knowing look. Lotus was 100% guilty of being that person on many occasions. But it made her happy to ask, even if she'd already made up her mind to do the thing anyhow. The young spirit snake was looking at Karl as if he knew the wisdom of the universe, and even the shaman elders had to smile. It was a bit more complex than that, but surely the young one would remember this day for the rest of their life. As short as it might be. They were about to take action when the doors swung open and the temple guards slithered in, followed by two younger shamans and a Naga princess who looked a lot like Remy had before her coloration had changed at overlord rank. Karl's first thought was that this meant the battle was over and the insurrection had been handled, but the look on the faces of the elders said that was not the case. Hi, Mom. I made a new friend. He's friends with Queen Remy, and the goddess answers his questions. The spirit snake greeted their new guest. That's nice, darling. The newly arrived princess replied, clearly confused by the situation. Then she turned to the elder shamans. Greetings, honored elders. I believe you will find that there have been some changes made around the temple today. The goddess is most pleased with the change of management, but it does come with some restructuring. Your managerial roles will no longer be needed. However, we will be blessed to keep you on as advisors to assist the future of the Naga with your decades of wisdom. Guards, kindly escort the advisors back to their rooms. I believe that they require a good night's rest. Tomorrow will be a long day for everyone. The shaman elders were shocked when their own guards turned on them, politely but firmly leading them out of the building, where Karl could still hear some lingering battles. Then another group of Naga royals entered, before looking around the room in confusion. Should there not be one more queen here? One of them asked. The little spirit snake popped her head up to get noticed. Queen Remy is sleeping off her totem rank advancement. She replied helpfully. The totem-ranked princess nodded. That is understandable. I take it that you are all friends of the young queen? It appears that she's in good hands, with those who respect the will of the gods. If you would like to remain here, we will ensure your safety during the transition of the temple. Hugo shook his head. I think that we've done what we came here for, and I really don't feel like getting caught in the middle of a political transition. So, if Karl will turn over the young snake, I will open a portal to our guild house in Xylas, and we can continue our introductions to the rest of the ranking members of the guild alliance. The spirit snake was startled. She had forgotten that Karl's hand was more than a warm and soft place to rest, and that it would inevitably leave with him. She quickly slid down his arm and across the floor to climb up her mother, another safe perch where she could still see what was going on, and relay the heroic tale of her spy activities, while omitting the part where she was instantly caught by Karl's friend. Good luck with your work here. We can catch up in the future if I happen to cross your territory, or see you again when Remy returns to confer with the goddess. Karl informed the Naga royals. Perhaps we will see you again. Once you have met once, it seems much more likely that fate will pull you together again in the future. The spirit snake's mother agreed. Then, Hugo opened a large portal, so he didn't have to duck to walk through, and led the way out of the Naga temple. Hugo made a grand gesture as they stepped through the portal. Welcome to the Nara Group Castle. It doesn't belong to any of the guilds. It's cooperatively owned by the Alliance itself, with hired staff to maintain it. In front of Karl was an enormous stone building, 6 stories tall and large enough that it rather resembled a warehouse with a stone wall around the parking lot. Call it ostentatious, but with 10 mythic ranked members, over 60 totems, and 200 overlords, among our combined 1,000 members. We have plenty of big egos to cater to, and this location is closer to the dungeon that the group controls than any of our individual guild houses. Now that you're members, we will arrange a section of the building for the Darklight host members to use when they are in the area. The layout is somewhat unique, as you will see once you get inside. The Lake Naraletum region is a haven for the desperate and the overconfident, as there are also dozens of minor dungeons in the area, mostly monarch ranked and higher. There is a magical map on the wall, showing which ones are active and which are on timers, as guild alliance groups trigger the cooldown on many of the dungeons, the same as guild members clearing the instance do. The big mage stopped to catch his breath, and a group of Dragonkin servants came running out to greet them. These are some of our apprentices. Guildless, hopeful adventurers who work at the Alliance House for job experience and the chance to get taken on as a porter, which comes with loot rights to dungeons. Hugo explained. The Dragonkin warrior, a teenage boy at the commander rank, nodded enthusiastically. The dungeon doesn't put a minimum rank on entrance, so we can do the looting, collect materials, and carry items for adventuring teams who don't have inventory space. The boy explained. No inventory space? Karl asked in confusion. Hugo shrugged. Some classes get strange inventory options. Some get a chest, some only get a few dozen spots to place items. And if they carry a lot of random junk, they're always out of space. Do you have a lot? Dana snickered quietly at the thought of all the loot that had to be hiding in the beast spaces, but Karl just nodded. The system considers me a sort of support class, so other than my bonded items, I have a number of chests, each one larger than the one I got the rank before. Not that he used them much. In fact, they were 90% empty, with only 2 even being used regularly. For items to be upgraded and finished items, naturally. Dave wrapped an arm around Karl and Dana's shoulders, as they were standing together, and led them forward. Just wait until you get settled in. It's going to be great having actual crafters in the Alliance. Tell me, Miss Dana, how are you at dealing with pathetic pleading and tears? He asked. Dana laughed. Surely, with so many dungeons, things aren't that dire. Dave smirked back at her and ran a hand through his curly brown hair. Sure, if you're a monarch or overlord and willing to risk your life for the 1 in 10 chance that someone in your team will get a decent item from a dungeon run. I know that this might come as a shock to you all, but most people have no intention of going into the dungeon in poor quality trash drops in order to get the gear they need to get into a better group. Dana winked at the druid. That's what we have Karl for. The monster man can solo a 5-person dungeon on his own rank, so we're relegated to the role of moral support and security for the healers. Dave thought about her comment for a second, then realized the imbalance. He's got the beasts with him, and they all count as him, so it's only 1 person to the dungeon. Oh, that is pure evil. Queen Remy should be able to summon bodyguards, right? Most queens can. He asked. Karl nodded. It's a very useful skill. We should get you a spot for the monthly totem run. It's a 40-person group dungeon, so there's always room for more without things getting crowded. It's also well suited to the Darklight host, as it supplies a lot of the resources that we sell to keep things running here. The trick is that it only opens once a month, and it can only be done by members of the same guild or guild alliance. Karl nodded. So, there can't really be weak guilds outside an alliance because they'll miss out on the biggest opportunities. I am assuming that the mythic ranked dungeon is much more exclusive, but the totem ranked ones should be something that most groups can do with some effort. Dave nodded. Most of the larger totem dungeons are guild locked. The 5-person runs are all open, and the vast majority of adventurers do arranged or pickup groups. But honestly, the loot is awful. For the most part, a dungeon drops equipment a full rank below its difficulty, and only the bosses have a chance to give items of rare or epic quality. So, doing Overlord ranked dungeons mostly drops common and uncommon grade Monarch ranked gear, which, compared to the cost of living here, is worthless. Dana looked confused. How can the cost of living be high here? I mean, if you've got totem ranked dungeons, actually living here should be the smallest of concerns. The Mythic Guild leaders all laughed at her naive view of how things worked in Sholaha. Taxes by the head, and by the square meter of land owned. And the Immortal Monarch doesn't want us hoarding wealth and taking over, so they set it for mythic warriors, and then discount it by rank. So, a menial job here actually pays an insane rate, but 3/4 of it goes to the tax collector. Or you work for a guild, or guild alliance, who pays your head tax as part of your employment. Hugo added. The Dragonkin apprentice nodded. With meals, rooms, and taxes included in our pay package, we can focus entirely on our growth with the money we make, and just send a cut to the guild. I swear, the alchemists have a racket going. Every rank, the supplements and buff potions get exponentially more expensive. Remy looked up in her space. That was excellent news. Hugo led the group into the massive hulk of a fortress, which turned out to actually be an outer shell containing many warehouses for bulk supplies, as it wasn't a proper guild branch for any of the residents. The interior was set up like a neighborhood, with streets, apartment blocks, and even a few villas with courtyards. There are actually 8 major residences with courtyards here, but you will be our 6th alliance member, so after you move in, 2 will be empty. Members who live in the city full-time, as well as the apprentices, live in the villas or the blocks. It's a bit strange having our own miniature city inside the fortress, but we inherited the building from a guild that went bankrupt after making a number of bad wagers on the tournaments. So, the design wasn't our choice, but it works well enough for our purposes, and it is secure. You can restrict a portal location to only be used by your guild members. There is one in the house I'm leading you to, and it was fully reset after we took over, so nobody else has access. Ah, here we are. Hugo stopped in front of a modern-looking villa with a flower garden, and Karl nodded in approval. It's not large outside, but there are 5 sleeping rooms on the 2nd floor, common areas on the main, and a basement crafting lab, along with the apprentice dorms, which are usually placed on the 2nd or 3rd basement level, if you choose to hire some. Dana frowned. Are they expecting everyone to hire dwarves? Who puts bedrooms on the 2nd basement level? The myths chuckled at her question. It's a security measure. Battles between totems and myths tend to have collateral damage, so if the fortress is raided, the lower-level members can retreat to the safe rooms in the sub-basement and wait it out. That didn't used to be the case, but guild raids would lead to hundreds of deaths, and that was just bad for everyone involved. Steve explained. Lotus repeatedly poked Karl in the back until he turned around so he could see her pleading, pouty eyes expression. Tion does it better. Karl reminded her, but Lotus silently kept it up. Yes, we will try to find some cute apprentices to hang out with you, but you can't keep them from their work. Lotus gave a fist pump, and the guild leaders shook their heads in dismay. I am beginning to understand the group composition a bit better now. Raj, the darkest-skinned of the warriors among the guild leaders, chuckled. Ophelia nodded in agreement. Lotus is secretly the center of our group. You see, Tessa is her childhood friend. I was the only female berserker in my class, and Dana was the strongest female mage when we formed our group to travel. And how does Karl fit in that metric? Raj asked. Karl has all the beasts, and you know how green dragon clerics are. But also, he's so incredibly overpowered that it would just be ridiculous to not want to go with him. Ophelia replied with a shrug, as if it should be obvious. Karl pulled a sleepy Tion from his space and handed him to Lotus, who immediately cradled and began to pet the little fox. The guild leader stared at the pair. Is that a baby Stonefur divine fox? Steve asked after a few seconds of silence. Indeed, the newest addition to our little family, and the newest reason that Lotus has to remain nearby, though she usually stays at the back in larger battles, as she has a tree of life transformation and her area healing skills are outstanding. Karl explained, we will help you all get into dungeon teams if you're planning to remain here for a while. Hugo insisted. Karl checked with the others, and they all appeared to be on board with the plan. But Ophelia had other ideas as well. Remy had proven that her potions didn't always risk death, so there was a chance that they could all be pushed to the Overlord rank. They had advanced their classes already, so if they could join Overlord-ranked dungeon teams, they could gain both experience and resources. Though, if they were all at Overlord, they could just go together. There were 5 of them, and the golems could serve the role of tanks. Or Ophelia could, as her new class was actually specialized in the role. Their presence was starting to draw curious onlookers, as it wasn't often that all 5 of the Alliance leaders gathered anywhere unless it was for work. But today, they were in front of a vacant house, and everyone had gotten the notice about the Dark Light host joining the Alliance. What none of them had realized was that this was the same Dark Light host that Supreme Lady Matilda led. If they had known, they would have been much more cautious about approaching. I believe that we will head in and check the place out. Then I see that we will have many requests for custom goods, or possibly goods in general. I haven't checked how our store inventory is doing. Karl joked. Hugo laughed. Well, there are 1,000 members in total, plus the newer apprentices who we didn't have a guild slot for. So, I would say that your guild store is likely out of stock. Karl checked the store inventory while Hugo led everyone inside. They had some items available, mostly the simple things that they mass-produced for merchants. The utility rings for daily tasks and water creation. Then a few of the commander rank warrior rings with bonus skill damage on them, and the damage reduction bracelets. Everything else had sold out. Even Ashbringer had his section of the shop tagged with a Forge Day, refilling stock label. The Alliance members bought everything he had. What Karl and the guild had forgotten was that transport wasn't cheap if you couldn't open your own portals, and the Dragon Isles were seriously lacking in craftsmen in general. So, with such high demand in the Lake Naraletum region, prices here were normally 3 to 5 times higher than anywhere else. But the Darklight host had just put everything up at retail to see who complained and demanded a discount. Only, nobody did. The interior of the house was beautiful, but largely unfurnished, with only a few pieces left behind by the last occupants. I may have forgotten that there was nothing in here, but pieces the last guild didn't want. Hugo admitted as they walked into the main hall, with double-curved stairways at the far end, which led to the second floor. I see 3 floors, but I don't recall you mentioning the 3rd floor. Ophelia noted as she looked up at the vaulted ceiling. The mage looked confused as he counted balconies. You're right. I don't know what is up there. I thought that these were all the same. The 1st floor in my guild's manor is much higher than this one. The cleaning staff complain incessantly about the ceiling height. He agreed. Not for much longer, Karl suspected. They had bought out all the functional rings that they could get their hands on, and while some were certainly for resale here, the staff should have some for themselves. Ophelia crouched, then jumped to the 3rd floor balcony. The berserker landed smoothly on the ledge, then stepped over the stone banister and looked back down with a shrug. It's just one big open room up here. I don't know what they were intending to use it for, but I suspect that it might be for hosting parties or something. There is what looks like a wooden portable bar station sitting under a drop cloth. That wasn't as cool as what everyone else had been hoping for, but it might come in useful in the future, as the main stairwell ran all the way up to the 3rd floor, and they could block off the private areas of the house which were in between. But that would also allow them to move smoothly between the 2 areas of a party or disappear into their rooms, should they wish to leave the party or need a touch-up. Karl looked around the space with satisfaction. This will do wonderfully. Let me know what the Darklight host needs to contribute to the Alliance Fund for the upkeep, and I will transfer it to you. I know a few furniture makers in Drod, but there are likely some local ones as well. Dave smiled and nodded eagerly. There is one just down the street. I can go talk to her for you if you'd like. I think that she's sweet on me. Sure. Bring your lovely lady friend here, and we will see about decorating the place. And in the meantime, we can talk to the Alliance members who have gathered outside the door, waiting for the bosses to leave so that they can plead for custom items to be made. Karl agreed. Raj burst into laughter, clapping his hand on his leg as he roared in mirth. Oh, they'll have plenty of those. You know how it is when you start getting powerful. Suddenly, money stops mattering because what you need and what you want are simply not available for any price. So, many of them have been gathering treasures for decades, hoping that one day they'll manage to find those last few pieces that they need to make their setup absolutely perfect. But what all are you going to offer them? No offense, but I have no idea what your actual crafting skill can do. He explained. Karl shrugged. I can put skills that I know on crafted items, create items with specific skills or random ones, or even directly teach beasts and beastkin skills. Dave was almost out the door when Karl said that last part. Wait, back up. You can directly teach skills that aren't part of a skill tree. Karl nodded. You have to be compatible, and I have to know the skill, and there has to be some sort of beast blood involved. That last part was an outright lie, Karl's group knew. He was just playing favorites to limit the number of people who asked, but keeping the knowledge open so that he could sell the skill. Wait here. I need to go get someone before the furniture maker. Actually, I will have Jetina go deal with the furniture maker. They get along well. Tessa smirked as the druid ran out the door. He's coming back with a ranger, isn't he? Hugo nodded. Yeah, the one from his raiding team. But he's completely forgotten that his mother is an owl beastkin, and that he should qualify as well. 30 seconds later, Dave ran back and carrying a small man in his arms like a princess. I brought the ranger. Lotus patted him gently on his shoulder. You can put him down now. And we should likely explain things to him, because he looks really confused. Right? Sorry, got excited. This is the Rune Master, and he can teach skills. Tell him the thing. Dave insisted, but the mythic-ranked ranger didn't look any less confused. Karl nodded politely. My name is Karl, a Beastmaster champion by class, and a Runemaster by trait. It sounds like Dave thinks you might need a skill that I have. The petite ranger laughed, but nodded in agreement. I have been after a specific skill for many years. You see, I have unlocked a system quest for an advanced class, but I need an elemental control type ability. That's not part of my skill tree, and I have never heard of a skill book for one, or a way to learn it from study. It's not a thing that rangers can learn, normally. We're not shamans, but the system says there is some way that I can do it and become a ranger stormlord. Karl shrugged and pressed his finger to the man's head while muttering in ancient Dwarven for that air of mysticism, as the system didn't translate that particular language. Hee poke. In their spaces, Kara and Tion rolled on the ground, laughing at the childish joke. But the ranger's eyes opened wide in shock. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, minor water control, will be transferred to the puddle splasher Arthas. Then his eyes went vacant, and the mythic ranked ranger froze. Is that normal? Dave whispered. He's in the class selection scenario. I've seen this more than once before. Karl explained. When he finally started moving again, Arthas held out his hands, then make a bow drawing motion. A bow made entirely of water formed, with a shining metal arrow. Beautiful. Now, I can finally use some of these skill points. I've been out of new skills since late royal rank. He sighed. As he was mythic now, there was little doubt that he would soon possess every single skill that his new class could offer, especially for someone who was part of an active dungeon farming team. Everyone on Karl's team had noticed by now that system-linked incidents granted more skill points than everyday life events. Crafting, dungeons, monster spawns. All were great sources of skill points, to the point that Karl's team members were rarely as lacking in points as Karl himself was. Not many classes wanted 50 points for a single skill, after all. The cleric skills were mostly under 5 points each. Then Karl turned to Dave. How about we gift you something to help you in the dungeon as well? Dave shrugged, unsure that Karl could offer him anything that would benefit him at this point. Beastmaster champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, limited invulnerability, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill already known. Beastmaster champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, crushing blows, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill already known. Beastmaster champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, bestial regeneration, will be transferred to the heroic tree lover, Dave. Skill transferred. Dave's eyes went as wide as Arthas had. Then he pulled Karl into a bear hug and spun him in circles. The healers are going to love this. A self-healing bear tank will be even greater than the Blood Knights and their life leech skills. He shouted. Ophelia nodded in agreement, and Karl remembered that he had been slacking on his group benefits. Beastmaster champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, brutal pugilist, will be transferred to the cuddle bear Ophelia. Ophelia smiled gently at Karl in thanks, not wanting others to notice that he had granted her something as well, then frowned as she actually read the message. Since when was Cuddle Bear her most notable title to the system? It was definitely messing with her. Speaking of self-healing bear tanks, Ophelia here is an excellent one. She's also got a similar skill set, plus she can damage transfer from the group to herself. It's limited, but with strong healing abilities and damage reduction, I think that she will be quite the hit with the Alliance once we have time to get everyone pushed to Overlord. Karl offered. How long will that take? Hugo asked curiously. Depending on the resources, less than a week. But making Overlord-ranked epic potions requires some really rare materials. Karl explained. Even Remy didn't have many of them in her space, and she had been planting them in the tiny world to try to grow more. She did have enough of the new style potions ready for her girls, though. She had begun to work on them as soon as the first one had worked, so they would be ready when the group finally had a few moments to themselves to make an advancement in peace. Advancements using special techniques were definitely a private thing, at least when it came to her own people. But it looked like they were going to be busy for some time, as Karl and the crafters back home filled all the orders that the Guild Alliance needed to recover from the resource drought that they had been in. So, when the big bosses left, she would take them into the tiny world and get them all advanced while Karl and Sister Ray worked. So how are we doing this? By rank descending. Dave asked, now that the excitement of helping his teammate had worn off. Karl shrugged. That works for me. I can take pre-orders from the myths first, then from the totems. I will get all those filled, while the apprentices at our Drod Guild house fill the common orders. They've been going hard trying to restock and prepare for the influx, but there are only a few of them and countless orders, especially for the decorative items, which take hours each to carve. The guild leaders chuckled. Of course, that was going to be the great limitation. Having a powerful item was nice, but having a cool-looking, powerful item was much more important to most. Fortunately, the Darklight host understood the issue, and they were planning to work with them. Why don't you do robes first? I've got so much totem-ranked clothing here, and the selection is excellent. Ray suggested. By excellent selection, she meant that she had silk shirts for men in black. Then 3 different styles of mage robes, which could be good for anyone, and countless dresses for ladies in multiple colors. All that they needed was Karl's final touch to add a few more abilities to them before they were activated for the first time. Why don't we start with the mages instead? At Totem and Mythic, naturally. I have a decent selection of mage robes, dresses, and a few shirts available in Totem-ranked spider silk. I can upgrade them with runes and gems much more quickly than most items. Karl offered. Oh, that would be good. Can you make one that we can show to the mages when they arrive, so they know if it's better than what they have? Steve asked. I don't see why not. Just be patient with me. It takes a bit to write everything up without ruining the appearance of the item. Deve's outfit included a powder blue tabard, and there was a matching set of generic mage robes among Ray's options, which were gender-neutral, as far as Karl knew. Surely, his group had a mage in it. Though, if it was a guy, they might not be as impressed by the color as Deve was likely to be that Karl could match his tabard. Karl didn't miss the strange looks when he took out the robes, then immediately turned them inside out and took out a paint pen. It's the fastest way to dye fabric, and I'm utter trash at embroidery. There are some decorations on the outside of the outfit, but I'll put the runes on the inside, so they're only visible when the robes are filled with mana. Karl explained. None of what Karl did next made sense to the guild leaders, but Karl looked satisfied after he wrote 1 line of runes down each arm and then 5 vertically down the back. Item created, Totem rank, Epic grade. Robes of the Inexhaustible Well, adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, mana storage level 7. Karl nodded in satisfaction, while the others inspected the robes. How much mana is storage level 7? Deve asked. Karl wasn't sure how to answer that. He didn't have a direct number for his mana pool. About as much as the average overlord can hold on their own. Give or take a few percent. He offered. You're saying that simply wearing those robes would double an overlord-ranked mage's mana pool? Deve asked. If he wasn't wearing any other gear, yes. The spell power and spell damage should combine very well. I considered making it self-recharge and reduce casting cost, but that would push the boundaries of epic grade without adding magical stones, which would massively increase the cost. Karl explained. Let's get the mages in here. I suspect that everyone is going to want new robes. Did you say that you have other styles as well? Karl smiled at the druid. For the ladies, yes. You see, the clothing is made by my friend the Blood Destruction Spider, and she loves ladies' fashion. The gentlemen can get by with robes. The guild leaders chuckled. Dealing with eccentric master craftsmen was an everyday occurrence when you were in the higher ranks. If that meant putting their mages into strange but powerful outfits, they wouldn't care, even if it made them look like a fashion show runway. Besides, half the totems and myths were batch T crazy to begin with. The first of the mages showed up a few minutes later, and Ray smirked at Karl as she passed over a bright red layered dress with golden embroidery all over, in an ancient style, which would make the mage look like an imperial concubine from the Golden Dragon Nation's historical dramas. It also had a large totem rank fire element gem woven into it over the heart, so Karl prepared to duplicate the former robe, then add the Hellfire Vortex spell to the robes. That should be a spell that not many, if any, mages knew. Welcome, welcome. Please, inspect the first set of robes while I work on another. Karl informed her, then nudged Tian to make him a large stone work table. They needed somewhere to show off Ray's designs before Karl upgraded them. But this mage was getting what she was given. Ray insisted, unfortunately for their plans to work in peace. Making a whole new set of robes was far too distracting, and the new arrival simply watched him work in silence for 20 minutes as more mages slowly filtered in and began to inspect the robes on display with hushed voices. They are finished. Lady Ray insists these ones are only for sale to you in particular. Karl explained as he turned the robes right side out to show off the embroidery. Item created, totem rank, totem grade. Flaming robes of the inexhaustible well, adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, mana storage level 7, Hellstorm Vortex. The other mages were practically drooling as they gazed upon the stats of the robes, especially after Dave explained just how much mana they could hold. But Karl was more interested in that totem grade label. That was a new one, and he hadn't known there was a quality ranking between epic and artifact. Or perhaps there wasn't until you got to totem rank. How much? The dark-haired mage asked simply. She was a mythic rank battle mage. She was not short on funds. Lady Ray requests magical stones or other raw resources of equivalent value. Karl informed her. The mage nodded and began taking out bars of metal, an assortment of rocks that exuded immense magic, and a few magical gems. Ray nodded in satisfaction. There was a totem-ranked shadow stone in there. That was good. Karl shook her hand, then held up the robes for her to equip them and replace the simple shirt and pants she was wearing. Oh, you need to get her a hair thingy. Let me out, and I'll do her makeup. Remy insisted. Opal giggled and passed Karl a simple commander rank illusion stone she had enchanted with a disguise. She could make simple disguises with a thought, and illusion stones naturally held them. If they weren't so rare, she would do this more often. It was a great trick for her interactive performance plans. Karl handed the mage the tiny stone, and she simply frowned in confusion, wondering why the merchant was giving her change. Activate the stone, it goes with the robes. Karl explained. She shrugged, and Dave whistled, while Raj made a low grunt of rather carnal-sounding appreciation. Her face turned pale with bright red lips and immaculate makeup, while her hair was pulled into an elaborate updo, with a golden tiara and jade hairpins. The mage took out a mirror and smiled. Your Lady Ray has exquisite taste. I like it. Kara dug through her pile of loot and found a large oval illusion stone. Then, in a stroke of brilliance, cut it into wafer-thin slices with disintegration. Sister Opal, take these. You can use them to make illusion tokens. She explained. That would work wonderfully. Not for strong illusions, as it wasn't a complete stone. But for doing hair and makeup, it was just right. One of the other female mages giggled. Oh, is this a fashion contest? We all get to play dress up in new battle gear. Karl shrugged. It is now? Don't worry, gentlemen. I've got both popular types of traditional mage robes. The flowing ones and the ones preferred by the spellblades and martial artists for mobility. The only other mythic ranked mage was the woman who had just spoken, and Ray insisted that she needed either an idol-style frilly short dress or Dana-style combat robes. So, Karl held up both to let her choose before he got to work. Really? She asked. I can do traditional robes as well, but this is what the lady offers for alternates. She sighed. So, Nyx gets to be an imperial concubine, and I'm a magical girl? Because I'm definitely not dressing as her bodyguard. Karl held up simple black mage robes with shimmering threads that looked like stars in a night sky. You can be the imperial magician, if you'd like. After careful consideration, she pointed at the pop idol dress. Ah, I knew it. She just didn't want to admit it in public. Ray cheered. Karl considered what to do with this one. It didn't have a gem in it, but the last item had come out with a whole new quality ranking that Karl hadn't seen before. But it did have totem rank bone slices in the corset to hold the shape, and those could be upgraded separately. Karl was about to start when the memory of his old maul flashed in his mind. That was a brilliant addition to an armor piece. He took the bones out and began carving the runes for the multiple casting effect on them. It probably wouldn't be as good as the maul had been, but it should let the mage cast more than one spell at a time. If it worked, he would make another like it for Dana. Item created, totem rank, totem grade. Idle dress of the inexhaustible magician, adds 250 points to spell power, 10% bonus to casting speed, 5% bonus to total spell damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 2, mana storage level 7, spell storage. Spell storage allows up to 5 spells to be precast and held in reserve to be instantly released from the item at will. Not quite the same as the maul, but in a way, both better and more versatile. The maul could only stack identical copies of an attack spell as you used them. The dress could hold 5 random spells. Karl handed the completed work over, and the mage changed. Then Ray passed Karl matching thigh highs and shoes for the outfit. Here, add these. They're totem-ranked silk, and they should bond. She laughed as she changed, then did a twirl and made a pose with a golden scepter in her hand. At the door, a disgruntled noise stopped the laughter. A mythic-ranked warrior stood at the door. I should have known it. The insanity of the Darklight host is contagious. What the hell are you wearing? The mage rolled her eyes. Oh, relax. We're just having a bit of fun. They made me new combat gear, and look at this. She pulsed with power, and 5 layers of arcane energy barrier formed over her instantly. Steve hummed to himself. Maybe I need that dress. Raj snorted, but with a longer skirt. Nobody wants to see your balls in combat. Karl smiled at the warrior to defuse the tension. Why don't we try to find gear for you next? I think that I know just the right one. The warrior stood at the door for a moment, then slowly came forward with a disgusted look at the mage, who lifted one foot and waved her scepter at him in a cutesy pose, then stuck her tongue out at him as he passed. Maybe the Darklight host was contagious. Ashbringer had just finished a suit of armor out of totem-ranked metals, and while it was currently at the Overlord rank, that would quickly change as Karl got to work. It was traditional plate and chain, but altered for greater than usual flexibility, as Ashbringer had made it for someone who used a 2-handed blade or axe. The guild leaders had said that they were the main tanks for their groups, so this new arrival should be a damage-type warrior. The armor was also a very dignified ash black, with a fiery red underglow from the demonic magic that Ashbringer had used to create it. It had incredible fire resistance and nearly perfect damage reduction. So, Karl focused his rune work on adding damage, agility, and strength, along with the sharpness skill. As he finished, the totem-ranked runes surged, and the armor began to emit a black, demonic mist, casting shadows around the pieces on the table. Item created, totem rank, totem grade. Molten armor of 1,000 cuts, adds 250 points to skill power, 10% bonus to skill activation speed, 5% bonus to total skill damage. Additional effects, self-repair level 3, mana storage level 5, sharpness. Sharpness, slashing, stabbing, and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. The warrior stared at the armor with pure greed and began to reach for it when Karl stepped forward and smiled. I believe that you will find that the price is quite reasonable. 3 weights of the armor in totem-ranked or higher raw materials. He insisted. The warrior simply stared past him at the armor, clearly pondering his chances of getting past Karl to simply take the item. But his guild leader was right there, and the rational part of his brain said that it would be a terrible idea to start trouble with their new alliance members, who were willing to make high-quality items for their main raid team. And this was far better than what he already used, which was mythic rank, but only rare grade. Slowly, he began piling items on the table, then took out a scale and weighed them. Karl resisted the urge to laugh at the expression on Raj's face as the grumpy warrior paid for his purchase. Nobody seemed put out by it, and while part of that would be because of his power, most of it should be that they were just used to him being a grump all the time. Once he was satisfied that he had paid down to the last gram, he equipped the armor and was instantly surrounded by a thin layer of black fog with a deep crimson glow from under the black plates of his armor. Now, that looks properly intimidating. I wonder if we can mass-produce it so that we can have a whole raid team of cool-looking warriors. One of the totems joked. How about FCK off? The warrior grumbled as he stomped away. Karl gave the guild leaders a curious look, and Hugo made a gesture that Karl took as, I will explain later, and not in public. A totem-ranked battle mage smirked after the grumpy warrior left and wrapped his arm around the myth in an idle dress. At least the mages can all look cool. I think he said that he had battle mage combat robes. There are enough of us to send a full team out dressed the same. Or we can convince the ladies to get coordinated outfits, so they look like an idle troop. He joked. Dave cleared his throat. First things first. I want to order some stuff. Then I need to run off and take care of guild business. He handed Karl a paper, which simply said, like they got, but cooler looking, in wobbly script. Got it. I will work on that after we pass out the mage outfits, as they're already made, and I will need custom items made for you. Karl explained. Works for me. Let me know when it's done. Totem Team 1. If any of you are in here, move to the front. You are scheduled to be at the dungeon in 2 hours. A surprising number of people moved forward, and Dave chuckled. Team 1 is a 40-person dungeon team. So, they've got a dozen mage and mage-adjacent classes on the team. One of the mages nodded. 2/3 of the totems in the Alliance are members of Team 1, but the dungeon that we do is only once every other week, so we're also on other teams. Team 1 is also the team for the monthly dungeon. Hugo added. Karl nodded. Well, in that case I should make friends, as I might attempt to work my way into a spot for that monthly dungeon. The mages seemed confused by his comment. I thought that you were a crafter? One asked. This is just my trade skill. Spending all day inside writing esoteric runes on various pieces of gear and statues would drive me insane. I'm actually quite adept in combat. Karl explained. The guild leaders laughed quietly. That was one way of putting it. Change your outfit and show them. Hugo insisted. Karl activated his armor, showing the mages his tabard, with the decorative third golden ring to denote an above-rank guild challenge victory at the totem rank. Seriously? The mythic mage asked, placing her hands on her hips and taking a calculated pose, playing to her current idol outfit. That's how we all met, and I ended up as the 6th guild leader in the Alliance, despite not being at the mythic rank. Karl agreed. So, that's how it happened. I thought that they had just found a crafting guild when they went to the auction. You need to tell us the story sometime. A floating butterfly appeared beside Karl, representing Opal, who despised having to go outside in person. An evening showing of the recount of the mythic duel will begin at dark tonight, here in this manner. The illusionary text appeared in the air above the butterfly, and Dana giggled. Well, it looks like we're hosting a watch party tonight. I will talk to someone about getting the house set up for guests. Karl shook his head. Opal and Tion are already on it. Hugo laughed at the expressions of the mages in the Alliance. That would have been his thought as well, had he not seen it in action. A totem defeating a myth was simply something that didn't happen. It shouldn't happen. It would disrupt the entire power balance of the Dragon Isles if totems could routinely defeat myths, or if overlords could defeat totems. The damage reduction was too powerful of a buff, but it was undeniable that the system recognized it, as a few of the mages had pulled up his list of titles, and found that there were indeed 3 guild champion titles, with over-rank victory notes. And the latest wasn't even 2 days ago. Hugo's expression turned contemplative as he finished laughing. You know, it would be a good exercise for them to get to spar with you. It's not often that we're challenged by other alliances, but it's incredibly rare that anyone trains in advance to fight against other system users. He suggested, like self-defense training? That's not a terrible idea. Guild challenges might be infrequent, but they'll be even more infrequent when the others know that your guild is prepared. A challenge is their peak against your peak, or representatives at a designated rank. But what if the challenge is refused? That happened to us in Drod, but the attacking guild wasn't prepared when we launched an artillery strike on their guild house. Karl explained, and the mages all paled. That was absolutely horrific. Forget the rank differences. The guild houses normally housed entire families, servants, and other non-combatants. The mere thought that someone would bombard one when the challenge was refused was enough to terrify many of them. Others recognized that it was the attacking guild who had been bombarded, and while it was still horrific, they had brought it upon themselves. Then there was the third group. What do you mean, bombarded? Isn't the Darklight host a tiny guild? I only see 4 members at totem rank or higher when I search the guild listings. One of the mages asked. One of my bonded partners is a Ghostfire Thunderbird. Karl began, while the mage nodded eagerly. Ghostfire is brutal, and he should have the ability to create a rain of fire, right? The mage asked, as well as a meteor storm and flaming vortexes. Karl agreed. The mage whistled. That's just brutal. Most of us struggle against flying targets, as they can just retreat to a safer distance, and the spell travel time lets them dodge unless we focus on tracking them. Karl smiled. There are a few spells with no travel time, but yes. Generally, it's hard to hit a target thousands of meters away unless it can't move. Hawk tends to take it personally if someone actually manages to hit him. The mage chuckled. You named a Ghostfire Thunderbird Hawk? I like your style, Monster Man. Dana almost choked, trying not to laugh. Tell him. She insisted. He evolved from a windspeed hawk. Karl elaborated. Now, Most of the mages were laughing, while Dave shrugged in acceptance. How very appropriate. Bird is bird. And Karl is Karl. And Dana Mage is Dana Mage. Hawk agreed in his space. To prove his point, Dave summoned a small group of hawks at the common rank. It was a popular skill with druids for scouting, but druids could also learn the skill, speak with animals. So Dave was likely the one that understood what went on in Karl's head the best. The birds flew around for a few seconds before Dave dismissed them, and then he sighed. All right, we should let the man work if we intend to get our outfits done in any sort of reasonable time frame. Pick your outfit and meet back here at 9 for the evening showing of the duel. I don't know what they're planning, but that was a glasswing butterfly, and if she says she can put on a show, she can do it. Dave insisted. Karl nodded in agreement. We will set up the upper floors, but there's only room for 100 or so to sit comfortably. Dave and Hugo turned together to look up at the top floor. There should be room for twice that, unless Karl was making comfortable chairs for everyone and leaving space for servants to deliver refreshments. But if he said 100, that was what they would bring. Tell the others, we have space for all the totems and myths for the show. We will throw a larger welcome party later, and you all can tell your friends the story tomorrow. It's been a big day for the Darklight host, and we should let them rest. Hugo informed his alliance members. Karl set out outfits of each style, and the mages came forward with color requests, then said their goodbyes to the ladies, leaving them alone with Karl as the myths shook hands and headed back to their work. Now, time for me to get to work. Ray, you can make outfits for the rogues next if you want. Ashbringer will take care of the warriors as he gets time. Metal armor takes more effort to craft, and you know how the warriors are. They'll mostly want that heavy defense. Ray came out in humanoid form and shrugged. Don't worry about that. I have a system worked out for the warriors. Tion can make metal plates at totem rank with his earth control skills, so we can make them brigandine armor sets if they don't want leather or cloth. Not as flashy as the shiny full plate of the knights, but certainly a valid option for heavy armor. The issue was that Tion had no crafting skills, so it would be entirely up to Karl and Ray to finish the armor pieces that he made the metal plates for, in order for the item to be considered completed by the system. If they had a blacksmithing skill book, they could likely train him, or they could have him train under Ashbringer. But there simply hadn't been time for any of that yet. Not to mention that Tion was small enough to fit in Ashbringer's palm. It was still too early to be starting him as a traditional apprentice, even if he had a humanoid form. Like Kara, he had shown no interest in changing shapes. Tion was currently upstairs with Opal's illusions, making theater seating and a stage. Tion made the chair frames. Opal made the cushions. It could have all been illusionary, but they had decided that it was better if the chairs themselves were real so that they could be more easily rearranged later. Opal would be concentrating on the show, so if she made the room as one large illusion, then it would cause extra work and mana drain on her when people changed the furniture positions. But if she just linked independent illusions to the chairs, it didn't matter if people messed with them. At worst, someone might break the spell on their own chair. Ray used Shadow Step to go join them and offered up piles of cushions instead of using illusions. She had made thousands of them, testing theories, and she could spin up 100 chair cushions in minutes. That left Opal free to focus on the stage that Tion had set up, while the Fox and Spider arranged chairs on large platforms so that each row was slightly higher than the one in front, like a proper theater. They couldn't have any bad seats for the show, after all. Tion did make the whole structure slide back together, so it could be placed against the wall. Then he didn't have to make it twice, and they could just store the chairs in someone's space until they were ready to use them again. Or put them in a row in front, but that didn't look as good. Karl worked as fast as he could to make the mages matching robes, all to the same totem rank, epic grade standard as the demo set. It would be strange to have so many people in armor with the exact same stats, but there really wasn't anything else that the mages needed, other than even better armor with a spell effect attached. That would take much longer, and Karl would charge a fortune for it. So, nobody had pushed the matter. Besides, they didn't want to annoy their bosses by paying to buy up armor as good as what the new guild had made for the mythic rank mages. A few could afford to, but they had heard that the Rune Master also made excellent weapons and accessories, so they could just come back and place a custom order with him later. That would let them have just what they needed for their own specialties. Word spread fast through the Alliance about the actual state of the Darklight host. There weren't many of them, but they weren't to be trifled with. Their guild leader had some sort of crazy support class, and the runemaster trade skill. The fact that he could simply add a skill that he knew as a usable skill on a piece of equipment was enough to nearly make the Alliance members vomit blood in envy. Over half of them were still stuck with the basic warrior class, and skill book drops rarely happened in any of the dungeons they had access to. Plus, the librarians only had a handful of useful skills for them, and they all had them, unless they were very young. There were rumors that one of the mythic dungeons dropped skill books, but if it was true, nobody was putting them up for sale or giving them to the blue dragons to be duplicated. Of course, it was possible that the items bonded to the person who got them and simply couldn't be given away. Karl had finished with the mage outfits and was started on the first few of the leather armor sets that Ray had provided for the rogues when the Alliance members began to return for the show. Are the preparations ready? Opal's butler just led the first guests inside. Karl asked with a guild message. All good. There are food and drinks, as well as illusionary servers. The show is ready, the chairs are ready, and everyone is set to welcome them and meet new people. Except Kara. Kara is napping. Tion replied. That could be either good or bad. Either she wasn't interested in meeting all these strangers at the same time, or she felt that she needed some extra energy for whatever she had planned for later. With the Chaos Badger sleeping, it was impossible to tell by her thoughts. Welcome, welcome. Mages, please come get your robes and dresses. I have them all prepared. If there are any rogue-type classes or agility fighters who prefer light leather armor, I have a few samples on hand for you to look at. Warriors, we will have some armor samples for you tomorrow afternoon. Karl declared as more guests began to pour in the large wooden double doors. How does this count as protection? One of the rogues asked, looking at a piece that was little more than a leather bra with transparent silk and a few straps to hold weapons and gear between it and the tight-fitting pants. It's totem-rank spider silk, no easier to cut through than the leather. Not great against bludgeoning attacks, but the suit has excellent damage reduction. Karl explained. One of the warriors chuckled as he looked at the armor. I've seen this style before. It's incredibly popular with the obsession demons. They're twice as agile as the average dragonkin or beastkin, and this style lets them keep all their weapons handy without slowing them down. It doesn't matter how bad your armor is against clubs when nobody can hit you. Ray came to join them and nodded happily. If someone is beating the rogues with a club, the warriors have already failed at their task. It's more important that the damage dealers are unrestricted in their killing than it is for them to waste potential bonus points on defense. I already compromised on the design by having the runes for damage reduction added, instead of a bonus to edged weapon damage, which could have been an extra 15% of base damage, on top of the other damage bonuses. She explained. You are the leatherworker. The warrior asked, only slightly disturbed by the aura of this strange humanoid monster. Ray nodded. I am also the one who spun the silk. All of these are my precious masterpieces. That brought the mages over to thank her for her hard work. Everyone had changed into their new outfits to show off their purchases to their teammates. With Ray's fashion sense, that didn't make the event seem any less flashy, especially once the mages started storing mana in their new robes, which made the runes and sparkling threads shine in the dim light until the mages figured out how to hide the effect. The rogues joined Karl and Ray, looking at the options, which went from simple and outdoorsy, more suited to rangers, through cloth outfits with leather-reinforced vital points, which were great for martial artists or battle mages, like Dana. Then there was the selection of sexy leather, which Ray had deliberately made better than any of the other options, so that more people would buy it. Karl knew better than to argue with her, and he had even prepared a few sets with additional skills on them, in case someone from the mythic teams wanted to upgrade right now. The thing was, he didn't know if there was a female rogue on the mythic team. Unfortunately for Ray's big dreams, there were not. There were rogues, but all small, nimble men, not all suited to her fashionable outfits. But they knew people who were, and who would be willing to pay full retail. Karl had been setting the prices randomly, so while the Alliance was supposed to get a discount, he didn't actually have a base price. He would just have to charge more to non-Alliance members. Steve nodded as he entered. You don't mind if we call a few other guild leaders over, do you? It's good for the Alliance to maintain relations, and they can bring the members who will want Lady Ray's fashion. Karl nodded. All right, one of these sets has sharpness and shatter on it, for pure damage output. The other has perfect camouflage, and life steal, with maximum bonus poison damage, so the wearer will passively keep healing if a stealth strike goes wrong. I thought about giving it invisibility or Night Haunter, but the number of rogues who could actually use those skills is limited, and there would be no point in having them wear armor with them on it. Dave sent out a few messages, presumably to send a runner to escort the other guild leaders to their fortress, and then took a moment to admire the outfits. Do you have a skill that could completely hide someone's true appearance? We have a few intelligence officers who can fake their name in the system display, but a simple disguise spell can only change so much. He asked. Karl nodded. I can make a trinket with humanoid transformation or beast form. Either should turn them into an entirely different looking person. How different are we talking? Is it detectable? Dave asked. What is my true form? Karl asked. The druid blinked and stared at him. Isn't this your true form? Surely, it's not the dragon form. That was an avatar-type holy magic spell. Karl smiled and shook his head. This is the beast form spell. I'm more comfortable this way. Dave smiled. That is magnificent. Even if it does make them furry, there are enough beastkin with heavy beast blood that nobody would question it. However, I don't know if humanoid transformation will work for them, as they're all dragonkin and already humanoids. Karl shrugged. I haven't tried on humanoids. I think it does, though. If my memory serves, the larger troll species and giants used it to fit into smaller spaces. Dana walked over and ran her claws gently up Karl's back under his shirt in greeting. He smiled and leaned down to kiss her forehead. There are some problems with the transformation spell, though. Sometimes, they make you too adorable. Karl joked. Dana rolled her eyes at him, but the Alliance members all nodded in understanding. Fox Charm was a subtle but powerful skill, and only Dave could tell that the attraction was partly from the passive skill and not just the adorable fox girl. I take it that you are not a beastkin, then? Dave asked. Dana shook her head. Human, actually. Pure human. I just fit in better in this form. One of the totem-ranked female rogues gave her a thumbs up. I approve. Dana smiled at her, then realized that the girl had pointed dragon ears with tufts of fur at the end. She had never seen a dragon with fur before, but she had read about the winter dragons, a form of ice element drake that lived in the mountains. So, this woman likely shared the blood of the dragons that the winter dragons had descended from. Humans smell funny anyhow. One of the men agreed. The dragonkin rogue with the tufted ears snorted in amusement. You say that as if you don't smell like an unwashed ogre half the time. This is the first time you've smelled like soap in months. I bathe when I get dirty. The man grumbled, then dropped the topic. We can make charms to entirely hide scent as well. I just don't put it on the armor, as so many stealth sorts already have a solution or skill for it. Karl offered. It was a simple effect, and it was already included on many of the cleaning rings that the apprentices made. Only, it was normally used on the room you were cleaning, not yourself. Their store sells all sorts of useful things for that purpose. I see that they also have scented soaps. One of the rogues noted. Karl quickly checked the guild store. Indeed, they did have scented soaps, and they were medicinal. Each of the bars had a slightly different scent, but the most popular one seemed to be the floral-scented one that granted an 8-hour self-cleaning effect that would make most dirt and debris fall off the skin without sticking. There was clean, and then there was magically clean. It was a potion, but the apprentices thought that it would be better if they weakened it into a bar of soap, so you got the effect with every washing. They sell a case a day to the locals in Drod now. Remy informed Karl proudly. Her apprentices were learning to make the best of mistakes and turn them into new products. Not many alchemists had that level of innovation. A tinkling chime from upstairs informed everyone that the play was ready, and the guests started to filter up the stairs. Only a few stragglers were left, but Karl waited downstairs for the final guests, who were coming from their own guild houses nearby. While he waited, Karl made a few trinkets with beast form on it. Those ones seemed much easier to make than most spells, perhaps a side effect of his class, or possibly the favor of the beast gods, as he was visually turning people into beastkin. The spell was also remarkably simple to write, compared to most other illusion and transformation-type spells. So, when 6 new mythic rank visitors entered together, he had the spells ready, and the armor still waiting on the table for the rogues. There were 3 rogues, but only 2 women, who would hopefully be suitable for Ray's fashion. The male beastkin rogue was more interested in Karl, staring at him as if he would see through the disguise if he just looked hard enough. It's a physical transformation, not an illusion. If you have nullify or dispel, you could probably force me back to my natural form. But you can't see through beast form. Karl offered. The man smiled and adjusted his hat as small round ears shifted it out of position. How much for the token? Even if I'm not impressed with the armor, I want one. He asked. Karl laughed and tossed him the amulet. On the house. The beast gods want you to have it. Technically, it was Karl who thought it would be entertaining, but that was the same thing, really. The rogue caught the token and transformed, turning fully furred with a badger's head. But not all black with white on the back like Kara. It was more brown with white and black stripes. Oh, grizzly badger. Good choice. Karl realized. The rogue laughed as he moved to inspect the armor, then his hands, then his companions. I shrunk. The world looks different from down here. He realized. His guild master, a mythic-ranked paladin named Alfred, patted him on the shoulder. Well, there are no more concerns about you being able to sneak through small spaces. Or about him looking down into our cleavage constantly. He's not tall enough anymore. One of the female rogues joked. The badger rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the demonstration set of armor, then to the female sets. What is with this bias? There are multiple skills on those, but none on this. He asked. Karl chuckled. Lady Ray prefers women's fashion. But that set was the demo model for the totems. We can make you a set equal to the female sets. It will just take a few days. The rogue who had been teasing him about perving on her picked up one of the others, a bodysuit with many pockets. I don't see a restriction on it, so technically, you could wear this one. It would just be a bit sexier than you're used to. Karl noticed that she wasn't putting it down, though. It was the set with sharpness and shatter on it, and stats for maximum damage output. I love it. How painful is this going to be for my pocketbook? She asked, already sounding pained at the thought. As guests of the Alliance, I will cut you a discount, the same as the other myths got. 3 weights of the item in totem-ranked raw materials, or mythic items and materials of equivalent value. Karl offered. Steve nodded. That was what he had charged the others, though only the warrior who had been rude about the idol dress had to pay the 3 weights price. The mythic rogue took out handfuls of treasure with an extremely reluctant look on her face that reminded Karl of Kara. It seemed that the reluctance to part with treasures was not exclusively a badger species trait. Karl also noted that the badger thought he was being smart as he picked up the totem-ranked demonstration armor and took out totem-ranked metals and leathers, which were the heaviest of resources that he could pick, reducing the cost of his loss. But he had not realized that as a crafting guild, the Darklight host was just going to turn that into more gear and sell that new gear for the same price. Their warehouse floor was going to suffer. Speaking of which, there was a warehouse attached to the manor and marked for their use. So, they could load it up with all the loot they got here, once Karl figured out how to link it as a guild warehouse so that others could actually get the materials back out. While the Badger Rogue was counting out his materials, the bodysuit had been equipped, and his guild mate was checking herself out in the mirror, admiring how it hugged her curves just right and gave that extra bit of lift to carefully control sag and bounce when she moved. Lady Ray is a genius. She really does know what it takes to show off. She giggled. Ray nodded happily. It is important to make a dramatic entrance when you face an enemy. If not, how will everyone else remember that you can kill them? That made the myths all laugh. Even for a blood destruction demonic spider, Lady Ray was particularly bloodthirsty even when she was in a good mood. The third rogue came to inspect the armor set out for her and smiled. Did you make the armor for us? Or choose us to visit because you had the armor? The second one. Karl agreed. The advanced class that I got specializes in poison-based damage over time effects. So, perfect disguise and life steal with maximum bonus poison damage is practically my dream wish list. This armor alone will nearly double my damage output, and the amount of healing that I will gain might make our cleric cry tears of joy. Her guild master laughed. That's because you keep getting hit when you push for an extra stack of damage. If you just back off one step earlier, he wouldn't hate you so much. The two ladies stared at each other for a second, then sighed and began stacking mythic resources on the counter. That should be the value equivalent of 3 times the weight in totem resources. The poison specialist declared. Karl nodded in satisfaction. It was close enough, and he didn't know the local prices. In Drod, it was far more than equal. Karl clapped his hands once in satisfaction. Wonderful. Now, would you like to join us for a show? Our guild's Glasswing Butterfly is putting on a retelling of a guild challenge duel tonight for the ranking members of the Alliance and their guests. The guild leaders pulled Dana and Karl to their seats at the back, while Ray spun a hammock to hang from the corner of the ceiling, her preferred angle to watch from. The other beasts preferred to watch from inside their spaces, as they could get a better view there than from any spot in the room. An announcer in the form of the King of Nulnulgat appeared on the stage, which transformed into a view of the arena, where the seating area of the manor was just a small portion of the stadium, as Opal activated Illusionary Domain to make it possible to have a life-sized show. Welcome everyone to the recreation of the Guild Challenge duel between the mythic warrior Jerome and the totem-ranked Beast Master Champion Karl. The illusion spoke, and 10,000 illusionary voices cheered from the crowd. The two champions took their places and began to taunt each other, which made the Alliance members chuckle at the audacity. He didn't, did he? One of the warriors asked when the illusionary Karl declared that he would take the mythic dungeon as compensation if he won. The guild leaders laughed, confirming that it had actually happened. Everyone present had a general idea how this would end, as Karl and his guild were now members of their alliance. But the confident trash talk leading up to the duel had been enhanced slightly by Opal's retelling, as had the size of Karl's avatar form. From here, it looked even more majestic than the guild masters remembered it. But the way that the overflowing powers still slammed into their chests had been perfectly recreated by the butterfly by using air pressure changes. The sound of claws on steel and steel on scales was deafening, and the scent of blood and ash filled the impromptu auditorium as the duel continued, drawing the crowd from tense to excited, and then to roaring with laughter as the Haint and Karl taunted the mythic warrior. Karl's paw slashed at the warrior, and the sound of warping steel and breaking bones filled the room as Jerome bounced off the barriers surrounding the arena, then took another dose of ghost fire to the face. Karl tried not to laugh as Opal had him posing grandly as he recalled the bodyguards and golems to beat Jerome down for the final time, and the crowd gasped as he activated his final buff skill to increase his strength and speed. For a few moments, it actually looked like Karl was going to lose, and everything was splattered with dragon blood, which Opal had made to dramatically drip down the barrier, though in reality it didn't stick at all and simply fell to the ground. So well done was the reenactment that by the time that Jerome dramatically collapsed to the ground as a heroic intervention ended, it almost felt anticlimactic. The King of Nulnulgat rushing over to save Jerome's life as his soul was visibly leaking toward the Haint was the final high point of the battle, before the scene changed to Karl alone in the arena. The assembled Alliance members cheered and clapped as the avatar form of Karl spread its wings and made a slight bow in their direction. Though, Karl did notice that it was looking directly at him. Excellent work, Opal. I dare say that they've never seen a show this impressive before. Are these shows a regular thing for your guild? The mythic mage in the idol dress asked as the chaos after the show died down. Yeah, we have movie nights a few times a week. Either recreations of historical events, stories from storybooks, or an original series that Opal is working on. Karl agreed. A few of the guests got up and were going to walk down the stands, either looking for an exit or exploring the area. I wouldn't go too far. If Opal ends the illusion, you'll land in the living room on the first floor. Karl informed them. The warriors laughed, but continued off into the stands. I'm more interested in this illusionary space. This is absolutely brilliant. It has to be a domain-level spell, right? An illusion strong enough that it can warp space. He asked. Karl nodded. That's right. It's her species' racial specialty. The warrior sighed. I had hoped that it was a skill your mage was using. If that was the case, there might be a chance to learn it. I could use a training arena like this. Karl nodded. It's not the best for that, as damage will break the illusion. But layered with a few other spells, it would theoretically be possible. If you do happen to research the possibility, I would be glad to help you test it. Though, you could likely do that yourself. Anyone who can toss a mythic-ranked warrior around like a rag doll certainly doesn't lack the power to test their own defensive artifacts. Steve chuckled. The real fight was insane. They actually had to constantly reinforce the mythic rank barrier over the arena because neither of the fighters cared where their mist skills landed. If we hadn't gathered so many powerful spectators, they likely would have broken the arena protections. What sort of skill even lets a totem take hits like that? Watching it felt like two mythic warriors going at it. A warrior in the crowd asked. Everyone turned to Karl, as none of them had the answer to that question. I've got an advanced version of limited invulnerability, plenty of damage reduction, and then another 20% off all damage taken thanks to a class skill. So, I'm only taking around half as much as normal, and I ignore a large base amount of damage. Enough that against most enemies, I don't even take damage until they go all out. Karl offered. And with skills like that, you chose to make weapons for a living? The warrior asked, confused. Oh, that's really just a hobby to keep the guild's funding afloat. I do a little bit of whatever keeps life interesting. The group from the Darklight host who are here now were all out hunting excess monsters from the spawns to please the Black Dragon God and keep their population under control. The warrior shook his head in dismay. That's nuts. If I could make this much money in an afternoon, I would never leave the house again. Karl chuckled. You might never get the chance if you could. You see, it's very difficult to stop once you get started with advanced crafting. So few crafters advance in rank due to making the same thing all the time that higher-ranking equipment is in demand all over the world. So, if you don't run off to do something far away, you end up in a workshop all day, every day for the rest of your life. The warrior realized. Exactly. Dave chuckled and patted Karl on the back. Well, you'll be stuck here for a while. We've got plenty of custom orders and bulk item requests to catch up on what an alliance as large as ours would like to have in stock. But once we're fully stocked, I promise to help you keep doing interesting things at least once in a while. Opal gently pulled everyone back onto the area of the illusion that would be over the actual floor and returned the space to its natural look. That revealed that the chairs were set on the stepped stages, but they were quickly reorganized so that groups could talk more smoothly. Illusionary maids brought snacks and drinks around, keeping everyone happy while they discussed the short viewing of the duel. Then, 20 minutes after the duel viewing ended, the stage shimmered as Opal brought up a new illusion. For those interested, we will begin a viewing of the adventures of the first King Drod in 10 minutes. The stage announcer declared. This was one that she had done multiple times before because the story was one of the great epics from the last resurgence. And at this point it was basically a fairy tale, despite being based on verifiable historical events. Many of the guests migrated back to the main floor to chat and drink, while over half settled in for another show. If the Darklight host was going to do a full movie night for their meet and greet, nobody was going to argue. It was much more interesting than most of the welcoming parties they had been to, where you just stood around chatting with the same group of people that you'd seen at the same 50 events before. While that was also true of this one, as they were all Alliance members, they had seen a reenactment of a mythic rank duel, and the mages had new gear to show off, so they had something new to discuss, even if they were around the same small group of people. The gear was as much a talking point as the duel itself was. The fight between the two powerhouses was almost too fantastical to believe, as if they were at the same rank, and not as if one were fighting with a 90% damage reduction handicap. So, discussing the powerful, but clearly visible new outfits on the mages was much more interesting, especially when the ladies were suddenly so fashionable. You know, this will be a cultural revolution for the Alliance. Now that the mages look so good, it's going to be difficult for the rest of us to keep up but it's the best drop, mismatched fashion statement on our way to the dungeons. One of the rogues laughed. A warrior chuckled. Right? We all look like hobos, and now they're practically a uniformed force in totem rank robes. Maybe we should all start actually wearing our guild tabards, just to give us a bit of uniformity. The rogue chuckled. Fighting in a tabard was a pain. It always got in the way, flapping around when the more agile fighters were performing acrobatics in combat. Nothing was worse than flipping over an attack and having a loose bit of cloth flip in your face, blocking your view. In that way, Ray's fashion for the mythic rogues made perfect sense for them. There were loose or flapping ends on the sleeves, no loose sashes, as many used for fashion, and some slack in most of the tops, but they were all secured at top and bottom, so nothing would move around when you were fighting. I just think that we might have larger issues if we start letting the mages dress like idols. They're already a bit strange. Who knows what they'll do if they are encouraged to cosplay in their daily life? One of the warriors joked. There was some quiet laughter, but not from the mages. They looked like they were seriously considering it. The rogue snorted in amusement. I am pretty sure that is a one-off sort of outfit. It wasn't among the options that the totem-ranked mages got, but I wouldn't be surprised if the tailor made more of them if the mages requested it. I don't think that most of them will, though. Can you imagine Genestra willingly wearing a short, frilly skirt in public? The others nearby laughed quietly at the thought. Genestra was currently wearing one of the most traditional mage robe-style outfits Ray had offered, and she was a notorious buzzkill. She didn't even approve of public displays of affection of any sort, or any sort of provocative outfit. She made the matrons of the Red Dragon orphanages seem relaxed and forgiving. In contrast, her younger sister, a royal-ranked mage apprentice with the guild, was notorious for the number of warriors who had been through her bedroom. Not just men, but always warriors. Karl went downstairs to join the guests who were more interested in new gear than the show, and was immediately swarmed with excited adventurers. It's first come, first served, right? I mean among the totems. Obviously, the main raid team will get their gear first. One of the warriors asked. Karl nodded. For custom orders, to an extent. Some things are easier to make in batches, so when we get to an item on the list with numerous requests, multiple people who requested the same thing will all get it at once. For other orders, we will go through them as they were ordered, so the waiting time is somewhat reliable. That's a relief. At least that way, we won't have to wait ages for our equipment. Well, some of us, anyhow. I know that some of the flashier sorts are going to request that you make something extremely ornate. Does your guild even do that? The clothing so far has been very high quality, but the plate armor was really distinct, not engraved like most warriors request. He asked. We actually have a number of sculptors and artists on staff. They might not be high-ranking to finish all the items they work on, but there is no harm in letting them do the artistic portions, and then letting the master craftsman finish the enchanting. Karl explained. Oh, that is a good point. You can upgrade a non-magical statue or a partially completed armor piece if the material is right. Perfect. His relieved tone earned him a companionable pat on the shoulder from one of the warrior women. But can you do heavier armored versions of the rogue leather? I am an agility-type fighter, but I need more protection than that, and a brigandine isn't going to work for my fighting style. Karl nodded. Lady Ray can do you some hardened leather, chitin, or similar armor, or we can do plate over a leather or cloth base for mobility. Just put in the order for what you would prefer, and we will do our best to fill it. The masters know multiple styles as well. So, not just the knightly armor plates that are more common, but also the layered plate exposed brigandine and lamellar that is more traditional in Drod, or the other demonic fashions. You can also request specialty materials, but in most cases, you will have to provide the materials plus a crafting fee. Working with new materials also helped crafters expand their skills and unlock new abilities related to their trade. So, letting people give them exotic materials to work with was a win for everyone. It also saved Karl from having to take on random missions to find rare materials. The revelation that he would work with their materials if it was something that his people didn't have in stock was enough to get many of the Alliance members motivated to make new gear. Totem-ranked crafters often had multiple requirements before they would make a custom piece, but the Darklight host had agreed to very lenient terms with the Alliance, which would surely keep them busy for months. That was part of Karl's plan, though. Hawk and Thor needed to advance, if possible. Then someone would need to motivate Kara, if being behind her siblings wasn't enough. He thought that it should be. She was already the last sister to advance, so she should start working on a way to bring herself to totem rank soon. The warriors came forward with interest, and one of the stronger totems was pushed to the front as their spokesperson. Does that offer to make custom items extend to the blacksmith in your guild? We have many rare materials that have aspects we would like to imbue into an armor set. He asked. Karl nodded. I can't make guarantees that you will get everything you hope for out of an item combining multiple rare materials, but I can ask him to craft it with the desired outcome in mind if you make a list of bonuses and effects you would like to see. Do keep in mind that forging an entire suit of armor takes multiple days, and that's all he would be doing for those days. So if he's going to make 30 sets of armor for the warriors of the Alliance, it will be 3 months or more before he's finished with the totems. And that's without additional delays from specialty processes for rare materials. So, you will have to be patient, and the simple bulk orders may be pushed ahead of the custom work to get more of the warriors' orders filled. He is also the one doing the metal weapons. The warriors grimaced as they heard that last bit of news. The Darklight host's smithy team was simply too small. Didn't he even have an apprentice? No, he likely did, but the apprentice would be filling lower-ranked requests, while only one master smith would be able to do what the totems needed. Are there any options that aren't as backed up for totem-ranked equipment? One of the warriors asked. At the totem rank? We're basically out of stock, so everything is being made to order. However, I can make you simple amulets, rings, and totems in short order, as they're quick to upgrade, and I can make a few every day. Karl offered. The warriors nodded. They could all use accessories, and they were fast to use. But they were not the most important parts of their gear. What is the armor you were wearing during the battle scenes before you transformed made of? It looked pretty cool. The warrior's spokesman asked. Karl smiled and shook his head. That is an armor skill. It's not a physical suit of armor. The warrior sighed. That's too bad. Though if it looks cooler than your actual armor, I guess it makes sense. It's actually an epic grade skill. It gives me epic grade armor level stats. So, there is no need for me to have real armor. Though, I do have a lot of fashionable clothing for when I'm not in armor. Can't you make better gear than epic grade, though? You could improve your stats with proper armor. One of the mages reminded him. They had seen the totem grade items that had been turned out today, so it wouldn't be outlandish to think that the creator would have a full set of items at that level. That is true. The real advantage is that if the armor spell gets trashed, I can just refresh it, and it will come back at full durability. Some days I can be very hard on my equipment, but I do have excellent accessories. That was true in a way. Superb, for the day that he had created them. A bit outdated now. A lot of what drops in the mythic dungeon is metals and gems, but the totem-ranked dungeons that can be done weekly are heavier on the leathers and scrap weapons. Most of those get smelted for metal as well, but it just feels wrong for a warrior to go to battle in leather armor. One of the men explained. Karl shrugged. I know a few agility-focused warriors who fight in nearly nothing, but that's why we did the brigandine. It's not as metal-intensive as most armor, and the outer leather coat provides a lot of protection on its own. Alternately, we could do something with hard chitin, but our stocks of that are limited as well. One of the female rogues giggled, drawing attention to herself. Seashell bikini armor. See, now you're talking. But I suspect that it might be difficult to find anyone to battle test it. The warrior's spokesman joked. The rogue pulled a bundle wrapped in canvas out of her storage and placed it on the table by Karl. If you can make me a suit of armor out of that, with a focus on negating fire and poison damage, I would appreciate it. Those are the major elements in the dungeons that I do. She explained. Karl nodded. I can do that. I would assume that most of you are going to need those same resistances with different bonuses. The warrior nodded. Those plus physical damage reduction for the warriors, especially the tanks. Karl made notes, and then tapped the pencil on the notepad in thought. How many tanks do we have in the group? If you don't mind giving up offensive capability, I can fully stack up defensive bonuses for you. In a duel, that's not great. But in a group, that should be precisely what your teammates need. Plus, the healers will thank me. If you want a full defense set of gear, raise your hand and bring me your supplies, or tell me what sort of armor you want. Then I will sort the damage dealers by class. 2 hours later, Karl had notes on all the fighting members of the Alliance at totem rank or higher, and a better grasp of just how lopsided the system's assignment of classes was. Even before the adventurers chose their specialties, there were only 6 tanks among the 64 totems who had been present for the party, and 14 healers. The other 44 members consisted of 30 warriors, 8 rogues, and a few of each other class. The imbalance was huge, even worse than it was at the academy with the young elites. According to the totems, it was even worse at the overlord rank, as many of the totems had been handpicked to fill roles on the teams. Those at lower ranks were mostly filler to the guilds here, and while they contributed heavily to the alliance, they filled vacancies with mass numbers and not targeted recruitment. Of the estimated 200 overlords in the alliance, there were over 170 warrior and rogue class members, with a coven of druids who had come to study under Dave making up almost all their healers. Dave looked over Karl's shoulder as he stared at the notes he had made, and then patted him gently on the shoulder. We simply don't have the resources to pull mages to us. Any guild alliance can do the same runs we do, and the lack of competition was enough to bring in the totems for our teams, but the overlords prefer to study under guilds who have more mages at the top. The druid sighed. Well, perhaps I can do something to help that balance. I have a Dana mage with me, and she's got some impressive skills as a former Murim battle mage who advanced to a Mystic Blade Master. I don't know if she will be interested in taking on more responsibilities, but we might be able to bring in a batch of weaker mages and bring them up through the ranks with a bit of time. Karl suggested. Dave considered that. An Overlord-ranked mage might have the skills with an advanced class, but it would be a hard sell when so many other guilds had Mythic and Totem-ranked mages in their top ranks who were actively recruiting. I think that you can save your mage the trouble, unless you're going to do something extreme and take in the outcasts and failures from other guilds. I know some go that way, hoping for the diamond in the rough, but there is a good reason that they were kicked from their old guilds in the first place. Losers stay losers, and they'll just end up chewing through resources for zero results, as their potential is trash. Steve explained. Karl nodded. That's a problem everywhere. So few have an easy time advancing, and the resources to push them higher get increasingly expensive, with ever higher side effects. There is a potion that I heard of used in the past to push someone from Commander up to Overlord in a single shot. But then, they would be stuck at the start of Overlord forever. But worse, 9 out of 10 times it failed, and they instead got stuck at some point in royal rank instead. Steve looked horrified. What level of desperation is that? I can see some of the demons doing it, with their bloodline limitations, but that is insane. Karl nodded. People will do anything if they think that there is a chance that they can actually get out of a desperate situation. Those potions that Remy made have much smaller side effects, but I still wouldn't use them more than once unless the progress in between was smooth, and it was a time constraint that was causing the desperation. Steve frowned as he thought about that. What about crafters? If you can teach them crafting skills, you'll get many more mages and magic-using classes. They tend to love knowledge the most. Is the Darklight host planning to take in new crafting team members? Karl smiled. Of course. Probably not at as high of a level as the immediate demands would like, but they'll get there. By the time that they make it to Overlord rank, anyone who wanted to be a crafter likely already has a trade skill, and that makes it hard to train them, as they will be limited by the skill they have, while our techniques can be considered a specialty trade skill for the most part. Steve nodded. I will come by tomorrow with some potential members for the Darklight host. I think that I know just the members that you want, and while they're rejects from another guild, they might be a good fit for your guild of interesting characters. Then Dave left before Karl could ask just what sort of interesting characters he had in mind. It was already very late in the evening, and the last of the guests were headed out to their own homes, leaving the Darklight host members alone in the new house. Well, this place is nice, and Ray went and set up some extra furniture for us. But what are we even going to use this place for? A staging area for more difficult dungeons? Maybe a second store? Dana asked. The Alliance can buy straight from our other store using the system interface, so I don't think that we need a second store. But yes, a staging area for dungeons. Dave also thinks that he's found more crafters for our guild. So, I will see what he brings in the morning, and we might make this a second crafting house. If we can pull a few skilled individuals, we can leave them mostly unsupervised. Or, we can keep moving back and forth. Remy does most of her instruction remotely, but we should check in on the guild more often. I'm thinking that we should set up a permanent portal between the two houses so members can just walk back and forth. Then, they can sell and shop wherever is better for them. Karl suggested. Karl considered the options, then headed for the safe rooms in the lower basement. Those were intended to protect the weakest of guild members, but they would also be the best of the workshops and labs for the Darklight host. Karl looked at the small and dingy rooms of the first basement level and frowned. It was more like a dorm than anything, similar to the second level of the Drod Guild house, but even larger, as it apparently extended the entire distance under the courtyard. There was enough space here for 100 people, and while it was brightly lit and well decorated, it still felt like a cramped budget motel. I think that we can make some updates here, but that can wait. The lowest basement level will be the most important, and that's where I want to put the portal. Karl informed Dana, who had followed him downstairs. The lowest level had a safe room, complete with thick metal door, and then a large open area with a few glass-walled lab rooms, already set up for just what they needed. The labs could be observed from outside, but had powerful barriers on them, and Karl could see that someone had set mana crystals into the walls by the doors as storage for the barriers. That was an excellent start, and it would allow the guild to work in safety on experimental projects. I think that we can place the portal array right here, Dana suggested, with a gesture toward what Karl would have called the reception area for people who had come down the stairs. What about at the back of the room, so that we can put security at the door? I can give it a gargoyle or two, in case someone tries to mess with the building. Karl suggested. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Having them near the stairs, and then we can put a few more upstairs as well. But inside the building, so that the other Alliance members don't think that we're threatening them. Dana moved to stand where Karl was, and looked around the room. Most of the labs were visible from that location, but not the entrance to the safe room, which was set around a corner. That would keep it out of the direct line of fire if the enemy came from the portal. All right, I think this spot works. Though, we could put it in one of the storage rooms, so it could be locked down. Karl chuckled. I am going to put the other entrance in the illusionary city of the library. If they can get that far, it will be extremely impressive. In that case, there isn't much to worry about. Nobody will even know that it exists. Are you going to have Opal set in illusionary domain here as well? Karl shook his head. No, I'm going to set one with an illusion element stone. We can have the gargoyles set up in a manicured garden area with a hedge maze. The 3 exits will lead to the 3 ways out of the main room and back into reality. It will give the researchers and crafters a place to relax as well, without having to be far from their labs. I'm thinking that a second illusion to expand the crafting area would be good as well. There isn't a lot of room to have dozens of workers down here. Dana nodded, then yawned. You work on that. I'm going to bed. Karl laughed and swept her up in his arms. No, we're going to bed. I will take care of the space in the morning. It's not that big of a rush job. Lotus woke Karl sometime the next morning by poking him repeatedly in the face while pacing in place. What's up? You're awfully excited this morning, Karl asked, while adjusting Dana in his arms. Dave says that we've got guests coming soon. Lotus explained. And that has you so excited? Lotus shook her head. Tessa is making chocolate chip raspberry pancakes for breakfast. That made more sense. Now that he was awake, Lotus ran out of the room, headed for the kitchen on the main floor. So Karl carried a drowsy Dana to the shower to get ready for the day. They were ready just in time, as it happened. Dave was knocking at the door as Karl came down the stairs, chasing the smell of pancakes. Ah, good morning. Have you eaten? We have breakfast ready. Dave shook his head, and a small pair of fluffy ears poked past him, sniffing the air. Oh, you're evil. Karl laughed, as he realized that Dave had brought him a royal-ranked bunnykin girl. Plus, whoever else was outside the door. These are the rejected potential crafters I told you about. They couldn't raise the tax fees or their ranks fast enough to stay in the guilds that they applied to, and they've been doing odd jobs around the city. I hired them to do a deep clean of some of the houses in the compound last month, but I think that they're perfect for your guild, as they were all hoping for crafting jobs. Dave explained, then chuckled as the girl poked past the other side of him, still sniffing the air. Come in, there should be plenty for everyone, and we can keep cooking once the chaos ends. Dave smirked, but the girl didn't realize the danger that she was in until a squealing green missile grabbed her and spun her in circles. You're here to join our guild? That is wonderful. What trade skill did you want? Do you have a class? What class? Oh, we're going to be such good friends. Lotus' excited rambling and the sudden manhandling caught the girl off guard, and she wasn't sure how to respond. But after a few seconds, Ophelia picked both of them up and physically separated Lotus from the applicant. We discussed this. What did we decide? She asked the errant cleric. Even if they're adorable, no manhandling without asking permission. Lotus sighed. Then she looked at the girl. Do I have permission? You're so fluffy and small. The girl looked terrified as she turned to Dave. Where did you bring us? The druid laughed. It's just one green dragon cleric. She will calm down in a minute. This is the Darklight host, the new crafting guild who has joined our Nara group guild alliance. They are willing to take in young members without trade skills, train them, and help them advance. They don't care that you don't bring any existing marketable crafting skills to the guild. They'll train you from the ground up. The bunny nodded. That was an incredibly rare thing in Xylaz, where everyone wanted instant gratification at the very highest levels of skill. Investing years into an apprentice whose loyalty and progress you couldn't guarantee was a lot to ask when space was this limited and the head tax was so high. Ophelia put the girl down, but kept Lotus in her arms as the cleric took out a rolled pancake and offered her a bite. Please, do come in. We will meet everyone over breakfast. But first, do we have any idea what skill everyone hoped to gain? Karl asked. The cool one. They all replied in unison. Ophelia laughed as she munched on the pancake, then licked Lotus' fingers clean. It looks like you've got your work cut out for you then, Monster Man. You've got the cool skill. She joked. Better question, who has a class or skill that can create solid objects permanently? Karl tried. Again, all their hands went up. Karl activated the nameplates in his system interface and tried not to laugh. Every single one was in a pale yellow color, and when Karl inspected them, they were listed as Phantom Path Rogue. What is the skill that creates something solid and permanent? Karl asked. The bunny held out her hands and two items appeared. A kitchen knife and a broom. Really? The girl nodded. It can be any sort of non-magical tool. I can even make daggers and short swords or bows. Well, that wasn't as terrible as Karl had feared. Plus, it should have remarkable synergy with the skills of a rune master if the addition of the runes didn't cause problems with the created tools. But the fact that she had thought of household tools first told Karl that this group was not made up of people who should be sent into a dungeon. Dave led everyone inside, while Karl took count of the new applicants. There were 12 in total, all royal ranked. They all had the same class, which was odd, as it was an uncommon subclass, but more importantly, they were all small for their species and young. None were full-grown adults, and most were dragonkin boys. But there were 4 bunny girls that the others seemed protective of. Tessa had heard the chaos and was already working on bringing out more breakfast for everyone. She kept food stored in her inventory, so most of it just needed heating for a short-notice meal, even when it was for a dozen starving students. All right, everyone, meet our new students. Everyone, introduce yourself. Karl insisted, and they all panicked. Dave chuckled. Welcome to part 1 of the Why They Have Issues in a Guild Setting show. Every single one of them has major social anxiety. Karl smiled at them. That's all right. I can actually see your names with the system interface. Though there are some issues. I don't know if some of these names are a joke of some sort, or if I don't get the pronunciation. There are 4 girls, all named variations of Lala, and 8 boys named variations of Ahmed. The bunny girl who had been brave enough to peek around Dave nodded happily. Lala is the name of our goddess, and Ahmed III is the current king of Sholah. There are plenty of boys named after him because it's supposed to bring good fortune and strength. She explained. All right, we will find individual nicknames for everyone as we go. But first, get a good breakfast because I'm going to introduce you all to rune crafting and start your training while I renovate the work area. Karl insisted. Dave smiled as he took a seat at the table. You don't mind if I hang around for that, do you? I'm intrigued both by your confidence that they can learn a trade skill and by what you might do to your villa. He explained. Not at all. Normally, I would call it a guild secret. But as we're in an alliance, there's no harm in you knowing, as long as you know not to spread it too far. Karl agreed. Now I'm definitely not leaving. What could you possibly do that would shock me to the point that it would matter to other guilds? Dave asked. Karl stood up and reached out to tousle the hair of all 4 bunnies, then activated. Follow me, little one. Beast Master Champion Karl offers knowledge skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the fluffy bunny Lala. Dave gave Karl a confused look as the bunnies leapt up and hugged him while crying, but smiling. What did you do? He asked. Taught them the basics of runecrafting and gave them the trade skill. These are my bunnies now. Karl replied, then stuck out his tongue at Lotus, who rolled her eyes at him. Of course, the Karl would steal all the bunnies. Then Karl moved on to the others and taught the dragonkin the runecrafting skill, preparing them all for their first lessons of the day. Dave sighed. If I had known it was that easy to learn a crafting skill, I would have done it ages ago, just to have a little something on the side. Everyone in the room except Karl laughed at his mournful tone. It really isn't that easy. I actually have a specific skill that lets me teach guild members a single skill that I know. Karl explained, then belatedly sent guild invitations to the dozen recruits. The shock on their faces doubled, as they were being invited as full members, and not just apprentices hanging around hoping for scraps. Are you that confident that you can make them into valuable crafters for the guild, that you would take them as full members right away? It's considered a great shame for full members who are forced out. Dave asked. Karl chuckled. I am confident in their skills growth. And if they're slacking, I can set a bodyguard on them to keep them training. Or I can just assign them to the task of keeping Lotus from getting bored. But their growth should be smooth enough as well. As long as they make it to Overlord in the next few years, They can do 90% of what the guild needs. And I know that we can make that possible with the appropriate application of alchemy and mana overloads. Steve chuckled. There were likely more than a few workers' rights laws abuses involved in his plan, but Karl was certainly confident it would work. I will ask 2 of my companions, Tion and Lotus, to stay here and watch the new arrivals for a moment after I get them started. Steve, I am headed to the second basement to do some renovations, and I think that you will want to see this part, Karl announced. Lotus cheered, while Tion laughed, having seen through Karl's thoughts. He could make all sorts of basic items, and while he wasn't a master at fancy decorations, they also weren't common-grade non-magical tools. So, he could make the base items for the new arrivals. Karl took out a notepad and wrote down a string of runes for enhanced sharpness and physical damage. Everyone, inspect these runes closely. You should be able to read them now with the skill that I have given you, and I want you to write them down on a blade of your choice. It doesn't matter if it is a dagger, a kitchen knife, or a sword. It really doesn't matter. These are just practice, so don't be too hard on yourself if they don't work out quite right the first time. If the ones you can make yourself don't work, Tion will help you get them right. The Beastkin and Dragonkin apprentices looked doubtful that the little ball of fluff being affectionately mauled by the green dragon cleric could actually help them. But when Tion flicked his tail, a dozen flat-sided daggers appeared on the table. All right, start with his creations. I am going to prepare the workshop. Karl motioned for Steve to follow him downstairs, into the second basement level, where the labs were. Oh, this one is more of a secure facility. Ours was set up as an open floor plan textile factory with dozens of tables where they had sewing machines set up. Steve noted, that's not a terrible idea. We could give them individual work tables. But I have something more interesting in mind. Karl hummed to himself as he focused on the vision of the garden and began to inscribe an arcane element gem. It wasn't as good as an illusion gem for the purpose, but they were short on those, so he left them all to Opal, who could make the best use of them. The arcane gem was sort of a catch-all for any sort of spells, and while it didn't give any sort of boost to what was written on it, it also wouldn't interfere with the spells. He had picked a larger stone, as the illusionary domain was a complex ability, but it didn't have to be powerful to just give the appearance of an outdoor receiving area. Then, he took out a totem-ranked earth stone and inscribed it with the gargoyle spell. Steve watched in silence as Karl covered the 2 stones in runes, wondering what sort of defensive array the monster man was setting up for the workshops. Then, Karl activated the 2 spells together and placed the stones inside an earth magic-created plinth by the door to the stairs. Unless someone actually destroyed the plinth or the illusion, they would never find the core of the spell. But the area appeared to be massive compared to what Steve knew it to be. How does this work? Do we just run into the real rooms and then feel around for the doors? He asked, admiring the garden, where a group of 12 small griffin-shaped gargoyles were playing. If you exit the garden from one of the 3 openings, you will find yourself in one of the hallways in the actual room. Then you can move freely through the actual basement. You just need to pass through the garden to get to the real room. But I'm not quite done yet. There is one more addition to make this room perfect, Karl explained. Then, he went to the back of the garden, where a small open area was surrounded by curved benches. Karl created a replica of the system's stones using earth manipulation, but covered in the runes for portal. The spell was directly linked to the illusionary domain in the library of the guild house, so as long as it remained active, you could just walk from one to the other. Emma, one of the alchemists working in the labs nearby, came out and waved at Karl. Welcome back, Master Karl. Is Miss Remy coming back to train us for a while? She asked. Remy came out to visit her students, now that someone had reminded her. I will visit for a while. The portal is going to remain open to the new villa that we acquired, so we can move back and forth as we need. I have so much to teach you, and the Karl has new students again today, so he can do a skills class with the rune people. Remy explained. Oh, more crafters? That's a good thing. They're working us to the bone here. No matter how fast we finish things for the market, they just get bought out instantly. We had to delist most of the stock for the common items from the guild store so that we actually had stock for the in-person customers. The alchemist explained. Karl smiled at her. Sorry for the trouble. They were a bit short on craftsmen here, but we will get caught up soon enough. There are only 1,000 alliance members, plus some associates, so they'll all get the essentials soon. Steve, who had been standing silently to the side, stepped up and looked through the portal. That should be an illusionary world as well, right? Where did you link the portal to, and how long do you plan to keep it open? Karl nodded. It's an illusionary domain at our guild house in Drod, and I was going to just make the portal self-sustaining, so that anyone who stepped on the platform could open it at will. Give me a moment, and I will make a matching set on the other side, so that the portal from here will have a security system. Dave looked confused, so Karl explained. If either side is blocked or the activation sequence is locked, it will stop the portal from activating if they're linked. So, either side can just put the magical equivalent of a lock on the door if there is trouble. Then, we don't need to worry about intruders invading from the other house, while guild members can just move back and forth. Dave smiled in understanding. Brilliant. And if intruders want to get in, they have to get past these gargoyles, who I suspect aren't as friendly to strangers. The little griffins seemed to take after Thor, and they were begging for head pats from the druid. I think it's your nature affinity. The gargoyles are normally much less interested in strangers. It will be difficult to keep the green dragon cleric out of here, though, so they won't get bored. While they talked, Karl was quietly using earth manipulation to add tables and benches to the labs outside the illusion, filling the workspaces so that the new group could split up to work on the projects that they needed. That is magnificent. The level of versatility that your class and crafting skills give is beyond anything that I have come across before. Dave sighed as Karl let the portal close so that Remy could get to work with her students. It really is. When I was young, I used to hear the phrase jack of all trades, master of none. Normally, it was used as a derogatory for someone who couldn't hold a job. But in a way, that is what my class is, except it's good at nearly everything. Karl agreed. Dave shrugged. Every guild master has a little something that sets them apart. For you, it's got to be the fact that you have an answer for every situation. Most of us protect our guilds with pure brute force, but you pull them in by having something to offer everyone. It's brilliant, really. All the advantages of a larger guild, but with that small guild family feeling. When you've got 200 official members in a branch, plus apprentices, employees, and hang-arounds, it's impossible to know everyone on that level. So, the big guilds feel more like an employment contract, even though technically, they all are. Karl led Dave back up the stairs, followed by one of the gargoyles. He hadn't specifically limited them to the illusion, and the spell caused them to want to protect the property in general. Lotus watched the small creature fly around the main floor, inspecting its territory for the first time. Did you make tiny flying gargoyles? She asked, verifying what she was seeing. Cute, aren't they? They're set to guard the basement area, where I put a protective illusion, but they'll keep guard on the rest of the house as well. Karl agreed. The griffin had perched on the banister at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor, where it could watch everything happening in the common areas of the house, and Lotus was giving Karl a suspicious look. You made them fly so that I can't catch them, didn't you? Karl put a hand over his heart. I made them feathered and furry with fluffy tails and shiny beaks, and still, you're suspicious of my motives. Dave smirked as he watched their interactions. Karl really had mastered handling a nature cleric. His didn't even look like she was high all the time, and Dave hadn't even known it was possible to stop them from getting bored and stoned when they didn't have anything to do. Maybe that was the trick? Just plan far enough ahead, and you could keep them from getting sidetracked. For example, Lotus had already gotten past her dismay and was creeping up the stairs to go inspect the gargoyle, who was currently watching her with great interest. They were guardians of the house and the people who belonged in it. It really had no reason to run away from her. If she was right next to it, the golem could be sure that she was safe. What it did do was back away from the railing, so that the enthusiastic cleric didn't fall down the stairs. Dave tapped his chin and nodded in satisfaction at some internal thought. Since I'm here now, I don't suppose that I could get bumped to the front of the line for a new set of gear? I've had terrible luck with armor, and while I've got a number of excellent accessories for my class, the armor sets that you made for the others would be a definite upgrade for me. He asked suggestively. Oh, so there was an ulterior motive, beyond bringing me the new apprentices. But fear not, you were actually at the top of the list for new gear anyhow, as Ray was already working on a design that a druid would like before she got sidetracked making cute things for the other myths. Ray nodded in agreement. It's a good suit. I know that you're a bear tank, like our berserker, but the armor was intended to look good for casual wear. I have it finished already, we just need Karl to do some upgrades, and then hit it with a spell stone to make it really shine. Karl wondered what the druid might actually need. He had limited invulnerability and crushing blows already, and Karl had taught him bestial regeneration. Those were the core skills of any tank. So, Karl decided to go with something that would give him a bit more enjoyment out of battle. Gravity Slam. When he was finished, the armor was completely enhanced for damage reduction, avoidance, strength, agility, and regeneration speed increase. The only part of the set of armor that wasn't purely defensive was the spell on it. That way, it would do the most it could to boost the druid's tanking ability, while leaving him the versatility to use accessories to decide if he needed to take less damage or do more of it. Item created, Totem Rank, Totem Grade. Protector's Armor of Dominance. Adds 10-50 points to damage reduction, 20% bonus to agility. Increases strength by 5% per rank of the wearer. Additional effects, Self-Repair Level 2, Gravity Slam. Dave stared at the armor with an awestruck look on his face, and even Ray hummed in appreciation. You should call your wife over so she can see this before you equip it. I'm sure it will set her mind at ease knowing that you're so well protected. Ray suggested. Dave snorted in amusement. And have her show up with all our kids? I'd never get her back out again. I swear I love that woman to bits, but she drives me insane some days. Ray shrugged. Letting a family of humanoid badger children meet Kara seemed like a fun idea. At the very least, she could wear them out for the evening, so the mother badger could sleep. Dave shook Karl's hand, and then equipped the armor before he set out payment on the work table. Then, he headed out to go show his family his new equipment. He would look for more pieces later, but for now, he had something to show off to his wife. That left Karl and the new apprentices without supervision for the first time, and he could really start training them. More than the simple examples that he had them working on while he did the illusions in the basement. Will we be able to do things like that one day? Lala asked. Karl smiled. If you can't, I would be disappointed. But I don't expect that to be anytime soon. You've got learning to do, and some of those abilities won't be available until you're an overlord or totem. So, you've got some time, and we can start getting you on the basics that the Guild Alliance has been requesting. I know that it's a bit of a rapid transition, but we've got 1,000 people clamoring for new items. The faster we can get through the first rush of requests, the better. The bunny nodded. That makes sense. Like when you do a deep clean of a house. You don't start with the corners and closets, which need the most work. You start with the common areas and bedrooms so that they notice your work faster. Then you do the hard parts when they're in a good mood, so they can see you working hard at the difficult parts. Karl chuckled. If you did the hard parts first, they would think you were lazy or incompetent. But if you did the easy parts first, they would have something to compare it to. All right, since you're royal rank, we will have you make items for the warriors at the overlord rank. They're the most requested items, and I've already messaged the Drod Guild House to let them know that I will be having you make the simple items, so they can focus on the more ornate ones. You're at the same power level, for the most part. Some of them are still commanders, and most are royals, just like your group. But they're mostly sculptors who were trained in runecrafting. Karl created a chalkboard and drew a picture of a bracelet. Then the runes for skill damage and strength increased to the largest possible degree. That was what would make the warriors happiest, and they could wear one on each arm. That meant they were going to need a huge number of them, but they didn't have to be particularly decorative. Then Karl drew a second bracelet and the runes for self-repair and external focus. That would approximate the mending spell that the clerics could use to fix gear. The second one is for you to keep for yourselves. It is used to patch damaged items and gear. Not as good as a professional, but it will keep them together well enough. You don't need it today, but you will soon. Once you have one, you're on the warrior bracelets. Royal rank equipment is low for overlords, but with this set of runes for skill damage and stacking strength, it should come out as an epic item, and that will make the bonus enough that they will take it anyhow. He explained. Then, Tion created a whole pile of silver bracelets in the middle of the table for everyone to pick from. In theory, Karl could let them do the writing, and then upgrade the items himself, as the metal was capable of holding totem-ranked enchantments. But that was a higher price point than what the overlords could easily afford. What are these directions? One of the dragonkin asked. The stroke order. Instead of having someone show you directly, the number and arrow tell you the order. He smiled as he understood, then began to carve the metal to begin his first attempt. Then, Karl turned to Ophelia, who had her arms around Lotus to keep her from interfering with their work. Why don't we have Remy help everyone pass the bottleneck today? Then we can find out about the Overlord rank dungeons and let you all get some battle experience a rank ahead, he suggested. Naksha frowned. She was still too close to the start of Overlord for this to be likely to work for her, but she wanted the potion anyhow, just in case she could be a totem already. Remy came out with a whole tray of potions that had everyone's names on them, as well as a pair of activated healing totems. Just in case. Dana stared suspiciously at the tray. She had not forgotten how this went for her, but she couldn't be sure that this wasn't the same potion, as she had been half awake and hadn't really examined it. I'm sure that this version is fixed. Definitely more gentle than version Dana. No worse than a mana flush from the shrine at the guild house. Remy promised. The major difference was that a mana flush was voluntary, and you could stop it if it got too intense. But the potion came with the advantage that it would help train your body in more powerful mana, instead of having to understand it in advance, as was needed to break through with a mana flush. Ophelia patted the little cleric. I say we have Lotus go first, in case something goes wrong with the rest of us. She's the only one who can resurrect, but we've got more healers ready for her. Tion stood up and fluffed his tail, making the workers laugh. But Lotus had faith in him. The little fox had incredible healing skills. All right, let's get this going. Lotus decided, then grabbed her own potion off the tray and downed it in one long gulp. Good volume, questionable flavor. Tastes too much like herbal medicine. Lotus noted with a bitter look on her face. Remy shrugged. There was nothing she could do about that. Added ingredients would alter the potion's effects. Then Lotus surged with gentle power and began to glow green and gold. That was new. Lotus glowed more brightly by the second, and her power began to grow rapidly before pausing at the bottleneck to Overlord. Then, it pushed right past, and the glowing effect began to fade. The work had stopped completely, and everyone was staring at the cleric. Nobody had warned them that the Darklight host could do crazy things like that. If they had known it was an option, they would have asked to be alchemists and learned how to make that potion for themselves. Lotus sat down on the floor, staring at nothing, but with a huge smile on her face as she recovered from the effect. Tessa cleared her throat, and Lotus gave her a thumbs up, but didn't say anything. I think she's just overwhelmed. I will go next, Naksha declared, and grabbed the potion with her name on it. She began to leak a dark black mist as the potion took effect, and her power soared, but it was clear that it was going to end far short of the totem-ranked bottleneck. It just didn't have the aura of totem-ranked energy that would be necessary for the breakthrough. Remy frowned. I think that the ingredients simply aren't powerful enough to go from Overlord to totem this way. Maybe if you were right at the bottleneck, but I might need better ingredients. Naksha shook out the tingling feeling from her arms, then cast a cleansing effect on herself after the effects of the potion ended. That's fine. I can feel the increase in my mana pool and spell power. When I transform to dragon form again, I suspect that I will be more powerful than I was before. That reminded Karl. He had a guild item to equip. Eternity's Blessing, artifact grade. Mythic rank. Equips in guild inventory. Activates the guild skill, Eternity, granting guild members the physical stats expected to be present at the peak of their life, at their current rank. He had gotten it as part of the settlement of the duel, but he had completely forgotten about equipping it in the guild inventory. He pulled up the interface and placed the item, then frowned at the system notice. Authorization lacking. Guild skill active for members of the Drod branch only. Well, that ruined his plan to surprise Supreme Lady Matilda, but it was good enough for his people. Not that they actually had any old and decrepit members or small children. The new assistants were young, but not young enough that it would be a huge change in their stats. Ophelia and Tessa took their potions, and Tessa began to glow red, while the Berserker just gave off an aura of powerful oppression. So, the glowing effect wasn't a new feature, it was a side effect of using it on dragon priestesses. One of the Lala bunnies pulled at Karl's sleeve as the girls recovered from the potion. Sir, is it possible that we will be able to buy that later? She whispered. Karl nodded. Remy just needs to grow a new batch of ingredients. She only had enough for these few potions. But once she has the materials, you will be with the other crafters in line to get your ranks advanced before we offer it to anyone else. Well, if someone found out about it and brought Remy the ingredients, she would make them one, then keep the rest of the batch for the guild. But that was unlikely. Many of these plants were effectively extinct, as rare as they were in the real world. The new apprentices cheered, even though they knew that if they went in order, they were like 20th in line. That was still relatively soon. It was also motivation for the commanders to work on their own growth in advance so that they could be royals before the potion was ready. That way, they could be monarchs right away, make really good stuff, and get some respect for their work. They got right back to work, turning out bracelets to prove that they had the skills to be worth the guild using a rare and powerful potion on. Because if they had to buy a totem-ranked advancement potion at retail prices, they would be old by the time they could afford it. Should we call someone over to find out about the dungeon options? Ophelia asked as the potion effect ended. Tessa gave her an incredulous look. They had literally just finished reaching Overlord, and already the Berserker was thinking of ways to go find a fight. That was devoted to battle, even for her. Did the advancement or the potion trigger some level of her Berserker rage? Really, Ophelia was just eager to test out her skills, but there was no space in the house for her to transform. Dana smiled. I will contact Hugo. He said that there are options for Overlord-ranked dungeons, and he can explain them to us. I would ask Dave, but I think that he will be busy for a while now that he's finally returned to his own house. In her space, Karl laughed. Dave had been hiding from a whole house full of badger chaos for too long. He would definitely be busy for the day. Dana paused as she sent the message. Hugo will be over in a few minutes with members of his Overlord-ranked team. They are apparently short on healers, so they want to make a proposal for us to go with a larger team. The dungeons that allow larger teams give better rewards, so they would like to invite us to do a few of those with the Alliance before we go to do the individual runs on our own. Though, I suspect that the clerics will get at least daily requests to join dungeons now that the Alliance is about to find out that they're all overlords. Naksha snorted in amusement. Tessa and Lotus surely would. But most people weren't nearly as comfortable hanging out with a black dragon as the Darklight host was. Nobody here seemed to even notice the black dragon's death aura that she naturally gave off. Hugo arrived within 10 minutes, accompanied by a group of 6 Overlord-ranked warriors with powerful builds. Miss Dana, thank you for the update. I brought the primary tanks from the 25 and 40-person Overlord raid teams. Both teams struggle to keep enough healers, as they run multiple times a week. Hugo greeted her as one of the gargoyles opened the door for him. Is that a gargoyle? One of the warriors asked, then paused halfway through reaching down to pet the small creature. Indeed it is. They're friendly if you're friendly, though. Dana agreed. The warrior smiled and ran his hand down the gargoyle's furry back as he followed the group in. So, the Darklight host has 3 clerics, a mage subclass, and a bear tank berserker at the Overlord rank now. Ask what you need to know. Hugo informed his warriors. The warriors looked at the group and decided to start with Dana and Ophelia. What are your specialties? A dragonkin man with scales down one side of his face asked. I am a mystic blade master, so my specialty is a pair of golems with auto parry and greatly increased attack speed. I can fight either at short range or long, but the golems are best up close. Dana replied. My new class is Ursine Avenger, and it's actually specialized in group damage reduction and self-healing in giant dire bear form. Ophelia added, Group damage reduction? The tank asked. I have limited invulnerability and a skill to redirect a portion of group damage to myself. So, I can tank a portion of the damage that the whole group would normally take and shrug it off, as long as the transferred damage pulses aren't more than limited invulnerability can deal with. If it gets too much, I can turn that off. But I am quite durable, and I have bestial regeneration as well, so I don't need too much healing. The warrior chuckled. So, you're saying that you're actually best suited as a main tank, but you prefer an off-tank or support warrior role. All right, we can work with that. Ophelia smiled. Being the main tank came with requirements of knowledge and guidance. They were the team leaders by default, as they were responsible for keeping the monsters under control. So, she wasn't at all upset about a role as supporting damage reduction and crowd control. I'm a healing tree. Lotus informed the group of tanks proudly, then laughed at their confused expressions. Tree of life, healing transformation. I specialize in large area and long duration healing. She elaborated. Tessa nodded politely at the group. I can heal as well as any other cleric, but Red Dragon clerics specialize in combat buffs, increasing the damage and defense of the group. I am a capable combatant when needed, but I don't lack for healing. Finally, Naksha shrugged. I'm an overlord-ranked black dragon. I can heal, I can kill. Both please the goddess. I don't have as many area healing spells as Lotus, but I do have significant area damage abilities. Now that she thought about it, she should get Karl to teach her those healing totems. They would be incredibly useful in a dungeon setting. Hopefully, she could use them, as they were a nature-oriented spell, and she was generally considered the reverse scale of all things natural. Quinn, the warrior who had been doing the questioning, smiled at the group. Well, that's a pleasant change from most of the other clerics. The white dragon clerics are very we heal, what more do you want? And the healing shamans are always out of mana. Lotus shrugged. We've all gotten so used to having eternal lightning on us in this group that we don't even have to think about mana in most fights. Even the mages struggle to run out with that level of regeneration. But even without it, my spells are very efficient, and I've got a huge amount of mana cost reduction and added healing on my gear. Is that something you can do while in another group? Quinn asked, confused. Lotus shrugged. Maybe. We can ask the Karl to make us something with the spell on it, so the healers don't run out of mana. Usually, Thor casts it. The behemoth. The warrior looked confused. You have a behemoth tanking for the group? Lotus frowned. Of course not. Tessa rides him into combat. The golem's tank. Karl resisted the urge to laugh as the whole group of overlords tried to determine how their whole battle strategy worked. How could they have golems doing all the tanking while they had a behemoth and a giant dire bear in the group? Where did they even deploy? Oh, next time, we should have Ray make her Spectral Knights tank. There are a bunch of them, and they've got shields. Lotus added helpfully. Karl patted her head. We're talking about you and the others joining Overlord-ranked missions, and Ray is a totem now. It would be a bit unfair to let her loose in an Overlord-ranked dungeon. Quinn chuckled. Just how many summoned helpers does your group have in total? Lotus quickly counted on her fingers. Dana's 5, Karl's 5, Ray has 2 plus the dozen or so undead. Then Remy has 2. So 20. Quinn blinked slowly at her attempt to do math. It was a good thing that the green dragon had chosen this one. She had given up on the calculations halfway through. So, with just the 6 of you, you've got a whole raid team worth of fighters? Or at least melee combat golems. Lotus nodded. But some of them are advanced ones that can use magic from a distance. The warrior sighed. If only they were all still overlords. We could steamroll the dungeon. Hugo shrugged. I'm sure that the totem rank teams will be plenty happy to have him once he finishes with the backlog of orders that we placed. The warriors rolled their eyes at him while he wasn't looking their way. There was no we as far as they were concerned. They hadn't gotten a chance to make custom orders like the more powerful members had. They just bought out what they could from the guild store and hoped for the best in the next round of restocked items. Quinn and the other overlord-ranked warriors conferred quietly for a moment, then made an offer to the ladies. We can make enough spots in a 25-person run. If you're confident that you can do the job, then, once we have seen what you can do, we can work out how to arrange things for future runs. He offered. Tessa nodded. That works for us. We're good as a 5-person team, though we might be a bit short on damage compared to some teams. So, I think that you shouldn't have any issues finding teams that we could fit with, even if it was just for the larger teams. Quinn nodded. If you won't need a new team for the 5-person dungeons, then we can just slot you into the larger teams for the time being. We need the healing, and there's always room for more classes that aren't warrior. The others nodded in agreement. Warrior skills didn't leave a lot of versatility. They were all using the same set of basic skills, and very few of them had managed to find a way to gain an advanced class. Out of those who did, they were mostly paladins, which still made them main tanks, but with a bit of side healing. That was useful, but not really a change from the basic warrior template. Alright, when does the next group go to the dungeon? Dana asked. They were all advanced now, and eager to test out their skills as a group, especially without Thor and Karl buffing them and the group to invincibility. Not that they were unappreciative of the protection, but sometimes you needed to know just what you were capable of on your own. Tessa had already explained that to Thor, who was eager to come along with them. Letting Tessa go to battle without him just didn't feel right. The next run is tomorrow afternoon. It takes about 2 hours, and we prefer to go after lunch when the morning rush has died down. There is a toll on the way out, so we use the group loot function of the system interface, and it drops all the loot at the end for the team to sort. Quinn explained. Tessa shrugged. That makes sense. It's easier than having to go through everyone and risk someone starting trouble or pretending they got less than they did. The collectors surely know what their share of the run's loot should be. Wonderful. If you would like to join us, I will let the others know, and we can shuffle the team to give some of the members a day off. They've been working overtime to make up for the healer shortage. Normally, everyone only goes twice a week, so they don't burn out. But some of the more highly demanded classes, like tanks, healers, and golem spec mages get much more frequent requests, especially healers. We will apologize in advance for the fact that you're likely going to get a message every day requesting one or more healers for alliance runs. Lotus winked at him. If they're desperate, they can come over to plead their case. We can have cake and coffee. Quinn laughed. I can see how this ends now. The warriors come to plead for a healer. The nature priestess gets to meet new people and throw a tea party, and then someone goes off to do the run. Lotus nodded in satisfaction. If you show up at just the right time, you might even get to test new and experimental potions. Quinn frowned. Why does that sound more like a threat? Lotus shrugged. Remy is at 0 deaths so far. Plus, she's come up with some really cool things, like the scent repellent soap, the anti-aging cream, and even a cure for baldness. One of the warriors cleared his throat, and Lotus giggled. There is stock in the guild store. You can buy a bottle if you need. It's a cream, and it works really well, so don't go overboard. A small container of cream appeared in the man's hand a second later, and he took off his hat, revealing the fully bald top of his head, despite his apparent youth. The man slathered the entire small tub of cream on his head, while Lotus laughed. I take it that is a prank product? Quinn asked. It is when you use it like that. Just watch. Over the next 10 seconds, thick black hair began to sprout from his head, while his body heat softened the cream, which began to drip down his forehead and cheeks. But the man was so intently watching the sprouting hair that he didn't bother to do anything about it. His baldness was long gone, and the new hair growth was rapidly exceeding the length of Lotus' own pixie cut. But the real changes were in his eyebrows and his scraggly, youthful beard. As the formerly bald warrior began to focus on the fact that he had used too much cream, he decided to wipe it away. First on his face, not realizing that his beard growth was only moments behind the hair on his head. Then he panicked and tried putting it back in the container. However, the cream expanded as it warmed, and the little jar rapidly filled with creamy liquid. While he tried to salvage the situation, his beard began to sprout. First a youthful goatee, then a bushy mountain man beard, and finally into full dwarven majesty. The magic of the cream is used up after you apply it. No need to try to salvage it. Lotus informed the panicked warrior, who now sported more hair than most of the beastkin, despite being a half-blooded dragonkin. Bro, that beard is epic. One of the other warriors informed him, trying and failing to take the situation seriously. How long does this effect last? The now hairy warrior asked, not calming down at all. It's just hair. If you don't want so much, just trim it. But the hairline should last at least a few years. It just resets it back to your natural hairline. So you'll lose it again naturally, but not right away. Karl explained, as Lotus was laughing too hard at the man's still growing hair. Lotus brought out a tray of small sandwiches and placed it on the table. If we've got a few hours before the run, we have time for a snack. Come, sit down, and let's talk about the dungeon. She insisted. Hugo motioned to Karl, suggesting that they should leave. Karl nodded and gestured to the new crafters. Let's bring you down to the basement and get you working in your proper shops. Guildmaster, would you like to join us? I will be spending some time working while the others head off to test their skills. Of course, it's always interesting to watch a master in action, even if I don't know exactly what you are doing. Hugo agreed. When they got downstairs, the gargoyles greeted them happily, bumping up against the new arrivals for attention, and Karl realized that their personality certainly wasn't set by the spell, as the group at the guild house were very silent and serious, sitting on the walls watching for intruders. These ones were happy to meet people, as long as someone from the guild was with them. This is our workspace. One of the new arrivals asked in wonder. Actually, this is the landing area. There is a portal to the Drod guild house over there, and this area is security before you pass through to the work areas or the villa. If you exit the maze, you will be in the actual room. Karl explained. What a fascinating use of the illusionary domain spell. What happens if someone breaks the domain? Hugo asked. Then they get to deal with the defensive barriers and a dozen enraged gargoyles. The other end is a single target platform to our guild house, so I'm not expecting too much trouble through this portal. Karl agreed. Hugo smiled. It would be quite the convenience for the warriors, though. The ability to go all the way to Drod in a single jump. The great disadvantages to being a warrior: you're at the mercy of the mages to get around more quickly. But as I can use the portal spell, it's more about the amount of the world that I have seen than the actual distance. Karl agreed. Hugo shook his head in response to Karl's comment. No, I meant that the Naraletum Lake region is notoriously hard to travel in and out of with magic, due to the instability from the dungeon portals. Most mages have to go to Sholaha City first to get far enough away to use a longer-range spell. Well, that or go to Kizdila in Nulnulgat. But that attracts too much attention when it's a mythic group going somewhere. So, we usually send assistance when we need something, and that is a gigantic headache. But with your people in the Alliance, we can likely request someone as a personal shopper to deliver to your house here for our people to pick up. Even if there is a substantial delivery fee, it will most likely be cheaper than getting it locally for anything under Overlord ranked. And who needs to do that much expensive shopping? Karl nodded. I get it now. Because of the fees, everything is balanced around the income from totem and mythic dungeons. So, even the most common of items are expensive. Hugo nodded. If we pick them up in Sholaha, we can save a bit. But who has time to search out a powerful mage to go get toiletries and new socks? Plus, you need to be good friends to convince someone to go shopping for socks with you. Karl laughed. We've got staff at the guild house, and I can hire one or two more so that they can do all the shopping you need. It might make the front room look a bit like a general store, but I would prefer to only send guild members through that portal, as it leads to a secure location, and the guards there wouldn't react well to strangers. Hugo shrugged. That's fine by me. If they don't live here, they don't have to be paid the full local rate, either. It will make delivery cheaper. I can give you a map of the compound, so they can do door-to-door deliveries as well. I'm sure that our Alliance members probably tip better than Drod food delivery workers usually get. Karl sent a brief message to Caretaker Joe, informing her of the situation, and the demoness was quick to respond that she could add it to the morning routine. Hire 2 more shoppers. Mara is too small to do all the deliveries, even with a cart. There are 1,000 guild members here who need random stuff. You can let her deliver it to the house here if you want. Mara, the small gecko lizard folk girl they had taken in as the caretaker's apprentice, was under 1.5 meters tall and not yet 10 years old. While she had the enthusiasm, she was not well suited to carrying supplies up the stairs. It was a moment before Joe replied. The kitchen staff have someone in mind to be our full-time errand runner. They have a class, so they can put the items in inventory, and then Winnie has volunteered to do the deliveries. She's quite excited to see the new location and all the people who have been on the road. Winnie was a commander rank member of the runecrafting team, so she was actually quite busy, but she was also very fond of seeing new things and learning new magic, both of which were common here. The assistants had mostly finished exploring the garden and were headed out the sides of the hedge maze, while Hugo waited for Karl to finish his silent conversation. I've got it all sorted. They'll hire 2 shoppers, and then my apprentice will bring the goods here to make the deliveries. You have an apprentice? Not just guild crafters, like these ones. Karl smiled. Well, I am a bit neglectful, but there are a few who are closer than others. One of the sculptors and one of the rune crafting apprentices. You'll see when she arrives. Do you have an initial shopping list? Hugo looked sheepish as he held out the paper. As he had said, it was a bit embarrassing to ask a powerful mage to go shopping for necessities. Karl forwarded the list to Joe, who promised him it would be there within an hour. There was nothing on the list that couldn't be bought in bulk within a 10-minute walk from the house, as the shops in the area specialized in loading full merchant caravans. There would be a small extra fee, as the shoppers needed to go in and out of the city, but Karl was happy to cover that, and it would still be within the budget that Hugo had set. It was a concerning amount of product, though. Hopefully, the shoppers had a class that let them store bulk goods. But Karl wondered how Wendy was going to deal with it. Well, that could be a test for her, since she volunteered. But Winnie had a secret weapon. She had purchased 4 storage rings to supplement her inventory, and now she had the chance to show them off as she loaded them up with deliveries. What are you making next? Hugo asked as Karl led him toward the exit of the maze. First, a gift for my apprentice. Then I'm going to start on the armor that our Grandmaster Blacksmith just finished. I transferred him plenty of high-end materials, and he spent all night making a full suit of plate armor with fire and poison resistance capped out, per the request of most of the totem rank tanks. If this is satisfactory, he will make the metal armors that the mythic warriors requested. It will just take a day or two per suit. Hugo looked a bit embarrassed. I know that we're holding up production, but I'm not going to apologize for the request. Don't feel bad. The shop is always busy with something. Plus, I've now got an overlord rank nature cleric who can make wooden weapons when we need them. The magical wood holds runes very well, and I can make a half dozen an hour if I need. Karl explained. The transfer was made to the store's storage, but it wasn't just the one set. One suit of armor was obviously made by Ashbringer, but there were 10 more made to a slightly lower quality standard, out of the same materials. Ashbringer, did you learn a new trick? Karl asked. The demon laughed as he replied. I could only wish. But no, I hired a dwarven forge in the outer city. Their levels aren't high, but they're dwarves, so the craftsmanship is pretty good and the price is reasonable, as they're still considered journeymen. You can deal with the upgrading of the pieces, and the material alone will give it a solid base. We all win. The armor is made on a budget, with a bit of extra material. They get their skills and ranks improved, as they have the dwarven smith as their class. The Darklight host was slowly taking over Drod. I will give you permissions to take apprentices into the guild, if you want to make them part of our team permanently. One Grandmaster will not be enough forge workers to keep up with demand, not even for the Alliance. Once they start actually using this armor, they're going to put it through hell, and that means sending it back for regular repairs. Karl reminded him. All right, I will think about it. How many spaces do we have? 100 in total for the branch, so we've got around 70 left. Don't worry about a shop worth of new workers if they want to join. The garden vanished as Karl stepped through the arched exit of the maze, and he was left standing on one side of the large room, where the runecrafters were sorting through all the wooden accessories that had been made by the Orcish druids at the Drod house. They were simple, but they had been working on their creation skills, and the outer surface looked like entwined vines. That was likely because that was how they were actually made, before the inner surface was smooth to be used as bracelets and rings. But it was good enough for their royal rank bulk items. Karl moved to an empty table and brought out the suit that Ashbringer had created. Oh, that is nice. I can see why your smith takes his time, even though he could stamp out plates with magic much faster. Hugo noted. Karl nodded. Yeah, it also helps the armor's base stats before I start modifying them. Poor craftsmanship with expensive materials is mostly just wasteful. If we were making royal ranked armor, he would have the ability to just press them out in a die. But if we're going to make it into something decent, we all need to put in the work. Hugo watched silently as Karl worked, covering the entire inside of the armor with runes. The armor was just so receptive to the magic that he decided to make it a totem-ranked and totem-grade item for the mythic warriors. If he could get their work out of the way first, it would be best. They were the major income source for the Alliance, so everyone benefited when they got more efficient. Karl finished and nodded in satisfaction at the suit in front of him. Item created, totem rank, totem grade, indestructible plate of the stalwart defender. Adds 1400 points of damage reduction, reduces damage taken by 2%, 10% bonus to movement speed, 20% resistance to poison and fire element attacks. Additional effects, self-repair level 7. Earth Shield, Elemental Barrier Skill. Hugo hummed as he stared at the armor. That is truly impressive, and it comes with its own barrier skill. That's not something that most warriors get. So how are you going to decide who gets it? Karl smiled and took out the list from the other night. First come, first served. And if there are any complaints about that, I will blame Dave. At the very least, he can take a punch. Hugo laughed, knowing that the same was true of Karl. Well, that makes sense. What happened to the plan of making armor for the totems first? Karl shrugged. The combination of metals just worked out too well, so I went all out. In fact, I'll likely do the same for the other sets that I have today. They're not as fancy, but if they get the same stats, I can just give this one to Raj and claim that it's because he's guild master and not because I only had one like it in stock. Hugo gave a full-bellied laugh, holding his sides. I think that's a trade secret that you're not supposed to share with others. But I am certain that Guild Master Raj will approve of getting the fanciest of the suits. Come to think of it, there were 2 other warriors among the guild masters. Well, supply issues would have to serve as an excuse for everything. Wendy arrived just after Karl finished with the first suit of armor, and Karl got a flood of messages. I'm here. Oh, there's Griffin puppies. Does Lotus know? Where are you? How do I get out of here? Karl laughed, and Hugo gave him a strange look. The shopper is here with the first batch of delivery orders. Karl explained. The massive mage smiled at what they were likely to be experiencing in the maze right now. What sort of shopper did they send? He asked instead. A teenage demoness. She's a commander rank mage, and always eager to see new spells and places. I promised her dad I would keep her safe, but I can't see anyone here attacking her while she's making deliveries. Karl explained. Hugo shook his head. It would flag them within their guild for attacking an alliance member. Nobody would risk being expelled to steal someone else's shopping. Karl went to the maze to meet Wendy, who was wrapped around a gargoyle, nuzzling its face. Ah, you made it. Welcome. I've got a map of the delivery locations for you. Did you separate everything by individual orders? Karl asked. Wendy nodded, but didn't look up. Yeah, they're all in paper bags, except a few big ones that are in boxes. I put names on them. I just need to know where they go. Karl passed her the map of the various guild manors within the complex, and Wendy smiled. There was only one house per guild, for the most part. So, she could just drop off an entire pile of shopping with their staff, but still get to meet new people. Then she realized Hugo was standing beside Karl. Hello, Guildmaster Hugo. Oh, you're a mage. Totally didn't expect that. Hugo chuckled at her candid response. I get that a lot. I don't have the traditional mage build, but I have excellent compatibility with new magic. Wendy smiled. New spells are the greatest thing ever. Do you have cuddly golems? Dana has the cuddly golems. Hugo looked confused, so Karl explained. Her greater golem spell summons a pair of dragon hounds. Hugo nodded. I don't actually have the greater golem spell. I will have to get your Dana to try to explain it to me one day. Do you have golems as well? I suspect that you will be quite the powerful mage when you grow up. Wendy nodded eagerly, and then called the pair of juvenile, Sero-patterned golems. Oh, defensive golems. Great choice. So many mages focus entirely on offensive skills, but the world is overrun with warriors, and they're almost all attackers. Nobody wants to be the one taking the damage. Hugo joked. It was a lot of trust to put in other people, not just the healers, that they wouldn't let you die when the monsters got past your defenses, but also in the damage dealers, that they wouldn't slack and leave you in a bad spot. When they weren't taking the damage, and they weren't going to be blamed for the lack of healing, many didn't feel the urge to put real effort into the battles, and would just coast along doing just enough to not get yelled at. So, if the mages could back the tanks up with some defensive golems, it took a lot of pressure off, and made it much more obvious when the problem was the lack of damage. When the tank wasn't having problems holding the group, and all the monsters were occupied, it was hard to argue that the time taken to kill it was anything but the responsibility of the damage dealers. When the tank was doing his best to keep everything attacking him, they could say that they had to do what they were doing to not bring the monsters to them. How about I show Miss Wendy around, and then I will come back to see how the armor is coming? Hugo suggested. Karl nodded. I will do my best to have at least one more finished by the time that you two get back. You might as well bring Raj and someone else if you happen to see them on your route. Thank you for looking after my guild member. Hugo nodded. Wendy was definitely going to talk his ear off, but the young mage's enthusiasm was refreshing. Everyone who came here to attempt to join a guild for the dungeons was at least a little jaded by life. But she lived in a crafting warehouse and what sounded like a magical library. How exactly did a library in the guild house have a whole city outside the window? It had to be an application of the illusionary domain spell. But that explained why Karl was so confident about the security of the portal. When you broke an illusionary spell, you tended to end up in the equivalent location in real space. So, if you were in a city that was below a tower in the illusionary domain, you would end up buried in the ground somewhere near the guild house. That could very well be instantly fatal. Walking with Winnie was a new experience for Hugo. Everyone was somewhat intimidated by his power and position, but Wendy had no filter, and she greeted every mage that they passed, and even asked them random questions about magic. You really do love magic, don't you? Hugo asked. Wendy bobbed her head repeatedly in agreement. Very much so. I've learned my whole skill tree already, and 9 new spells from books or from Karl. If I keep up this pace, I should be able to get to 100 by the time I reach my 18th birthday. Is there a reason for wanting 100 spells? Wendy shrugged. Not really. But it's a nice round number, isn't it? 100 spells just sounds pleasant to say. Oh, I see the first house. Are they all inside this big building? Hugo nodded. Yes. It's safer to have the whole alliance stationed inside this one house, though most of the alliance's guild members live elsewhere or have bases in other cities. What did they order? A bit of everything. Towels, toothbrushes, our specialty soaps, alarm clocks. Just general household stuff. The orders of big stuff will have to be filled later. The shoppers didn't have room for them. But most of the guilds only ordered daily necessities. She explained. Wendy knocked on the door and Guild Master Raj answered, having sensed Hugo outside. Then, he was nearly buried in paper bags. Sir, your delivery is here. That's everything that your members put on the list. Wendy announced proudly. Hugo chuckled. You need to wait and ask him where to leave the bags. Nobody wants all their shopping set blocking the front door. Raj laughed at Wendy's expression, then looked up at Hugo for an explanation. Who might this tiny agent of chaos be? He asked. Hugo patted Wendy on the head, and the girl smiled as she returned all the shopping to her storage items. This is Miss Wendy, the delivery agent for the Darklight host. She has all the common items that the guilds requested to be delivered from Drod, and the Darklight host will message you later with the total. Hugo explained. Raj chuckled, as all the items were commander rank or lower. The total would literally be pocket change for a mythic raid team member. Wendy smiled and handed guild leader Raj a piece of paper with a number on it. That's the total, per customer order, so you can collect it from your guild members. Now he couldn't resist, and pulled the small mage into a hug. You are absolutely adorable. Here you go, payment for the order, and you can keep the change as a delivery fee. He insisted, passing a small bag of coins into her hands. Just place the orders along the wall in the main room, so everyone can come get their orders. He added as Wendy laughed and pocketed the money. Doing deliveries was a lucrative trade. Plus, there was new magic everywhere. Wendy was swarmed by guild members as she set out the orders, but nobody tried to interfere with her work. You forgot to order the good soap. One of the warriors joked. The man beside him held up a stick of Day-Centang deodorant. I did one better. It's on the out-of-stock list from the guild house, but they managed to find me one for the order. One of the others sighed as he opened his bag. Damn, not everything on backorder made this shipment. How often are the deliveries coming? Once a week is the schedule for now. If it gets too busy, we might be able to come twice a week and still get most of the items. Wendy informed him. A female cleric of the White Dragon came over and ducked to give Wendy a hug. The Darklight host are devious geniuses. Sending this girl to do the deliveries. How could we be mad even if the orders were wrong? Wendy giggled, then took out a small wooden token with a hole for hanging it as a necklace charm. Then she wrote the rune for Lucky and Love on one side and empowered it to the commander rank, the strongest she could. For you, lovely priestess. The cleric stared at it for a moment, then took the talisman from her. What sort of skill is that? She asked. Rune crafting, of course. Though I am not at the level of the Karl. He's way better, but that's only one rune, so it's easy to get right. It's for good luck. Wendy explained. The cleric held the simple wooden disc in her hands, just now realizing that it held an incredible value, as only a handful of crafters on the entire continent could manage what this young girl had given her. Can we keep her? The cleric asked, looking at Hugo. The big mage laughed. No, she's already a full guild member. But I'm sure you can convince her to visit more often. Perhaps after she finishes visiting my guild's library. We have quite a few obscure magical tomes. Wendy's eyes lit up. Magical tomes. Raj's guild mates chuckled. The pure innocence of this tiny demon was impossible to resist. There was no question that the guilds would likely try to poach her from the Darklight host in the future. Just not yet. As she was still only a commander, it would be hard to find a proper spot for her. Their guilds were already full, and someone would have to be ejected if they wanted to actually make her a member. But in the meantime, they could build goodwill. Lots of them. But first we need to run off and do the rest of the deliveries. Miss Wendy will be back next week. Hugo added. Oh right. Raj, talk to Karl when you get a moment. He should have a suit of armor ready for you soon. Raj practically sprinted out of the house as Hugo and Wendy discussed magical theory on their way to the next guild manor. While Wendy wasn't technically an obsession demon, The big mage was beginning to discover just what it meant for a demon to share an interest in their favorite topic. Wendy already knew more about the fundamentals of magic than most of the mages in his guild did, even if they had a wider variety of spells and far greater power. If anything, she should likely be rerouted away from combat pursuits and towards magical research, using her runecrafting skills to attempt to forge new skill books. Once the first one was written, the inscriptionists could duplicate it. The problem was the first one. In theory, every skill could be turned into a functional skill book, but for some reason, very few of them ever were. Either because the ones who could use them weren't the same people as the ones who could make the books, or simply because it was just too difficult. The knowledge of how to create a truly unique skill book was lost before recorded history. Hugo planned to bring that up once they were in the library, where she was surrounded by knowledge. The Darklight host was already in their guild alliance, and it didn't matter how powerful an inscriptionist was, only that they could make the books. It might not be practical to recruit this adorable mage yet, but he could help her build a base of skills as well as a stronger bond to his guild. They went to the other warrior-led guilds next, so that Hugo could inform them that Karl had armor incoming, and Wendy managed to charm the mages and clerics at all of them, to the point that Hugo was beginning to wonder if she had some sort of passive skill equivalent to Fox Charm. Darklight host members were all a bit strange. He wouldn't put it past Karl to have taught her one. While Wendy and Hugo made their rounds, Raj ran to the Darklight host villa to meet with Karl. Dana greeted him at the door and silently pointed at the stairs to the basement when she saw the excited look on the guild master's face. Raj sprinted down the stairs, then found himself blocked by a large set of wings as the gargoyles blocked his entrance to the garden. "I promise, I'm just here to meet with Karl. He has armor for me," he informed the puffed-up little griffin. It lowered its wings, but didn't let him enter until Dana came down the stairs behind him and stroked the creature's feathered head. "He's just excited about new toys. He's not trying to rush past you. Good job guarding the garden," Dana whispered, while the gargoyle purred. Even the gargoyles here were a bit strange, Raj thought. Normally, gargoyles weren't active all the time, only when a condition of the spell was breached and they needed to defend their assigned property. But these ones were certainly active, and he was reasonably sure that a pair of them had been playing chess in the garden before he came in. The board was still set up. Dana led Raj to the exit of the maze, then turned away when he walked through. The gargoyle in Lotus' bedroom had informed the cleric that there were more people coming, but Lotus didn't want to come down and deal with them in person. Not when she finally caught one of the gargoyles in a spot it wasn't trying to leave. "Guild masters, I will lead you to the workshop. Karl is working on the armor suits now. Please follow me into the basement. Guild Master Raj is already there waiting." The other two warriors sighed in regret. First come, first served worked much better when you were the first person in line. But Karl had turned out good equipment so far, so there was little chance that they wouldn't be satisfied with whatever he turned out for them. If it was totem ranked in epic grade, it would be an upgrade. But he had been turning out totem grade equipment for the mages, and most of them hadn't seen a piece of that quality in person before. There was a small chance that they would drop from the mythic dungeons, but anyone who got one kept that information to themselves. Even the guild masters and the members of the mythic teams wouldn't actually tell anyone outside their own group what quality of gear they had. To others, it would be fashionable epic grade armor, and the world would be jealous. But in combat, they would have the advantage of the larger bonuses and the extra skills that had pushed the equipment to the next grade of quality. From what they could tell, the major difference was that they didn't have to give up a core bonus to get the added skill effect on totem grade equipment, as would happen on epic grade gear at lower levels. The three suits sitting on the table when they entered the workspace were very close in quality, every bit as good as what the Dragonkin crafters turned out in the Sholaha region. But they did notice that one was detailed in the demonic style, and two in the dwarven. "Welcome. I have prepared armors for you. Now, it doesn't really matter which one you pick. Functionally, they're all identical. But I made Guild Master Raj wait for your arrival so that you can discuss it among yourselves." Karl greeted them. The new arrivals took a closer look at the suits and found that Karl was telling the truth. They all had identical bonuses. Indestructible plate of the Stalwart Defender, totem rank, totem grade armor. Adds 1400 points of damage reduction, reduces damage taken by 2%, 10% bonus to movement speed, 20% resistance to poison and fire element attacks. Additional effects, self-repair level 7. Earth shield, elemental barrier skill. Raj ran his fingers over the much flashier decorations of the set that Ashbringer had made. So, wearing this, we will all be able to use a new skill. He verified. Karl nodded. Yes, an earth barrier. It's quite useful in combat as you can not only use it like your existing guard skill, but you can also use it as a flexible barrier over your armor. It should activate at your own rank, though it may not gain the effects of the mythic blessing, so it might take full damage from totem rank targets. I haven't had a chance to verify that yet, as the totem and mythic blessings are new to me. Raj shook his head. That won't be a problem. Even when we use items or skills at a lower output level, our blessing still applies. It's more of a secondary effect added to our actions than one that has to be part of every skill we use. Are you sure that you need to be even more flashy? The warrior with tattoos all down his arms asked, as Guild Master Raj didn't take his hand off the armor set that Ashbringer had made. You know me. I like to make an impression. Besides, the stats on the armor are all equal. Raj replied with a shrug. He had a point. But he wasn't the only one who liked to make an impression when he entered a room. If you want to wait for fancier suits, I can order them now and reassign these to other warriors on the mythic teams. I intended to make the 3 of them identical for the main tanks, then give the other armor sets a damage buffing skill instead. Tell me, do any of your people use blunt weapons? Sharpness adds significant damage to blade strikes, but I have other options if they're not edged weapon users. Karl suggested. Raj nodded. We have a few who use axes, and one who uses an epic Grey Dwarven war pick. Normally, that is considered a blunt weapon, though you can use the backside. Karl nodded in understanding. Few use the backside other than the dwarves. The design was a modified mining tool, with a spike for pulling rocks, and a blunt side to hammer rods into soft stone seams to create blasting holes. In that case, I can make most with sharpness, and I will make him a special one. Karl agreed. The other 2 guild leaders stepped to the table and picked up the dwarven-made suits, then equipped them, so they could see what the armor looked like bonded. This isn't bad. Plus, it goes well with the guild tabard. I should wear that more often. Seeing guild leader Karl in his with the golden rings was pretty impressive. Ivan, the tattooed guild leader, joked. With a thought, he equipped his guild tabard, which was black with silver emblems, and 2 silver knotted rings around the outside, similar to the inner golden ring on Karl's. That would symbolize 2 guild champion victories as a totem against other totems. So, you had to earn your spot as guild leader. Karl noted. We all did. Around here, you don't get to be part of a major alliance without at least one challenge under your belt. A golden challenge is rare, given that almost all the guild challenges are at totem and mythic. But every guild leader has at least one before they're nominated. Each of them took out their chosen weapon and moved through a few combat motions, checking that the armor didn't impede their flexibility. But it was all designed by a master, and there was little to no binding at all. However, the hard stops of the armor's mobility were not so far back that an arm forced to extend to its limits would tear major tendons without having to destroy the armor first. Raj sighed, but his eyes were excited. I like it. We're going to have to test this out later. But we should let you get to your work because I know that we have a lot of members waiting on new equipment. Karl chuckled as the warriors rushed out. They were definitely going to try to arrange an extra run through the dungeon today to test out their new armor. But they weren't wrong. He had a lot of work to do, and without another totem rank crafter, there wasn't much that Karl could do to push the responsibility onto others. They were already making all the gear for him, and he just had to write the runes and empower them. He might be able to trick Loros and Wendy into writing out the runic phrases for him, and then he would empower them, but that would almost certainly end up with worse results, or a lower maximum rank, as intent and skill proficiency mattered, not just the perfect writing of the runes. So he got right to work on the other 7 sets of plate armor that Ashbringer had provided for the day. Item created, totem rank, totem grade. Agile plate of flickering blades, adds 300 points of damage reduction. Increases all damage done by 2% per rank, 20% bonus to attack speed and skill activation speed. Additional effects, self-repair level 2. Sharpness, slashing, stabbing, and disintegration type abilities increase in damage by 10% per rank. Karl nodded in satisfaction. Self-repair level 2 should reduce the frequency that they would need to have the armor repaired. If they took a lot of damage, they would have to wear it around for a month to have it fully self-repair. But if the armor only took minor damage during battle, they should be able to wear it indefinitely. That should cover the majority of the warriors in the mythic team. So Karl sent a message to the 5 guild leaders, informing him that he had 6 more sets of warrior armor for blade users, and that he would start on the one for the mace user now. It would be identical, except that it would have shatter on it, as crushing blows was a more common warrior class skill, and he might already have it at mythic rank. Steve did, and he was a druid. With practice, Karl only needed a third of the time to finish the last one, as he had the first of the pattern. Like copying notes off the chalkboard when he was in school, repetition was the key to efficiency. Are we just bringing every famous person in the fortress to the house today? One of the bunnies asked as she worked to add runes to another bracelet. I promised them that I would make armor for their mythic rating team right away. I got the mages and most of the rogues earlier, so now we're on to the warriors. The crafter nodded, then gestured to her pile of practice items. What are we even going to do with all of these? Karl laughed. They were all royal rank bracelets with increased skill power and mana storage inscribed on them. Simple, but devastatingly effective for general use. We're going to put them up in the Guild Alliance shop at the end of the day, of course. It's your first day at work, but look at all the progress you've made. So, keep the best one for yourself as a memento of the day you learned a trade, and then the rest will earn you commission when they sell. The bunny smiled. Do you think it will be enough to redecorate our rooms? I always wanted a fancy room with a princess canopy bed. Karl chuckled. The amount they would get from 20 or 30 of those bracelets each would do more than simply redecorate their rooms if they went shopping in Drod. I will send you shopping with the apprentices from our guild house on your day off this week. Then you can fully redecorate your spaces. It's only 2 more days away. Karl offered. That put them in a much better mood, and Karl began planning the other items that they were going to need for the store so that they didn't overload it with these ones. When they only had a few people working in Drod, it was just enough to comfortably keep up with the demand for basic useful items for the city and for the trade caravans. Now that they had 1,000 new alliance members, they would have an initial surge of purchases, but after that, Karl would have to consider what they should sell to other guilds. These items would be in great demand, simply because they were useful, but not for the most powerful members. However, that didn't mean that other guilds wouldn't want to buy them in bulk. The rest of the day was a steady stream of mythic guests being escorted down by Dana or Lotus, who took it as an excuse to play with the gargoyles, who were beating her at chess. But by dinner time, Karl had everyone's armor passed out. That should have been everyone on the mythic teams, all 60-some of them, including the mages, clerics, and rogues, who had gotten their armor at the party. Now, he could relax a little and start making armor at the epic grade again, which was much faster to write. It felt wrong to think of totem-ranked armor as a regular stock item for the store, especially after the limitations that Drod had placed on them selling military equipment in the city. But here, it really was regular stock, as the majority of the dungeons in the region dropped Overlord and totem-ranked gear, so epic-grade totem-ranked gear was among the finest items they could possibly get. But purchasing it would save them years of visits to the dungeons, given the terrible drop rates. Ray was thinking the same thing, so she was making cute outfits for everyone. She had new totem gear for her girls, but she had also spun up hundreds of outfits for the store. Ray had a plan for these as well. They didn't need to be epic-grade fabric for strangers. They just had to be better than what they already had when the piece was finished. So, if she made them rare grade, and then had Karl draw a few runes into them, they would bump up to just barely epic grade, and everyone would be happy with minimal effort. Karl wouldn't even need to do a full inscription on them. All he had to do was add more spell power and skill power to the clothes, and they would improve. She had tested the boundary, and having him add those bonuses with runes was way easier than improving the items on her own. Rare grade could be spun as she wove her silk, so she only had to make the outfit. At this point, that took under a minute to weave an outfit, and she could do it right up to her own rank, so totem-ranked clothing was cheap and easy to mass-produce. She wasn't sure how Karl was going to respond to being asked to upgrade 300 outfits when he woke up in the morning, but surely, everyone watching the guild store would be happy with her. Happy giggles, only half stifled, caught Karl's attention when he came down to the main floor the next morning. Ray had piled all the clothing she wanted him to work on today on the side table in the main room, and the crafters were the first ones out of bed, other than Tessa, who was making breakfast. She seemed extra happy this morning, almost glowing with holy energy. Karl wondered if it was because they had taken a bunch of orphaned craftsmen into the guild, or if the excited holy energy was because the ladies would be off to an overlord-ranked dungeon today. Given the nature of the red dragon, it could be either. The staff looked longingly at the pile of clothes as they ate. Then Ray came downstairs and handed them each a small paper-wrapped parcel. New uniforms for the crafters. I gave them to the other staff half an hour ago. She explained. Everyone opened their parcels, and Karl tried not to laugh. Ray, make something pretty for Dana when you get a chance. I have a big idea once we get the first rush of crafting settled here. Karl informed Ray while his mind was on clothing. Ray had made the new crafters all matching black pants with white shirts, but the bunnies had short sleeves and cute frilly fronts on them and buttoned up the front, where the men's shirts were all lace tunic shirts, with ties to keep the sleeves rolled up. The Dragonkin boys looked at their outfits with deep appreciation. It was sturdy, practical, and it had the Darklight Host Guild logo on the chest, so that everyone they met would know that they were real guild members, even without checking the interface. Lotus gave Ray a very obvious double thumbs up of approval when she saw the new bunny outfits. They were just frilly enough to enhance the cuteness factor, but not so overboard that they would be likely to change to go outside or hindered in their work. A knock at the door caught everyone's attention, and one of the gargoyles escorted Quinn into the house, nudging him in the back of the legs to keep him moving in the right direction. Good morning, everyone. I came to see if you were still in for the dungeon today, and to see if you wanted to hold a strategy meeting before we go. It's better if we go over everything before we bring new members in the first time. He explained. Dana motioned for him to wait a moment while she inspected the new uniforms. I don't see why not. We've got some time before the scheduled dungeon run, and we didn't plan any other major events for the morning. Karl will be working on equipment all morning anyhow. She agreed. Karl stared at the pile of clothing for a moment, and then sighed. I would join you, just for the information about the dungeon, but I will get it from them after. It looks like I've got a lot of work to do today, and it's going to take all the mana and energy that I can spare. Ray laughed silently as Karl wondered how to even begin with this pile of clothing. There was simply so much of it that he wasn't sure what he should even be trying to put on it. If he made it all the same, it would seem like he couldn't actually do much. But the more that he varied the effects, the less likely that it was to be useful for the classes that would want it. So, he eventually decided that he would sort it into 3 piles. Spell power and mana cost reduction. Skill power and mana regeneration, which was useful to cloth-wearing combat classes and effects that weren't considered spells. And finally, mana cost reduction and mana storage. With those 3 basic categories of epic grade totem ranked items, he should cover the shortcomings of most cloth-wearing classes. If they wanted something more specific, they could custom order it, because Karl only planned to upgrade half this pile today. 50 outfits for each group. The rest could wait for someone to come looking. It would all be for outsiders and wealthy overlords anyhow, as he had already equipped the totem-ranked mages in the Alliance. There weren't many of them, with only 60-some total totems in the Alliance. Ray realized as Karl started to work that she could have just made them all overlord-ranked, and then they would sell faster, and she could decorate more of the people in the fortress. She had taken a brief trip last night to see what she had to work with while they slept. But with the mythic members on guard, she had decided it was better not to sneak right inside, even while incorporeal. They might misunderstand. The mix of clothing was fairly well suited to the members, and had much more male clothing than she would have preferred. But Ray had simply extrapolated this guild's information and assumed that the rest of the city was likely to be balanced the same way, with most of the stronger members being males. If that wasn't true, then she could make more pretty things next time. She needed to ask how big the city was. So, she shadow stepped out of the house and down the street, looking for someone who looked like they left the fortress a lot and would know the answer. Going up on the roof hadn't given any good answers because everyone lived in fortresses, unless they were living in servant hovels. There was a lot of trade, though. It appeared that there were 10 times as many transient visitors to the dungeons as there were actual people living here, and that would be a great source of income. Plus, it would spread her fashion. Ray returned to the roof and looked around at the market area at the edge of town. There was a whole group of spider priests and associated warriors like the ones that had attacked Karl. But these ones were setting up camp among the visitors, so they shouldn't be assassins. Perhaps she should ask them? If they followed the spider goddess, they should understand that she would happily kill and eat them if they were rude. That would make it much easier to talk to them. She didn't bother to transform, and simply moved herself so she was standing under one of their tent awnings before assuming a humanoid form to speak to them. "Madam, might we help you with something?" A black-robed cleric asked suspiciously. "Yes, I just moved to the city, and I am doing market research. I wish to sell things like this. How many people do you think will buy them?" Ray explained as she held up a dress Karl had just finished upgrading. It was similar to the ones that Morgana liked. Black, floor-length with long sleeves and lace at the hems, and a corseted waist. "That is beautiful. Do you make them yourself?" the cleric asked. Ray nodded in agreement. "If you were a spider, you would be able to smell that it is my silk." As she said those words, one of their group's women turned around, revealing 4 eyes on a chitinous face. "It is her silk. She is a blood destruction demonic spider, but she smells a bit off. I think she might have been using divine beast blood in her advancements." The beastkin mage woman informed the cleric. "Oh, that makes sense. The red patterning made me wonder what sort of spider she was. But the goddess is generous with her children. It could have been a blessing." The cleric replied. Ray smiled. The man wasn't wrong, but he hadn't answered yet. Ray shook the dress slightly, and the cleric smiled at her. "If you can reliably make totem rank, epic grade cloth armor, I would say that you could likely sell a few hundred or 1,000 a month to those with the resources. Not everyone gets lucky in the dungeon, and most who come here arrive very low on funds, as the city is expensive to buy access to." The cleric explained. Ray realized that she had miscalculated. She thought that these visitors were wealthy people, not poor people hoping to make it big in one of the many dungeons. "What if I made them overlord ranked? Would that be more affordable?" she asked. The mage nodded in agreement. Overlord ranked items sell for less than 1/10 of what a totem ranked item does. Most totems could afford a single upgrade every visit to the dungeon if they stayed with Overlord ranked gear. Ray smiled, and the mage giggled. "You really do want to cover everyone in your silk, don't you?" she asked. "It's nice. They're almost cocooned, and it makes them smell like mine." Now the cleric was laughing as well. They had wondered why a totem-ranked demonic beast would take up a trade skill, but it made perfect sense now. She was staking her claim on the world and asserting her dominance in her own field. There weren't many craftsmen who could make their own raw materials to that extent, and with the distinctive fashion of the dress she had on display, it would be hard not to recognize her work, even if she hadn't discreetly hidden an embroidered image of herself on the lapel. From the next camp over, a hesitant obsession demon approached. "Pardon my intrusion. Did I hear that dress is for sale?" she asked. She had examined it, and as a shaman, it was precisely what she had been hoping for. Skill power and mana cost reduction would make all her abilities more powerful, including her healing spells and totem constructs, as well as her spirit warriors. It was an all-around improvement on what she already had, and the group could stop complaining that shamans weren't great healers. Ray examined the demoness, who had light violet skin, as was common for obsession demons, including Loros, their sculptor at the guild house. Black would look good on her. "Yes, this dress is for sale. What can you offer me for it?" Ray asked. The mage and cleric stepped back to see how the spider would do in negotiations. The species was notoriously volatile, and even a wrong answer could lead to a massacre. There was a good reason there weren't any others doing what Ray planned. The shaman held open a small bag of magical stones and raw metals from the dungeons, then set a stack of raw Feyhound hides on the grass beside her. Totem-ranked fur and leather would help raise projects immensely, and the woman had offered her 20 pelts, plus a bag of rocks for Karl. That was a good price. "I like your offer. Here is your new dress. Try it on, and I will alter it if it doesn't quite suit you," she insisted. The obsession demon equipped the dress, and the cleric noted that it actually had clear threads woven into it that flickered with mana like ghosts in the dark when the effects on the dress were activated. It was stunning. Ray nodded in satisfaction as she took her payment. "You look good. It was a pleasure doing business with you," she informed the shaman, then returned to the fortress to go gather more items from Karl. She had sales to make. Dana looked at the detailed map that Quinn and the other tanks of the Overlord-ranked groups had made of the dungeon they were going to today. It was intended for 25 people, and normally, they brought 2 main tanks, for off-tanks and 3 clerics with them. That was enough that the other 16 spots could be pure damage dealers, and they shouldn't have any issues. Today, they had an extra cleric, one of their regulars. They didn't want to trust all the healing to the new members, and one of their clerics was a black dragon, who would be better suited to dealing damage than healing most of the time. Ophelia would be assigned one of the off-tank roles on the right flank. The hope was that with Tessa in the group, the extra buffs she could give them would make up for the loss of a dedicated damage dealer. Little did they know, Naksha was fully geared for damage output, and her equipment had both crushing blows and shatter on it. So if she stayed in dragon form, her paw and claw attacks would be devastating. In summary, keep in formation until we get to the first boss, where everyone but melee fighters should be at the edge of the marked circle to remain out of the area damage effect. Do not stand in the fire. Then, return to formation A as we move through the second section. There is a chance that we will get earth elemental spawns out of the walls or piles of rubble after the front line has passed, which is why we bring 4 off-tanks. If you see a stone construct forming, move to intercept. Then, the second boss, ranged fighters remain in the middle, and the tanks will pick up the twin bosses as they appear from the edge of the structure. Then, it's the same thing until the third boss, which is a simple hack and slash. The boss is on an enraged timer, and its damage increases every 5 seconds. So, the faster we get it down, the less our healers hate us. The damage will hit everyone, so we're counting on the area healing effects to keep everyone going. He finished. Lotus gave him a cheerful salute, and their experienced healer gave the boss a grim look, wondering if it was a good idea to replace all the other healers with newbies who had just made it to Overlord. They did seem to be pretty well geared, though. He couldn't inspect the gear while they wore it, but it all looked like crafted Overlord rank gear. So, they might actually be the highest output members of the team. With everyone assembled, Quinn led them all to the dungeon and paid the group entry fee. The guild in charge of this particular dungeon had decided to collect in advance, but for the more experienced guilds, the fee wasn't that high. The loot from the dungeon wasn't great, even on a good day. When they stepped into the dungeon, the usually carefree Lotus suddenly became focused, and Ophelia winked at her before transforming into a massive dire bear that made every other member of the group look tiny. At least until Naksha transformed into her dragon form. The black dragon was assigned to the tail position of the group with Dana, who laughed and motioned for Tessa to hop on the dragon's back the way she usually rode Thor. It would give her a better view of the battle, and she was already used to mounted combat while healing. Naksha gave Dana a wry smile, as she was chosen to replace Thor for the run. He was technically still an overlord, so maybe they could bring him along on the next run, once they had proven to themselves that they could do it without the overpowered defensive buffs. Tessa's blessings made everyone pulse with faint red holy light, and Quinn led the group into combat. That was when they realized they were about to have some problems. Dana sent her golems to the front lines, while she remained back to attack from a distance, despite being a blade specialist. Her position here was to defend the healers. But the golems tripled attack speed and auto-parry managed to pull earth elementals away from the tanks on the first pull, and when they used a taunt to get them back, the ones on the other side were drawn by Ophelia. The damage differential was simply too high. The first fight ended abruptly when Naksha stomped on the elemental attacking Ophelia, and Quinn motioned for them to pause. All right, I will admit, that wasn't the greatest start. Do either of you have threat reduction abilities? He asked. Dana and Ophelia both shook their heads. We will talk to your guild leader after the run. It's best if the mage doesn't draw the trash mobs away. Though for Ophelia it's understandable, as she is a tank class, so there is nothing in her skill set intended for monsters to ignore her. Change of plans. Send the golems to fight with the main tanks, so if they do draw attention, the monsters won't move. Ophelia, you get extra attention from the healers if you need it. That's the best we can do for now. The next group was a bit smoother, as the tanks simply let a few of the elementals go to the golems, who had no issues dealing with them. Dana had more than one skill for improved damage, on top of her equipment. But she also had durable constructs, which had granted her golems their first set of equipment back when she was just a budding young mage. The thought made Dana laugh. It had only been a few years, and they had flown by far faster than they had any right to. However, it wasn't her inattention that annoyed the group. She was still casting spells. It was Lotus singing as she worked and dancing in the dungeon that was making it hard for everyone else to focus. No, that song is expressly forbidden. Off limits, never to be mentioned again. A middle-aged warrior insisted. But I like that one. I even changed the wording. Baby snake do. A hand clamped over her mouth, and the cleric laughed. He's got 5 kids. Don't antagonize the poor man. Just pick another song, maybe a hymn. They're used to battle hymns. He suggested. Lotus shrugged and renewed the healing totems in the backpack that Ray made for her. All right, I have a better song. We can keep going now. Quinn turned to look up at Tessa, who was just above his head, riding on Naksha, who had stretched out her neck to use a small blast of her breath weapon on the elementals. How does your group get anything done? He asked. Well, normally, Lotus does the melody, and the golems harmonize. If we have Sister Ray with us, she will add a background symphony. But she's calmer after the first time. Sister Lotus is just too excited about meeting new people today. Tessa joked. Her healing is incredible, though. I don't think that we've taken any noticeable damage with whatever healing spell she is using. Quinn added as he prepared to move forward. Yeah, long duration is her specialty. Only when the group starts taking major damage will the rest of us have to step in. The group moved to the first boss, and the ranged members moved to the left and right, remaining along the outermost ridge of the clearing, where the boss's attack skills shouldn't hit them if the tanks placed it properly. The melee group charged, and Tessa laughed as Ophelia's claws caught on the elemental's chest and gave it an unintentional body slam. Most knockdown effects didn't work on bosses, but whatever skill she had been using apparently did. The mages unleashed their spells on the defenseless boss as the rest of the warriors got into position, and then Quinn stepped back with a smirk and let the boss engage Dana's golems. If they were going to try to steal the boss from him, why not see if the constructs could take the beating in his place? Not every mage was a soft and squishy liability that needed protecting, even if this one was adorable in fox form. Dana hadn't wanted to transform, but she had quickly realized that beast form actually granted her a substantial bonus to her spell power. Lotus transformed into the Tree of Life, and the singing stopped, while she still danced in place to the song in her head, shaking her branches as pulses of golden healing light washed over the fight. Tessa kept her buffs active on the warriors and periodically sent smite and holy slash attacks at the boss. Well, this is unconventional. The white dragon cleric muttered as he also began to cast smite. There was nothing for him to do, as Lotus had a constant healing effect active, and the damage that the melee group was taking wasn't overwhelming the combination of Ophelia's damage transfer and Lotus passive heals. Tessa winked at him. Yeah, she's a bit of an oddball, but she's fantastic at her job. You should see what happens when you put a fluffy beastkin in the tank position. The other cleric laughed. He could only imagine the enraged expression a green dragon cleric would have if someone dared to damage the fluffy thing. She was already sending extra healing effects to Dana's greater golems, the dragon hounds, and they weren't taking any damage. I just wish that I had more than one offensive spell. He muttered. Talk to Karl later. He can likely teach you something. Like this. Tessa suggested, then cast Consecrated Ground under the boss, increasing the holy damage it took and the damage reduction of the melee fighters. The boss dropped, and the dungeon's ambient light flashed red. Special event triggered, overwhelming force. Take 0 damage during boss encounter, without a totem ranked or higher guild member. Elementals began to swarm the platform, and Tessa activated Compliance as she hopped down from Naksha's back. Compliance creates an area of oppression 10 meters per user rank and grants the Dragon Crusader the physique of a red dragon at their own rank. She turned to engage the incoming elementals as Dana summoned her golems to her, and the other cleric retreated to where the melee group was standing. Fall back. Fast attack, intercept the elementals, and defend the healers. Dana's blades flashed as she fought off 3 elementals at once, and Lotus began to shuffle toward the middle of the platform without transforming. She couldn't move fast in tree form, but she didn't have to go far to be in the middle of the group. Her oversized form made a natural regrouping point for everyone, and Quinn couldn't help but hum in appreciation as Tessa sent an elemental flying with brute strength. Whatever skill she was using, she wasn't any weaker than the black dragon or the dire bear. It had to be some form of draconic strength. There weren't enough tanks to deal with 20 elite earth elementals at the same time. But with the 6 of them, plus Tessa and Naksha, they had enough to protect the ranged fighters and stopped the initial charge while the other warriors and rogues got in position. Finally, the White Dragon Cleric needed to start casting healing spells, as the elite golems were using earth magic to target the fighters close to them, and the damage was more than Lotus Tree and her healing totems would cover. She could add more spells to increase her healing output, but she had a partner who hadn't been doing anything, so she didn't. Lotus didn't consider Tessa a healer. She was the support member with the buffs. Even when she wasn't on Thor, Dana and her golems quickly hacked through 6 of the elementals, creating a hole in the attacker's formation. But more were coming from the edge of the open area. Melee moved back. Let us grab them again before you engage, Dana ordered. Quinn looked over when he heard that musical voice, but Dana was already moving with her golems to grab some of the elementals and pull them back to the circle. A mage tank? Since when was that a thing? But she was good at it. That auto parry skill was an absolutely broken ability. The only things that she had to actively deal with were the magical attacks. Their fists weren't able to touch her or her golems. As the elementals fell, more arrived, and each wave was more powerful than the last, to the point that both Lotus and the White Dragon Cleric were beginning to run low on mana. But each wave also had fewer attackers. That let Tessa retreat from the line and add her own healing to the effort, and the others' mana began to recover. Naksha was going to do the same thing, but her body was so large that it blocked an extra attacker worth of the circle. If she retreated, they would need 2 people to replace her. For a moment, Quinn thought that they had finished the special event, as no more elementals were coming. Then, the building at the edge of the boss fight area began to shake. Stone by stone, it rearranged itself into a massive earth elemental boss and stomped toward the fight. Ophelia huffed and stomped her foot, using Gravity Slam to slow the boss and let the others know that she would take the lead tank role against this oversized opponent. She was the only one other than Naksha who was close to its size, unable to be stepped on or knocked over. The boss rumbled, a sound like stone grating across stone, and Ophelia roared as she charged, claws clashing against stone clubs as the titanic combatants engaged. Gods above, that is terrifying, Quinn muttered as he joined the attack. On 4 feet, Ophelia was twice the warrior's height. Standing upright to engage with the elemental, she was simply enormous. Ophelia grappled with the giant elemental, who wrapped her form in a massive hug, smashing its clubs into her back as she tore apart its sides with her claws. She twisted as she sidestepped, turning the boss away from the group, so that everyone else was attacking its back. The boss twisted its wrists and got the clubs between them to push Ophelia away for a moment. Then the two collided again, shaking the ground under them. And not just because Ophelia was using Gravity Slam on her attacks. The group was hacking large chunks out of the elemental's back, faster than the stone was reforming. But the healers could see that even with the damage reduction of consecrated ground, Ophelia was slowly losing health. Eventually, she would have to switch out with someone. But there was nobody who could take her place. The boss could just step over them, or on them, as had happened to one unfortunate warrior. He had survived, but judging by the amount of damage and blood, it was not a pleasant experience. Finally, an attack made one of the boss's legs crumble, which effectively ended its mobility and let Ophelia retreat for a few seconds to regenerate. It was still hopping after her, but now she could just drag it around in front of her without taking too much direct damage. The rest of the melee fighters followed, circling around the mages in the middle. It looked ridiculous, but it appeared to be an effective tactic to deal with the boss. Quinn made a mental note to do that next time, if they happened to trigger this special event again in the future. The first boss had focused entirely on Dana's golems, so it was possible that she could trigger it on most visits if it was a repeatable event. With a crashing of stones, the boss collapsed, revealing a large glowing orb in the air above its corpse. Event completed. Please select rewards. Appeared in everyone's system interface. Uncommon class advancement token. Grade 3 skill book. 25 skill points. Amulet of elemental protection. The whole group stared at the notices. Did they get to choose individually? Was this one reward for the whole group? And in a few cases, what are skill points? The uncommon class advancement held no real appeal to Dana and the members of the Darklight host. They all had uncommon or rare classes already. However, they could tell that the rest of the group was tempted. So, If it gave the same thing to everyone, they would hold on to it and see if they could pass it off to someone else for a nice bit of profit. It didn't say that they couldn't. Dana noticed as the first few eyes glazed over, indicating that the member was in the class selection menu. If you're picking the token and plan to use it immediately, do it now. We will guard you. I already have a rare class. I will pick a different reward. She informed the group. The chances of dungeon mobs moving to attack them in an area that they had cleared was low, but never zero. That caused all but one of the group members, other than the Darklight host members, to vacantly stare at nothing as they picked a new class. I've got an advanced class. I'm going to take the skill points. The Blood Knight explained. Dana made her selection and then smirked as she saw the outcome. Grade 3 skill book granted, Golem duplication. Her first instinct was to use it, but she put it in her inventory instead. If she gave the skill to Karl, she could let him learn it, and then make him make her a copy and teach her the skill. That way, she got the skill, got to keep the book, and Sister Ray would have a small army of golems. The spider would be overjoyed if that applied to her undead as well. The skill wasn't clear if it was only golem, titled spells that it duplicated, or all summons. But she had 2 types of golems, plus her epic guard, so she would find out soon enough. Lotus giggled as she made her selection, and Dana rolled her eyes as she realized that the nature priestess's healing totems had turned into 4 dragonfly-winged pixies that were waving little wands around and sprinkling dust everywhere, which vanished a few seconds later. Now they last until I dismiss them, and the healing doubled. Lotus explained. Tessa patted her diminutive friend on the head and smiled. I upgraded Consecrated Ground to level 3 directly. Same spell, greater effects. Naksha turned back into a human and shrugged. I took the skill points. I've only got a few of my class skills. I need to get the rest, and I didn't start out with Karl to get all the bonus points that all of you did. Ophelia chuckled. I got a skill book of Spell Lock. It prevents casting of the element of their next ability for 10 seconds if the hit lands. It should be pretty useful against bosses, even though it's got a long cooldown timer on it. Dana laughed. So, you don't get to do the Kara and just deny them all their abilities? Shame that. But I think that this suits your personality better. The White Dragon Cleric gave them a confused look. Who is Kara? Was there another mage in your group? We could have made space. Dana shook her head. Kara is an Overlord-ranked Chaos Badger, not a Beastkin, one of Karl's bonded partners. She's got Totem-ranked Nullify as a racial ability. It's absolutely, disgustingly broken against mages. Ophelia nodded. She tortures Totem-ranked Lich Lords for fun. The cleric blinked slowly. You're saying she can just cast it over and over? As soon as she finishes the activation ritual. Ophelia shook her head. I'm saying there is no ritual. She can use the skill instantly and at will, until she runs out of mana. How do you even capture, much less domesticate, a creature like that? Ophelia shrugged. I don't think that we ever asked. One day, Karl just came back with a badger who liked loot and pranks. Dana nodded in agreement. There was more to the story, but that pretty much summed up their introduction to Kara. The question of whether she was actually domesticated could be settled later. Is it true that actual badgers will pick pockets? Badger beastkin get a bad reputation as untrustworthy. One of the warriors asked. Lotus laughed and motioned for Dana to answer. Not only will she do it, she will do it while you watch her. Then possibly give the item back if it wasn't interesting enough. She even has a skill, an actual skill, called Pilfer. She uses it on boss monsters in the dungeon to see if they will give extra loot. Ophelia smirked as a memory came to her. You know, I heard a story about her from when we were still living overseas. She beat someone up, then stole a barbecue packet from a woman's purse as a way of suggesting that they roast him as a snack. You never know what she's going to do, and without Karl or one of her bonded siblings, it's impossible to stop her from doing it. Quinn nodded in understanding. Dealing with magical beasts is best left to the professionals. Even if they are bonded, they are still who they always were, and that doesn't tend to mingle well with other species. The group sat in silence for a few minutes while everyone recovered, and when Lotus transformed back to human form, they got to their feet, ready to head to the next boss. The process was the same as heading to the first boss, except now the warriors were singing along with Lotus' silly songs. And that was driving Quinn and the White Dragon Cleric insane. She was infecting the others. But morale was high as they reached the second boss platform. and the ranged members retreated to the center, while the tanks moved into position to intercept the bosses. Ophelia moved up with them, and Quinn chuckled to himself. The big berserker had a point. Even if she didn't want to be the tank, she was going to be one. The earth elementals appeared, and Ophelia moved to her right to gather one of them. But because she was so intent on her task, she didn't notice the confusion of the other members. These bosses were larger than usual, stronger, and they were using new skills. Something is off. The boss event must have changed the dungeon. Everyone, be on your guard for unexpected attacks. Quinn ordered. There were still 2 bosses, so the fight proceeded as planned. The fact that they were using new skills made it a bit harder for everyone in melee range, but you couldn't always rely on muscle memory and familiarity to keep you safe. So, while all of the warriors took splash damage from attacks targeted near them, only a few took direct hits. The bosses have changed, but follow the standard procedure. Focus on taking down the west boss first, then the north boss. Quinn ordered. Dana moved the stone golems to help Ophelia hold the other boss, while she sent the greater golems to help the rest of the team with the main target. With her own spells added, she was confident that she wasn't slacking on the damage, even compared to the more experienced overlords of the main team. There was no question that Ophelia was earning her spot on the team with her damage transfer and ability to prevent a boss from turning away from her. But it was more difficult to make a noticeable change with over a dozen others specialized in the role alongside you. What she hadn't noticed was how the boss responded to the different attacks. Dana deliberately targeted the same spots over and over, as that was the easiest way to take down a larger target. But it was also the best way to do maximum damage to an earth elemental. The deeper into the body you cut, the softer they were. So her strategy was actually noticeably more effective than the others, who aimed wherever they could hit easily. It took nearly 10 minutes to take down the first boss, but Lotus was still in a good mood, so the healing must not have been too intensive, Dana assumed. She had a lot of constant area healing, and the White Dragon Cleric was taking up the spot healing role for those who took harder hits. The fact that she hadn't had to do more than that, even with both bosses up, was enough to keep her happy. The fact that she had managed to turn her totems into adorable tiny flying fae probably didn't hurt, either. Back off and catch your breath. We will take over. Quinn instructed Ophelia. They had been trading tanks using taunt skills throughout the fight, but she had been holding this one alone, they assumed. Only, she hadn't needed to. The golems had auto-parry, and they were able to block most of the boss attacks, so Ophelia was mostly just fighting freely while they protected her. She followed the directions, though. She couldn't tell them without transforming, and that would drop off the stacks of buffs that she had built up. Not worth the effort. The second of the paired bosses died much faster than the first one, and Dana realized that there was a reason they were supposed to focus on them, and it wasn't survivability. They shared a buff, and when both were alive, they both took less damage. So, you had to kill one first, and then you could more easily kill the other. The warriors slumped to the ground as the second boss died, and the cleric turned his eyes to the sky. You know, we're likely to get the same issue with the last boss as well. But at least this one didn't give us any new surprise messages. He muttered. That's because we took damage. We will have to work on that until we can do a perfect run. Lotus agreed. The cleric gave her a confused look. I thought you enjoyed your job? Lotus nodded. I do. But I like it even better when I know that it is just for moral support and nobody would actually die if I messed it up. That is somehow exactly the sort of answer that I should have expected. Fortunately, the rest of the dungeon is just a straight damage test, and it looks like our team has more than enough, even with these tougher bosses. After a short rest, they all got moving again. But their motivation was a direct contrast to Karl's current situation, as he worked his way through stack after stack of clothing that Ray had made. There would be enough that he could put a dozen pieces a day on the market and not run out for the rest of the month. But Karl suspected that Ray would have objections to that plan. She wanted her clothing distributed. In fact, she wanted it so much that she had wandered out into the city to start selling some of it herself to people who looked like they needed a makeover. Karl sighed as the gargoyles reported that there was a large group of women at the house, about to knock on the door. He had put the items up for sale, but when he listed them on the Alliance sale boards, there had been no option to do direct sales like there was in the store. He was avoiding putting totem-ranked equipment in the guild store so that he didn't get in trouble with Lord Drod if it made its way into his city. If he put them up in the general store, someone would definitely start reselling them, or a certain fashion-obsessed spider would start giving them to the employees, and that would cause even more questions and envy. They were already wearing clothes worth a small fortune as their uniforms. If they were high fashion as well, the demons would never let them sleep. It would be an eternal loop of design requests. The gargoyles led the pack of excited young ladies into the house, where they quickly surrounded Karl's work table. I have separated them into 3 different groups, based on the major buffs. The secondary abilities vary, but if you stick to one pile, you will get a similar major buff. Please don't mess up the sorting as you look for your perfect item. I was going to hang them on racks, but you got here a bit faster than expected, Karl explained. The ladies laughed. They had been waiting to see if he would put anything in the store today, as they had the day off. So, the moment that he did, they had been ready to start organizing a shopping trip. Tion quickly made a set of racks with hangers for the clothing, and the shoppers began hanging everything up after they had lifted it to admire it. That saved Karl a lot of effort, and then the next group could just turn them to look at them, or hold them up to compare them to themselves. That was less effective with bonded clothing, as it didn't always come in your size, even though it would adjust to fit once you put it on. Are we sure that this is for outdoor wear? One of the ladies asked, holding up a bright red cheongsam with gold dragon designs on it. The cloth was very light, and while it wasn't transparent, Karl could see how easily it flapped in the breeze. It looks like an outdoor-type dress for hot weather. I will ask Lady Ray. It won't flap like that when you have your legs in it. Plus, there are straps to hold the upper thigh slit shut if you're shy. She explained, knowing what one he meant as soon as Karl asked. She says it's fine once you put it on, and you can limit the movement of the upper section of the skirt. There are straps, see? They'll keep your modesty. The maid shuddered a little and put it back, where it was immediately snatched back by a young warrior. This is perfect. If I wear it with my jade bangles, I will be the star of the club tonight. She took out a bag of precious crafting metals and a stack of feyhound pelts. They were the most popular crafting material drop, so everyone would have plenty to trade. Normally, crafters would use what they needed and then trade the others around the continent, so there wasn't really a hard limit. Just an intermediate stage that reduced the value. But Ray had no intentions of selling raw pelts. Instead, she would make a full line of fur and leather clothing to sell completed. There were plenty of cold and mountainous regions of the Dragon Isles, and the dwarves adored fur fashion. Having people sell her all this feyhound fur opened up a whole new market full of people that she could decorate. Is there a chance for a budget line? I could use a few more dresses for formal occasions, but buying them all as totem-ranked armor is extreme. One of the warriors asked. Ray says that she will have plenty of it coming once she has distributed enough armor. Around here, people wear their armor everywhere, so it's almost their casual fashion. Her goal is to spread her brand and see people in her clothes, so the armor came first. Karl explained again. The warrior sighed. I was afraid of that. All right, I will have to bite the bullet and buy a few more today so that I have something for the winter formal. Winter formal? Karl asked. Oh, the year's biggest festival. It's a party to celebrate the shortest day of the year when earth magic is at its strongest. Everyone dresses in their best and gathers for parties all over the city. But don't worry, we don't actually get cold here, so the ladies can wear their best. The winter formal sounded like just the sort of thing that Dana might like, and if Karl's mental calculation was right, it came the day before her actual birthday. This year would be a big one for Dana, as she had just turned 18. Openly telling others that would be a bit awkward, though now that they were here on the shores of Lake Naraletum, where the strongest of adventurers gathered, it wasn't so unthinkable to be an overlord before you were a proper adult. I will make sure that the ladies are ready for the winter formal. I'm sure that Lady Ray will make them something special so that they don't look too impoverished. Karl joked. The mostly totem-ranked group laughed at his description. There was no way that the ladies of the Darklight host could be said to look impoverished. Even a single accessory on their body was worth more than the entire wardrobe of half the people they passed. They could wear the simplest of clerical hassocks and still be flaunting their wealth with a single bracelet or ring on their finger. Will you be making accessories anytime soon? Or are you focusing on armor and clothing? One of the warriors asked. No, I will have accessories available in a few days. I've finished with the first big load of outfits, enough that it should hold everyone off for a few days. Now, I can plan for the winter formal, help the rest of my beasts advance to totem rank, and work on accessories. The warrior gave him a sheepish look. Even as a crafter, he had a lot going on, and the monthly totem rank dungeon was coming soon as well. He would certainly be wanted for that, and he would need to have all his beasts ready beforehand. Though, as they recalled, he didn't actually need them in combat. Once we finish with this mass purchase, I have devised an intensive training program that should help everyone advance before the dungeon run. Karl informed the group. Tion flexed, which made Thor and Hawk laugh. He didn't need the advancement, but some training would do the tiny fox good. Hawk smirked and squawked, waking Kara up from a nap. She was on her back, feet in the air on a pile of loot, using the stolen Lich Lord's sarcophagus as a mattress. Time to work. You need exercise and training. Karl says we should all be totem for the next time we work. The bird gloated. Kara considered that for a moment. Playing with Karl sounded fun, but she was having a good dream. Sister, help me out here. Remy tossed Kara a small golden potion between their spaces, which the badger swallowed, bottle and all. I don't think that's how you do it. Thor noted. You definitely needed to at least open it, or chew it, or something. But Logic and Kara only had a passing familiarity with each other, and seconds later the potion was taking effect, and her power levels were rapidly climbing. The effect of the potion was still growing when Kara reached the totem rank, but then the strangest thing happened. All that power simply vanished, and her eyes turned jet black, with sparkling golden flecks of light in them, like a night sky. Outwardly, her appearance hadn't changed, and it certainly wasn't as dramatic as what Remy repeatedly went through when she advanced. But those eyes were a sure sign that something had changed. Kara held up a mirror from her pile of loot and examined herself, then nodded happily and rolled over to continue her dream. Goal accomplished, totem rank achieved. Hawk squawked in annoyance. The sisters were definitely ganging up on them at this point. All the sisters were totems already, but had they offered any help to the brothers? Remy giggled at Hawk's annoyance, then activated Polar Apocalypse, the new spell that the goddess had taught her. It was exactly like the regular flaming version, but everything was ice. Hawk rolled his eyes, and Remy's giggle turned to full-out laughing. Fine, I did make potions for my brothers as well. But there is one small problem. I don't think that I'll be able to do them again. I got the totem-ranked version of the ingredients, and it doesn't work. She explained as she passed matching golden potions to Thor and Hawk. What do you mean, it doesn't work? It's the same ingredients. Karl asked. Oh, poor phrasing. The potion works, but it's not any stronger when you use better ingredients. So, with both of them close to the bottleneck, they should be fine getting to totem rank. However, it will be useless to them after that. I don't think that it will do much at all for a strong totem. So, we can help our allies grow, but not all the way to the top until I learn a new potion recipe. Remy elaborated. Karl knew that they wouldn't be too mad about that. Mythic rank anything was rare enough. Being able to make more with an overlord or totem rank potion was asking far too much. Most likely, they would need ingredients from the immortal realms if they were going to make a potion to force an advancement to mythic rank. And in the immortal realm, such a potion would be completely worthless, as everyone there was expected to be above that rank to begin with. Karl didn't know all the details, but Remy and Opal had both been reading books on the topic in their spare time, so he had heard plenty of random details from their thoughts. That's fine. If we can get everyone to totem eventually, they will be happy. Now, which brother wants to go first? Thor or Hawk? Karl asked. Thor. Hawk insisted. Not that he didn't trust his sister, but he wanted to see if an impenetrable bulwark behemoth could actually make it to totem rank, when their species wasn't supposed to be able to. Thor looked at the glowing potion, and then gently picked it up in his beak before pulling the cap off with his tongue to let it pour down his throat. And now we know why Tessa likes him so much. Kara sleepily mumbled, almost making Thor spit up the potion. But he got it down successfully, and his power was growing even more rapidly than Kara's had. It was almost as if the potion were extra compatible with his immense body, and he crashed headlong into the bottleneck at the very peak of Overlord rank. Then, he stopped, while the power in his body continued to grow. Along with the power, his body continued to grow, as if the behemoth was aging at an accelerated pace, sitting at the species cap for internal power. At first, it looked like the species barrier was going to be too strong to overcome, but just as the potion's effect was beginning to fade, Thor's space rang with power, vibrating like a bell and waking Kara from her nap. What's going on? Oh, congratulations. Are we having a party? Where's Lotus? Kara asked. She's still in the dungeon with the others. I'm getting everyone ready for our own dungeon trip. That's why you had to advance. Karl reminded her. Oh, we're doing a dungeon? I was distracted. The visions come much more often here, and it's like an afternoon drama. They still looked like Thor. Or, like Thor the Behemoth, as it was so much different than he had looked as Thor the Lightning Sarrow. That was a good enough sign for Hawk, and he popped the cork on the bottle with his beak and drank the potion down. He flared with ghost fire as the potion flowed down his throat, and his body began to change. The ghost fire Thunderbird was shaped very much like an actual hawk would be expected to look, if you ignored the fact that they were covered in fire. But now, his body was becoming more slender, and his tail feathers were becoming longer. He's beginning to look more like a ghost fire phoenix. Remy noted. It still wasn't the same as the pictures in her book, but he was certainly more agile-looking than the images of Thunderbirds. Hawk gave a long, keening cry. He had reached totem rank, and his flames were now perfect. This advancement was everything that he had hoped for, and it even came with a lighter body, so he could be more agile for strafing runs on ground targets. That made everyone, and Karl wondered what the team was going to think when they showed up to hold the briefing before the dungeon. But Karl also suspected that Thor's advancement wasn't entirely finished. His energy had a sense of resistance, as if something was still holding him back, or a skill wasn't fully advanced yet. Hopefully, that would sort itself soon, or Karl would have to find a way to help. You seem distracted, guild leader. Karl heard, pulling his attention back to reality. Sorry, I was speaking with the beasts. What did I miss? He asked, just realizing there were still many people in the room, as well as the crafting team, who must have just come upstairs. Not too much. Everyone is still trying to decide on the fashions, but they thought that you fell asleep. Lala whispered. Karl exchanged goods with a few who were ready to pay and leave, and Lala the bunny opened a trade interface to pass him a bunch more. I think it should be enough. I didn't argue with them, but it looks like a lot. She informed Karl quietly. You did good. It looks like more than enough to keep Ray happy, and you got lots of fur for her new winter crafting line. The totems chuckled at the pleased blush the girl got when Karl praised her, and continued going to the 4 bunny girls to check out their shopping. That left Karl free to take items out to start working on his accessory inventory. More people were still arriving, drawn by the news of the inventory, or possibly to the potential for the sight of the ladies modeling their new purchases. That seemed to be the draw for most of the men, who were picking from a much smaller selection of clothing. But there were still valuable items for them, and having all the benefits of light armor while looking casual was a huge flex for the adventurers. For safety's sake, almost everyone wore armor in public. So, showing up in slacks and a shirt showed a level of supreme confidence that you could deal with anyone who held a grudge against you. Do you think that Lady Ray could make more suits? Like black suits with long-sleeved shirts? It would be good to have formal outfits with good defensive stats. One of the warriors asked. Ray, do you have suits? Karl asked. In the chest under the crucified Etten. The top ones are overlord ranked. Karl pulled the chest of suits out, as there were plenty of totem ranked shirts and pants available. I have some overlord ranked suits available, and I can upgrade them for damage reduction if you're worried about being attacked. He offered. Oh, that would be great. Overlord ranked isn't quite as expensive, but it will still make a point. The other men came over to see what Karl would do, then looked confused when he just wrote something strange on the back of the pants and the collar of the jacket, then flooded them with mana. But the item immediately changed when he finished, and they all smiled when they realized that the suit now reduced 400 points of damage. That would be a joke to a totem-ranked monster. But for a punch to the face, it was just the right amount of damage reduction that they shouldn't take much, if any, damage from one of their fellow totem-ranked warriors. How many of them do we need? Karl asked as he finished. How many do you have? There are 12 of us here who often wear suits. The warrior who had first asked about the item replied. Karl checked the pile. There were 4 more overlord-ranked suits in black sitting in the chest. Then the rest were all older stock from when Ray was a monarch. The styles also varied with the older items, where the overlord ones were designed in the style that the demons in Drod liked. 3 more. First come, first served. The men all glared at each other for a second, then rushed toward Karl. A rapid motion slap fight ensued, as they all fought to prevent anyone from putting a hand on the crafter. First come, First served was a cruel mistress, and they were not going to give up their chance at a spot without a fight. A hand landed on Karl's shoulder, and he looked up to see a smirking female mage. "I will take one, please," she announced. The warriors instantly began shouting at her. "Evil woman, what tricks are you playing? You've never worn a suit a day in your life." One of the men insisted. "Plus, it wouldn't even look good on you. Just stick to the frilly dresses and leave our fashion for us." Another warrior agreed, while trying to pretend his effort was to push her away, not to claim the next spot in line. "Oh no, you don't. First, she needs to tell us what sort of stunt she's pulling," one of the other warriors demanded, pulling him back from Karl's seat. With a flip of her auburn curls, the woman smirked at them all and held up her left hand to show off a diamond ring. "Have you all forgotten? I am a married woman, and my husband is standing right over there at the back of the room," she declared. "Jethro, you know, good slimy dog. How could you do something so underhanded?" The man next to him, who had long since been pushed out of contention for the final 2 spots, demanded. "All is fair in love and war. And today, my love went to war for me," he declared proudly. The other men laughed at his proud assertion. He wasn't wrong, though. There was no restriction that they couldn't have someone order for them. "All right, you all sort out the order while I work," Karl insisted as he got started on the next suit. While Karl and the totems argued about casual wear, the overlords were sitting on the ground in the dungeon, looking over the corpse of the final boss. "You know, we may have miscalculated slightly on this run. Who would have guessed that if you didn't take any damage on the first boss, the final boss would start out enraged?" Quinn laughed weakly. Ophelia shook out her fur and transformed back to werebear form. "But look at the loot. You guys told me that we shouldn't expect much, but we've got 9 epic grade pieces here from a single run. Plus, look how happy Ruth is." Ruth was one of the group's mages, and was currently engrossed in lovingly cradling an overlord-ranked epic grade staff, with maximum spell haste and reduced mana cost on it. As far as epic grade weapons went, it was among the finest, and perfectly suited to most mages. A true rarity with random stat generation. "Are you sure that you ladies don't want to bid on any of these items?" Quinn asked, looking at the pile that he had arranged on the floor for inspection. Lotus laughed and flopped down on Ophelia's lap. "We're already wearing nothing but epic gear. While some of the pieces are good, it's more of a side grade." "Is that a word?" "Not really better, but sometimes better," she explained. Quinn nodded in understanding, while the group's only other cleric smiled at the tiny nature priestess. "We should do this again." As stressful as it was to realize that the final boss was going to be enraged from the start, nobody died. Plus, we got more usable loot today than we have in a month of twice-weekly visits. For that reason alone, it's worth it to try to do the first boss without taking any damage again, he offered. Lotus nodded. The final boss hadn't actually been bad. She had set up in the middle of the room, and they had fought it at the edge, while slowly moving backward so that it didn't turn on the melee fighters behind it. She had to actually flex her healing muscles today, but only a few times did Tessa need to join the healing team to prevent mana depletion, and Naksha had remained in dragon form, doing damage the whole time. Lotus frowned for a moment, then continued. "You know, if we got everyone the good gear, you could probably change the whole composition. For clerics was definitely too many today. Even 2 would have been enough if we had time to craft fully healing specialized equipment for them both." The group didn't look sold on that idea. 3 healers was the bare minimum for a group this large. Many groups kept the balance the same as when they were doing 5-person dungeon runs. 5 tanks, 15 damage dealers, 5 healers. The extra tanks mostly worked as damage dealers, but they would swap out roles, so nobody got too tired before a boss fight. Well, that's mostly up to your guild, isn't it? You're the only ones in the Alliance with access to that much Overlord-ranked equipment. Ruth joked. Lotus shrugged. The Karl is weak to puppy eyes. If we beg him properly, I think that we can get him to spend at least half a day making equipment for the Overlords. It's easier for him than the stuff for the totems and myths. Ophelia tickled her little cleric and laughed as Lotus squirmed. We are working on getting the power level of the others up, but it will be a while before we have other Overlord rune masters. Monarchs might be coming soon enough, but an Overlord will take a while. Lotus nodded in agreement. They could make the Lala bunnies into monarchs right away. And those Dragon King guys too, she supposed. But she would have to talk to Remy about doing the whole guild. They would need better materials to work with. They had Dora and those Orcish druids with the good jokes working in the Drod Guild house. If they were advanced to Monarch, they could make all the wooden accessories anyone could want. The druids were still commanders, as far as she knew, but Remy could probably fix that. Remy was good at fixing the boring spots. And that was how the next few days saw Karl stuck in worker mode, making a constant stream of accessories. Ray and Thor were working the retail side, selling off all the casual and formal clothing that Ray was making, and which Karl had quickly upgraded. But Karl was spending nearly every waking minute upgrading accessories that the crafting team had made from Overlord and Totem-ranked metals and stones. Almost all of it was Overlord-ranked and contained targeted buffs, starting with the healing specialist buffs that Lotus had requested. But he was also doing some more creative ones for the totems, who had more specialized skills. With the rarity of non-class acquired skills, adding even the seemingly simplest of spells to different items had become the most lucrative of abilities. Especially healing. Just for laughs, Karl had put Sacred Heal, Tion's combined healing and cleansing ability, on a mythic-ranked Holy Stone set into a totem-ranked bracelet. The result had been utter chaos in the Alliance chat and a meeting with the guild leaders, which was scheduled for 15 minutes from now. But the meeting wasn't a big deal. If they had more mythic Holy Stones, he could make more of the bracelets. It was the notice that he had received when he completed the item that had Karl excited. Verified, Fundamental Rule Compatibility Divinity. It hadn't seemed like a major thing at the time, but once Karl took time to focus on it, he realized that he had been neglecting the most important part of his own advancement. If he was going to make it to Mythic and Immortal ranks smoothly, he needed understanding of the most fundamental rules of the universe. But the higher levels of understanding were a passive buff to his skills that wasn't affected by resistance of the common sorts. Karl finished making another batch of attack speed and skill power rings, the most common Overlord-ranked request, and prepared for the meeting. There were only 2 healers in the Mythic group from the Alliance, so it shouldn't be a big deal for them to decide who got the first bracelet. But the way Dave had spoken in the message made it sound like things weren't so simple. A knock at the door had the gargoyle on main floor duty running. They loved answering the door. Of course, there was a gargoyle on the roof, so they already knew who was at the door, but the small creatures would visibly pout if someone else opened the door while they were running for it. So now, nobody bothered. It was their job, unless you were right beside the door. Dave led the group inside, and Karl immediately felt the power of one stranger in their midst. The others he had all met, at least briefly, while making equipment. But this one was powerful. Karl, meet Azov, the immortal regent of Sholaha. Dave began, an avatar of the White Dragon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Regent. Karl replied with a polite bow to the immortal rank powerhouse in front of him. The White Dragon smiled at him. You are a most curious sort, aren't you? I can smell the divine favor on you from here. But that's not our concern for the day. I was made aware that an item with Sacred Heal was put up for sale on the Alliance market today. Karl frowned. I thought that the Alliance markets were private? Azov chuckled. I was in a debriefing with one of our clerics about an incident in the Overlord-ranked dungeon a few days ago when it happened. His response made it impossible to miss, and he had no problem sharing. But if he hadn't, I doubt that either of these two would have been able to resist the urge to brag. That was almost certainly true. Nobody could resist bragging about getting a new item that gave them an overpowered skill. I take it that you would like one. Karl asked. Azov nodded. That I would, but it's less urgent, as I can use the spell. What I am more interested in is whether you can inscribe the spell into a book. Normally, divine magic cannot be written by anyone less than an immortal, so imagine my shock when I learned that someone had put it on an item at the totem rank. Karl shook his head. Trying to write that spell in a skill book would take more paper than he had seen in his life. Writing it on a holy stone was more like guidance, and only those who had enough favor of their gods could use it. Creating items with the effect is different. Mostly, I describe the basics of the spell and the desired outcomes, along with a short prayer passage. Generic, because I don't know what god or goddess the user will be following. If their deity doesn't grant them the ability, the spell won't work, or it will only work at partial efficiency. Karl explained. Then, he handed the immortal the item in question. The runes on the stone were mostly hidden now that the gem was set into the bracelet, but there should be enough visible for him to guess what Karl had done. Assuming he could read them. The dragon's eyes shone golden with holy light, and the runes on the gem lit up in the air in front of him. Oh, this is lovely. Yes, you understand the spell very well. But tell me, how did you learn it? This is not a spell that most clerics of the world dragon receive, much less someone with a simple avatar transformation. He asked, from a stone-fur divine fox. My class allows me to share some of the skills of my bonded partners, and that is one of them. I'm not particularly skilled with the spell itself, but I understand it well enough to make a gem with its effect. But I suppose that shouldn't be unexpected on my end. If the gods don't grant you that favor, it's only a mediocre healing spell, and I'm not a cleric, Karl explained. Though, that did bring up an interesting paradox. Could Dana use the spell, now that she was part stone-fur divine fox? It might only be a tiny bit from her advancement, but it might let her learn some sorts of healing magic that would lead to an even more advanced class the next time she advanced hers. Azov turned the bracelet in his hands for a moment, then took out a mythic-grade holy stone. Please make another of these stones for me. I wish to give it to my successor in celebration of his advancement. Karl nodded. Your successor in the clergy, or as regent of Sholaha? Both. He is reaching the peak of totem rank now, and it is only a matter of time before he can take over the day-to-day operations of the nation. Then, when and if he reaches immortality, he can take over my position in the clergy, and I will retire to the immortal realm. Karl nodded. That meant that this was an extra important gift, so he wondered if he should have the large stone carved into a statue. It was a milky white stone brimming with holy power, so it would make an excellent gift as a dragon carving. But actually adding the spell to that would be a nightmare. So, Karl formed the spell on the stone as the others watched silently. There you go. It should work perfectly now. But I'm sure you know that if you try to test it, there is a good chance that it will bond to you instead. He warned. Azov smiled. Oh, I'm well aware of the phenomenon. I will pass this to him now, and then we need to have a discussion about a few other topics. Then Azov opened a portal and handed the stone through to someone, who made a startled noise, but was cut off in the middle of his first word as Azov closed the portal. Portal token linked to my office, a relic from my predecessor. Very handy, he explained. Karl smiled, trying not to laugh at the fact that he had obviously just cut off whatever question his assistant had for him. Most likely it was about the random totem-ranked item that had been dropped on the desk without any form of explanation. But he was the leader of the nation, so it could have been about nearly anything. Now, I have brought the leaders of your alliance together for a reason. I have spoken with the court seer, and they determined that your alliance was on the ascendant to a degree far greater than any of the other alliances in the nation. Unlike some insecure leaders, I'm not threatened by powerful residents. However, a large financial imbalance between guild alliances is not optimal for the region. More than that, a large power imbalance does not suit my goals of social stability. In next year's totem rank challenges, I will be placing a new restriction, and I thought that you should be the first to know of it. Each champion may only compete for one dungeon trial. It should clear up the backlog of competitors going for multiple dungeons until they win one. But it will also stop certain competitors from claiming multiple dungeons in the name of their alliance. Karl chuckled, and the immortal smiled at him. You're not quite alone. There are 2 others who took multiple totem-ranked dungeons this year. I considered just making all the trials start at the same time, but that was a logistical nightmare to arrange judges and referees for. Dave poked Karl in the side. And there is already a rule against competing above or below your rank, so you can't go for the easy pickings in the mythic rank. Azov rolled his eyes at the druid. Do you really think that he could claim a mythic dungeon? A chorus of affirmative responses filled the room, and Dave laughed. Unlike the guild challenges, there is no rule against using bonded pets in the trials. How do you think that it would end when he brought out 5 totem-ranked beasts with limited invulnerability and super-fast regeneration? You might as well say that he's mugging them once the behemoth and the demonic spider get a grip on his competitors. Azov sighed. I see your point. All the more reason not to change the rules about the challenges themselves. If you're the strongest at your rank, that's that. So, your goal is to stop us from becoming obscenely wealthy by capping the number of dungeons that we can control. Karl asked. Azov made a non-committal gesture. It's a start, but the seer says that it's not even close to enough to limit the imbalance. So don't worry too much that you will be left impoverished. I talked to Lord Drod. and he informed me that your guild has been good about complying with his requests not to flood the market with dangerous items. I believe that something similar might be a suitable request for the Nara Group Guild Alliance. Equipping all your members is a noble goal, but spreading dozens of totem-ranked items a day through the open market would be disruptive. Karl shrugged. Well, I have limited amounts of raw materials to work with, and even more limited amounts of crafting time. So, the damage would be limited. But I see your point. Even 5 totem rank, totem-grade weapons, or armor pieces a day would cause chaos. The dungeon loot here really is trash compared to even the Overlord-ranked dungeon in Bara. At least that dungeon drops all Overlord-ranked crafting materials. There are Overlord-ranked dungeons that do drop better loot, but they tend to be monopolized, as even here, there are only so many dungeons to go around, and most of them have entry limits. The best only open once a month, but some of the others open daily and only allow a few groups. So, the guilds closest to them set up guards to keep anyone else from entering without an agreement. I let it slide because ultimately, an Overlord-ranked dungeon doesn't really matter, and none of the guilds that engage in such behavior are crafting guilds, so they can't even use the materials they loot. They have to sell them all wholesale. Azov explained. And because they have to sell, they don't unbalance the system, and most of the trade goods get shipped out of the country because Sholaha has the vast majority of the powerful dungeons. Karl realized. Exactly. Karl considered the options for a few moments, then made a proposal for the Immortal Regent. What if we restrict items to open access by the Alliance, as per our Alliance agreement, and then hold a once-monthly auction for select equipment? We do that in Drod, and the Lord sends someone to vet the items, to ensure we don't sell anything that will be too problematic. That way we can at least maintain some level of reputation among the other guilds in the city, and those with money from all over the Dragon Isles will have a chance to snatch the items away and remove them from the region. Karl suggested. Azov smiled. That is not a bad option. You see, my major concern is not the power level of the items that you are selling. If you equipped the whole city, things would balance themselves out again. What I am concerned about is an alliance so obscenely wealthy that they use that clout to upset the balance of power. If your alliance is making enough that they can simply buy out or put bounties on entire alliances for displeasing you, how am I supposed to keep things relatively peaceful and stable? I won't stand for that level of chaos in my territory. Kara laughed quietly in her space. He was definitely talking about Supreme Lady Matilda right now, and extending his opinion of her to Karl. Karl smiled. Fear not. The Drod branch is somewhat less chaotic than our Guild Elders branch. We're not actually big on causing trouble for others most of the time. The Immortal laughed. That implies that you are for chaos and trouble some of the time. Karl shrugged. Well, we do have a Chaos Badger. But mostly the issue is that some people just deserve to be troubled. Azov frowned. A Chaos Badger? Kara came out of her space and stood up to wave at him. Oh, that is brilliant. If that old witch was this cute, she might actually have friends. Kara snorted with laughter, then began to fly around the room, checking to see if anything changed during her nap. It all looked the same, except for the piles of things that Ray had been working on. Boring. So, she went over and landed on the new person. He had an interesting aura, and she was keenly interested in what about it made it different from anyone else that she had tasted before. Kara, Karl warned. The badger gave him what the myths took as a cheeky smirk, then gave Azov a nose bump and a subtle taste test. Not bad. Different spicy, like well-aged dwarven liquor. Then she settled back on his lap to investigate the peculiarities of his aura, while Azov stroked the fur on her back. Well, it appears that she is quite friendly. Not at all what I expected. He noted. She's a people person, just commonly misunderstood. But, back on topic, is the auction a suitable limit on the growth rate of our wealth? We can accept sales limits on the items that we put up every month. It will all be stronger items, though. I put up an Overlord-ranked item or two in Drod every month to keep the bills paid at the guild house, so this would be all totem-ranked. Azov sighed, and his expression went vacant as he messaged someone. The seer says that should keep the rate of growth to a level that won't cause undue levels of imbalance. Whatever that means. He agreed a few moments later. Karl shrugged. Perhaps it's inevitable that the power level and wealth of the region is going to rise. As long as we don't get so far ahead of the curve that our members are tempted to cause trouble, I don't see it being an issue. Azov nodded. All right, that works for me. Your crafting skills are really incredible, though. Perhaps you would be open to taking a few more apprentices? Even on a short-term training program. Steve tried and failed not to laugh. Everyone wanted to load Karl up with apprentices. Karl shrugged. I don't see the harm. They are something of a trade secret, but we do have both guild spots and workspace available. We could take in a few more students, if they have suitable personalities. Wonderful, I have just the right ones for you. Azov announced, then activated an item in his hand. It created a glowing spot of light, and then a few seconds later, a portal opened on the spot. Oh, that is a great toy. Kara cheered. It's just a marker beacon so that the people tracking me know to open a portal. He explained to the badger, who was intently eyeing the device in his hand. It's a magic stick of be here. Kara laughed. Karl chuckled and relayed her thoughts, which made the immortal laugh. Oh, I see how that would be appealing. Perhaps I have been using it all wrong. A young mage with glowing silver eyes stepped through the portal and bowed to Azov. Your Majesty, you called? Azov nodded and gestured to Karl. I have confirmed that this man does indeed have both a lost crafting skill and rare spells, as the seer had predicted when she saw that his finances could cause disruption to the balance of the nation. Can you please summon one of the trainee study groups from the library? A moment later, 3 blue-haired clerics approached the portal, then stopped as they realized they were expected to leave the library. Come, take a seat. We have rare knowledge for you. Azov explained. Those were magical words, and 2 nearly identical androgynous figures rushed forward, followed by a more stately old blue dragon, at the mythic rank. Is the study group only 3? Azov whispered to the silver dragon. They were next on the list for new knowledge. He replied, Runelord Karl, meet High Priestess Sapphire, and her grandchildren Bobby and Joe. The silver-eyed dragon introduced them. The older blue dragon smiled eagerly. Runelord. Karl nodded. The Runemaster skill. Do you currently have a trade skill? Sapphire shook her head. I have been holding off for a new one. I have researched thousands, but I have not yet found one that was worth my time. Karl took out a small blue water stone and wrote a simple inscription on it. Near this stone, no liquid will dampen the surface of a book or scroll. Then he buffed the water stone to totem rank and tossed it to her. A welcoming gift suitable for a blue dragon. Karl explained. Sapphire stared at it for a few seconds, then began to mouth the words, which were written in ancient Dwarven, not the proper runic language. She smiled as she translated. Does it really work? Karl nodded. Even a monarch-ranked flood spell wouldn't dampen a single page with that stone active. It doesn't prevent other damage, though. Just the thing to keep active at all times in the library with youthful apprentices running around. Tell me, do you have more apprentices? She asked. Karl nodded. A dozen more at this house, and half as many, plus alchemy apprentices in Drod. No more blue dragons, unfortunately, but we have bunnies, demons, and dragonkin. Sapphire chuckled. Let me guess. You have an acolyte of the green dragon with you, and they made it impossible not to keep the beastkin around? Karl winked at her. She's also fond of obsession demons. They make up most of the runic alchemy team. And where is the young nature lover now? Karl smiled. In the Overlord-ranked dungeon, working as a healer for a 25-person team from the Guild Alliance. She has the Tree of Life, transformation, and quite enjoys the job. Do you have other clerics in the guild? Sapphire asked, and Dave chuckled. The dragon turned a curious look his way, and the druid shrugged. I think that the Darklight host is collecting them. They've got one from the green, one from the red, one from the black, and now it seems there will be blue dragons as well. I should have sent them one from the bronze. Azov muttered to himself. Sapphire chuckled. It's not too late. You know that most of them don't have trade skills other than being insufferable know-it-alls. The pair smirked at each other, and one of the younger blue dragons raised his hand. Should I go request for one? I am certain that they would love the chance for a new legal case study. Sapphire patted him on the head. No need. They will send someone on their own if they think that we need one here. Then she turned on Karl. How long do you think that it will take to learn the basics of the skill? Karl winked at her. I have a special skill granted to me by my class, and it is very dragon-friendly. Dave nodded in agreement. His skill was practically perfect for dragons. Karl shook the totem-ranked dragon's hand and activated, Follow me, little one. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the helpful assistant Bobby. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, runecrafting, will be transferred to the mischievous whelpling Joe. The three dragons cheered and threw their hands in the air in celebration, while Azof stared at Karl. What sort of skill is that? He asked. It's intended to train my bonded beasts, but with a few upgrades, I found that they just have to be friendly and not part of my bonded team. So, I can teach all sorts of fun skills to compatible dragons. Karl explained. Sapphire's eyes glowed with divine favor as the god of knowledge was intrigued by the possibilities. So, Karl did it again. Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, lightning zone, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. Karl smiled as he remembered the first time that he had taught a lightning skill to the blue dragons, and how frustrated they had been that nobody else could use refreshing lightning. Sapphire winked at Karl. Thank you, but the goddess says you're still holding out. Karl shrugged. Of course I am. If I showed you all the fun things at once, what would we do tomorrow? Champion Karl offers knowledge, skill, refreshing lightning, will be transferred to the curious maiden Sapphire. The familiar blue barrier surrounded the dragon, and her eyes flashed once, then faded. It seemed that was enough amusement for her goddess for one day, but it had only confused the rest of the group. Blue dragons are very compatible with a lightning barrier type skill that I know. It's the one that normally belongs to the lightning Sero species. But you need to have quite a bit of lightning affinity and beast blood for it to work. He explained. So, you can't just teach skills to anyone? Azof asked. Karl shook his head. No, I can only teach skills that you are compatible with. In fact, my team members all have entirely different skill sets because they're not all that compatible with the specialties of the others. For example, only Dana managed to learn Kara's Nullify. None of the others, and none of the other beasts, even though both Remy and Tion are skilled magic users. Plus, Tion and Remy can't even use each other's healing skills. Karl remembered that most of the group here didn't know who he was talking about, so he elaborated. Remy is our runic alchemist, and a Naga queen by species, while Tion is a young stone-fur divine fox. Azof smiled in understanding. He had the briefing on the members of the Darklight host, but they hadn't had names for the beasts or many of the lower members. It was only the ones more likely to be entangled with the web of fate that had caught the notice of the seers, so they were the only ones researched. He should have known that more members of that guild meant more trouble. How many tens of thousands of years had he known that old Chaos Dragon? Of course, anyone that the system pulled into her guild was a potential catastrophe. They weren't even in her branch of the guild, so Matilda hadn't recruited them. The system had done it, at least for the first one. Idly, Azof inspected Karl's system information, then paused when he got to one particular line. Would you care to explain how exactly you came to be the city lord of Bunga, and when? As far as I know, the Bronze Dragon Orthos has held that title for thousands of years. Azof asked, his tone only slightly accusing and mostly curious. Oh, that's a bit of a long story, but Bishop Misty sent me for a little journey into the past, to the last resurgence, when Orthos was still young. I just happened to be at the city gates when a guild war started and ended up as the champion for the Darklight host. That's the first of the gold rings on my guild tabard. The immortal regent sat silently for nearly a full minute, while everyone else tried to make sense of what Karl had said. They were definitely missing some information here. Like exactly how old was Karl, and where was Bunga? That was the moment when the entire Overlord-ranked team burst into the front doors, laughing and joking as they celebrated the immense amount of loot that they had gotten from their day's work. They all came to a stumbling halt as they realized that there was an important meeting of some sort going on in the main floor's main room. Our apologies, Your Majesty. We weren't expecting guests. Quinn stammered, but Azof just smiled and waved off his concern. It's nothing so serious. I take it you had a good day? Azof asked, now much more interested in what the overlords had gotten up to than the minutiae of the Darklight host's likely future troublemaking. Indeed, Lord Regent. You see, we managed to trigger a special event today for taking 0 damage during the first boss. It gave us an extra boss, and then enhanced bosses for the rest of the run. Plus, we got 9 epic grade items from a single run, all Overlord ranked. The warrior explained. 0 damage during the first boss fight? Quinn nodded in agreement. The golems took the lead, and Miss Ophelia has limited invulnerability. Apparently, The dungeon doesn't count damage done to golems. So, when we finished the fight, nobody in the group had taken any damage at all. The immortal regent frowned, then tapped his chin in thought, which made Kara complain that he was no longer stroking her back. His aura was nice, like you could get lost in it forever, and she didn't want to get up yet. But he got up and handed her to Deve, who laughed as Kara tentatively stared at him, considering her options, then sat on his lap to face the group. Being closer to where the immortal was seated was still best, and Deve already smelled like Badger. Whose golems were used for the primary tanks? Azov asked. Dana raised her hand. I am a Mystic Blade Master, and my main golems have auto parry, as well as increased attack speed. They don't excel at holding the attention of the boss, but they are good at intercepting attacks. Azov nodded. That makes sense. I wonder if it has happened before, and the guild simply kept it to themselves? With that much better of a result, I can see why they would want to keep it as an alliance secret. And for that reason, I won't spread the news. It's just an Overlord-ranked dungeon, and if your alliance has what it takes to keep triggering the event, then they can reap the rewards. The Overlords looked relieved. If the Regent wasn't going to mess with their new strategy, they would make a fortune in the next few months, and they would have all the gear they could ever need. The portal was still open, and Azov began making his way over. I will leave these fine folk with you for the foreseeable future. It has been a pleasure meeting you all, but I do have work to return to, he explained as he walked away without looking back. That left Kara without hope for more exposure to the strange immortal aura. So, she rubbed herself all over the front of Deve and returned to her space to look for a blue stone, the same color as the new dragon's eyes. Deve paused, then began to curse. Damn it, I know why she was so happily sitting in my lap. She wanted to send me home smelling like a strange badger. The druid complained. The other guild masters laughed as they realized what Kara had done and how Deve's badger beastkin wife would take it if he walked in smelling like another badger woman. There is a shower at the end of the hall. You can wash and change before you go home, Karl suggested. Dana laughed. Don't you think that she would notice just as quickly that he came home smelling of someone else's shampoo with wet hair? Deve frowned. Give me the badger. I'm bringing her home with me to explain. Actually, that sounded like a lot of fun, Kara thought. Baby humanoid badgers. So, she gave up on her stone search and came out to bump the back of Deve's legs, encouraging him to get going. I feel like I've been bamboozled. But all right, let's go. Once she knows you're an actual badger and not a mistress, I will have much less to worry about. Deve led Kara out of the house, and Karl saw Lotus sneaking around the edge of the room to inspect the new people. They're blue dragons, you don't need to sneak up on them. Karl informed her with a soft chuckle. The younger one who had been introduced as Joe laughed and took down her hood, revealing a girlish smile, missing a front tooth. No, she definitely needs to sneak up. It's the only way to keep green dragon clerics quiet in the library. The young dragon joked. Bobby took down his hood as well, and Karl noted just how much they looked alike, even for twins. But Karl's fears were unfounded, as Lotus didn't do anything crazy. She just grabbed her fellow small people in a hug and welcomed them to the guild. What is Karl going to teach you? Will you be joining the bunnies and the boys? Or did you want to do runic alchemy? Lotus asked. The pair both turned to their grandmother, who smiled at Lotus. We all will be joining the bunnies and the boys. I promised their mother that I would train them up in my chosen trade skill when we picked one. Lotus nodded. That will be helpful. We needed another totem rank crafter in the guild. These two will also fit in well with the others. They might be monarchs, but the others are royals, so it's not too big of a difference. Naksha shook her head in dismay. Dragons born on the Isles really do have an advantage. I was nearly grown before I reached monarch rank. Bobby and Joe hid behind Lotus as they noticed the black dragon, but Naksha was used to the response the first time people met her. This is Naksha, part of our Overlord rank team, and she will have a room right by your grandmother. Perhaps next to you, if you don't want to stay in the basement with the other crafters for safety. Sapphire winked at Karl. And am I not now a guild crafter who needs protection? Karl patted her gently on the shoulder. I am not fooled by the appearance of your transformation. There isn't anything weak about a mythic rank dragon, especially one who can make acolytes behave in the library. Sapphire thought that this assignment might actually be more fun than she had expected. There were other dragons around still, and not just dragonkin. Not that there was anything wrong with the dragonkin. but they tended to have this weird hero worship thing going on for full-blooded dragons, and when there was nobody else to distract them, it could get tiresome. Sapphire had taught school for centuries as a young blue dragon, and she was more familiar with most how youngsters looked up to old dragons in positions of authority. But lately, she just didn't feel the need to be that person. I would imagine that I am going to be expected to create equipment now that I am here, and you are a crafting guild. The blue dragon sighed. She was great with the theoretical and loved to study, but having to actually practice a skill was part of the reason she had held off so long. You can practice on this lovely set of accessories. They're all carved with dragons around the outer edge and a flat center for easy engraving. How familiar are you with the runic language after the knowledge transfer? I could write out examples, or you could just free-form it and make what you like. There are two basic options: linking the runes into the largest possible combinations for efficiency to add stats, or using poetry to link everything and make it flow. Both generate excellent results, though poetry can have some surprising additional effects. Karl explained. Sapphire was silent for a moment, then smiled. The goddess has granted me a comprehensive understanding of the language, and even a bit of knowledge about your oddities. Is it true that you often write in Dwarven because you started out with very little knowledge and a Dwarven rune book? Karl nodded. Indeed, that is true, but it won't work for everyone. Many of the Dwarven runes and poems need a bit of Dwarven blood to work, and I have barely enough. As for you, I have no idea how that would work, given the dragon's affinity for magic of all sorts. Did you have something in mind? It is a guild custom to make the first item for your own use. That was a curious custom, Sapphire thought. So, your crafters just make a random thing that they want as their first training item? She asked. Karl nodded. I will write the runes on the chalkboard if they need a guide. I believe that it helps build confidence, and many choose an item that will help them in their work. The acolytes downstairs mostly chose to make rings that gave a greater chance of a higher grade outcome when crafting. Sapphire nodded in understanding, while Bobby and Joe began to get excited. That was a brilliant idea for a first item. That sort of luck item is not my style. Sapphire began. Instead, I would think that an item that would reduce the mana expenditure or increase my regeneration might be more appropriate. Karl smiled. Both are possible. Mana storage is one of the most commonly requested benefits of our equipment at the higher ranks, especially for the armor pieces, as they have enough raw material to hold a truly outstanding amount of mana, where a small ring struggles. The dragon slowly blinked her glowing blue eyes as she thought about the answer, but Ray solved her dilemma for her. I have library blue robes for you. If you want to start with those, you can have all the benefits without jewelry jangling as you work. Ray offered. She held up the robes, which were a bit fancy, but well suited to the fashion sensibility of the old blue dragon. Those are lovely. Is that all silk, with a lace shawl? You have lovely taste, Madam Spider. Ray stood a bit straighter, enjoying the praise for her work. Making clothing was a very rewarding endeavor. People sang her praises everywhere that she went. Now she knew how Remy felt when they went to the Naga Temple. There are two options: either decorate the outside of the robes, or turn them inside out, and do all the rune work on the inside of the clothing. Once it is activated, you don't need to worry about it wearing off. Karl explained. Inside it is. Now children, pick a bracelet. That will give you more room to work on. She instructed Bobby and Joe. How about a staff? Shouldn't a working cleric have a walking staff? Joe asked, which made Naksha and the other clerics laugh. You've been around old people too long. The walking staff is just a prop to remind people that they're old and dignified. It has nothing to do with location. Besides, you need both hands to work. You can't hold a staff all day. Naksha explained. Oh right, bracelets it is. Thank you for your wisdom, High Priestess. Sapphire rolled her eyes, and Karl handed them both a pair of Overlord-ranked bracelets. They couldn't upgrade them that far, but they were made from some sort of dark blue translucent stone that would go well with their robes. A knock at the door distracted everyone, and the gargoyles happily opened the door to let Guild Master Raj back in, with a totem-ranked mage following him. Sorry to interrupt when I know that you're busy, but one of our teams has a minor emergency. They were supposed to provide a tank for a mixed alliance run, but he's missing in action, and the other tanks ran this morning. They can't enter again today. The big man explained. Karl frowned. Technically, I'm not a tank. Raj gave him a disbelieving look. With your skills, you don't think that you're suitable as a tank. Karl considered the answer. It was true that he was suitable as a tank. In fact, he had no intention of taking the hits himself. He would just appropriate Ray's skills and let them do the tanking for him. All right, I will join you for the run, as long as someone tells me where to go. Karl agreed. Ray smiled as she prepared to return to her space. You're coming as well? I thought that you were going to be busy making decorations for the Alliance. Karl joked. Even Remy stopped working to join us. It's been too long since we were in a dungeon. We should call Kara back, but she's having fun. Ray replied. Raj frowned. Did Dev really take her home with him? That's an even worse idea than showing up smelling like her. Ray laughed. She's playing with his children now. They like flying around the lobby. The mythic warrior sighed. There should be a law against that. Flying badgers is just excessive. Cruel and unusual punishment to the cleaners should apply in this scenario. Dev has experience with them. He took all the crayons away before he let them near Kara. But she's being careful not to crash into the walls or decorations. And the lobby of their guild manor has been childproofed, since their members have so many kids staying there. Ray added. Karl turned to the mage. What is our part of the group like? We're supposed to provide the main tank, 2 healers, and 2 mages. We've got everyone but the tank waiting. All right, let's go join them. It's annoying when people keep you waiting for a run. I take it this is a 10-person run. Karl replied. The mage shook her head. No, it's a 25-person. They were just short a few people with members on vacation. Their alliance isn't as large as ours. So, they have 20, we bring the 5. All right, that works. Just let me inform Kara that we're headed out, and we can leave. The moment that he said that, Kara returned to her space, then came out to wave at the mage. Oh, it's you. Dev's new friend. I saw him chasing you around the garden earlier. Karl gave Kara a suspicious look, and she shrugged. The kids wanted to fly outside. It was fun, and landing on grass is softer. Plus, my claws won't damage the floor. Then she returned to her space, and Karl motioned for the mage to lead the way. Thanks for the invite, Guildmaster. If you want a snack, I believe that the ladies have some baked goods going in the kitchen. He offered. As one, the 4 Lollabunnies poked their heads out of the kitchen. They had been preparing for the ladies to return from the dungeon. Who was this new man invited to the celebration? Karl gave Dana a one-armed hug, and he whispered in her ear. I will be back in a few hours to hear all about your trip. Don't let Lotus overdose on popcorn. Dana smiled up at him. If anyone can make it possible to overdose on popcorn, it would be Lotus. Karl followed the mage out of the manor, then extended his hand. I believe that we missed this stage. I am Karl, Beastmaster Champion, and it's a pleasure to work with you today. I am Cindy, Fire Mage. It's a pleasure to meet you properly. We didn't have an opportunity to talk when everyone was shopping for new clothes. Lady Ray has become something of a legend among the Alliance. Karl nodded. I can understand that. She's gone all out making clothes and armor. Our Grandmaster Blacksmith has the disadvantage in creation speed, so he hasn't gotten the same level of recognition yet. I suppose that it doesn't help that he's still in Draught either. Raj split off when they passed his guild's manor, but Cindy led Karl out the front of the outer building and into the city. You know, since I arrived, I haven't even had an opportunity to see the rest of the city. This is the first time I've been outside in days. It's kind of bright out here. The mage laughed. The great complaint of crafters everywhere, seeing the sun. Karl inspected the shops as they passed through the commercial district, headed for the Myceloid dungeon, according to the signs at every street corner. They stopped at a coffee shop, and Cindy gestured to the other members of the team. This is Marcus, an arcane mage, and these are Dawn and Reggie, our clerics. She explained. The arcane mage was wearing black robes, made by Ray, while both clerics had Ray's signature cleric robes on, in thick white silk. It looks like our fashion line is becoming quite popular, though it is odd not to see the trademark spider logo on the white robes. Karl joked. The Dragonkin man, known as Reggie, rolled up his sleeve, revealing that there was a small white spider embroidered into the robes. I put them in hidden spots on the cleric robes, so it doesn't upset their gods. Ray explained. Mr. Karl, what form will you take to tank the battle? Will you be in dragon avatar form? Some of the Myceloids are pretty big. Reggie asked. I was intending to have my summoned creatures do the work of tanking for us. Spectral Knights are excellent tanks, and they come equipped with shields and heavy armor. If they do the heavy work on the front line, we shouldn't have a problem holding the enemy back for the damage dealers. Karl explained. That's unconventional. But do they have life leech or regeneration? I need to know what the healing strategy will be. That's why we insist that if they require both healers, we also provide the main tank. The balding dragonkin explained. They have both available to them. They heal when they deal damage, and I will have a trollish regeneration level self-healing effect on them, as well as an eternal lightning barrier. Honestly, I don't expect them to need much healing at all. It is the rest of the group that you'll have to focus on. I have a skill called territorial, which causes intimidation on hit, which should keep the attention on them. But they don't have a proper taunt ability. Karl informed the healers. Bestial Champion would double the effect of all buffs that he cast on himself or his bonded partners, but he wasn't sure if that would apply to buffs on the undead army spell constructs. If they have problems, I will step in, and I can roar in dragon form. It's pretty effective, he added, just in case. What Karl didn't realize, because he had never been with a group that stood a chance of pulling the monsters away from him, was that intimidation was a form of taunt effect that increased the likelihood that the target would focus on you. Ophelia had a lesser version of it on all her attacks, and it had made it nearly impossible for her not to be the main tank. But Karl could activate it at will. He just never bothered. He also had overwhelming presence, which would cause a terror type of effect and freeze enemies in place for a few seconds. So, between the two, Karl was fairly certain that he would be all right. Do you have a lot of combat buffs? Cindy asked. I've got plenty of buffs and a varied selection of combat skills from my beasts. I suppose the biggest ones would be Shatter, Sharpness, Crushing Blows, Devastate, Rampage, Pack Tactics, Territorial, Limited Invulnerability, Trollish Regeneration, Bestial Champion, Brutal Pugilist, and Avatar. The other four simply stared at him as he listed skill after skill. And all of those are active? Reggie asked. Karl nodded. I don't always use them all, but Territorial will be essential for my role as tank, and the rest all increase damage for my whole bonded team. Well, for the whole team if I extend some of them over everyone in the dungeon. But the majority are passive skills. I don't even know what some of those skills do. Like, what even is Devastate? Marcus asked. Karl laughed. Skills that do more than 10% of the target's health do double damage. Of course they do, because you weren't strong enough already. I think that our employers for the day will be pleased with the group that we chose. I know that the healers will. The arcane mage joked. Reggie and Don nodded. They were very pleased with this setup. They finished their drinks and got up. All right, the others should be at the entrance to the dungeon. Let's go show off. Karl tried not to laugh. Their whole group, himself included, was wearing the latest fashion made by Ray. He wasn't in armor. He was just wearing a casual outfit with a polo shirt and slacks. But they were still totem-ranked items made by Ray. City guards stopped them when they reached the staging area and waited for someone to introduce them, so they knew who was entering. 5 members of the Nara Group Guild Alliance joining 20 members of the Jackalope Group. Cindy explained. On your left. Entry fee, please. Cindy handed over a bag, and the guard ushered them through to meet the rest of the group. Much to Karl's dismay, there was one visible mage, for rogues, and the rest of the team all showed the same basic brown of the warrior class, with no advanced classes among them. They were all totem ranked, so they weren't doing anything strange, but the fact that not a single one of them had managed to advance was somewhat depressing. He was going to have to start hiring inscriptionists to make skill books so more of the Alliance members could trigger advancements. Gentlemen, Cindy, who is the new tank? A muscular dragonkin warrior named Steve asked. This is Karl. He's an unconventional one, a beastmaster. He tanks with bonded beasts and summons, but he's got intimidation on hit. So just give him a couple of seconds to grab the myceloid's attention and it'll be fine. Bear with us for a few pulls. It's his first time here. He just moved from Drod when his guild joined our alliance. She replied. The warrior sighed. Well, a tank is a tank. If that's what your healers want, we won't argue. He led the way into the gate of the dungeon, with Karl right beside him. Once Karl was sure that everyone was inside and verified the head count, he called out the team and then began adding summons. Bodyguards, Epic Guard, Haint, Dire Bear Golems, and then the Undead Army. Thor, you're responsible for positioning the bears and the undead to tank for the group. Be sure to listen for instructions. Karl instructed. Thor nodded happily and bugled in joy at getting to smash giant mushroom people. They looked tasty. That's not what I was expecting. Also, I think that your partner just robbed one of my warriors. Kara, give him back his sword. Kara shrugged and handed the weapon back. She was just taking a look. It was a bonded weapon anyhow. Are you sure that these beasts are all suitable for combat? Steve asked. Karl nodded. Don't underestimate her. The Chaos Badger is a monster in combat. But Steve was looking at Hawk, who had gotten Thor to shrink him so that he was the size of a large bird, but he was in Lord of Destruction form, so he was an ethereal blue form, like a lesser fire elemental. Oh, he's been reduced in size for the fight. A 30-meter-long ghost fire Thunderbird isn't exactly dungeon-friendly. It doesn't affect his power, only his mobility. Karl explained. What did we get ourselves into? One of the warriors asked as Ray summoned all of her undead and golems, then moved them to the side, so everyone knew they weren't the tanks. They looked similar, but hers blended into the background as she activated perfect camouflage on them. All right, what do I need to know about the first few pulls? Though it looks like he's going to run off and eat someone if we don't let him at the mushrooms. Steve laughed. One of the major loot items at the end of the battle is a magical resource called mushroom steaks. They're a totem-ranked food that grants combat buffs, though. So please don't let him just eat everything. Thor nodded. Got it. Leave the loot items alone. Eat the bodies of the mushroom men. There were even some tasty-looking new herbs growing off to the side of the path that he was going to need to pick for his space. Once he was satisfied that everyone was in position, Thor bugled and started the charge, with the dire bears flanking him and the undead army taking up the outside of the formation. It wasn't nearly as fun without his knight, but when he collided with the first myceloid warrior and trampled it to the ground, Thor decided that maybe this dungeon wasn't going to be too bad. The warriors were right behind them, only waiting a few seconds for the undead army to get in position. Thor instructed them to go past the myceloids so that the warriors could attack without passing through the line. That seemed to work pretty well, and they were even considerate enough that they didn't try to interfere with his stomping. Kara was disintegrating bits of it, but other than that, everyone had picked another target. Naturally, that was because the massive behemoth was standing over top of the fallen monster, using Earthquake, Lightning Zone, and Consecrated Ground as he stomped on the myceloid. Nobody dared to get too close and risk being squished by his enthusiasm. Hawk, go grab another group and get it over here. We're almost done with this one. Karl shouted, loud enough that all the warriors could hear him. Cindy frowned. That was not how this was normally done. But the monsters had died more than twice as fast as usual, and the healers were looking bored, with nothing to do. Have you even cast a spell yet? She asked Dawn as the cleric lit a cigarette. What one? Nobody is taking any damage. The undead have full control of the myceloids, and these ones don't have any area attacks that strike behind themselves. Only in front. That monster man's damage reduction is absolutely insane. I understand that he's the one who makes the gear, so naturally he has the best, but this is beyond that. I don't think that he listed all of his own defensive abilities, only the ones that he thought we would recognize as important. Dawn explained. How so? She asked as she cast Rain of Fire over the myceloids. He said he's got limited invulnerability, but I think that he's got at least another 20 or 30% damage reduction from a skill, plus what is on his gear, which is an actual gear, as far as I can tell. He's got an epic great armor spell, and I can't tell if he's wearing armor underneath it or just accessories. But normally, only spell buffs spread to summoned creatures, and those spectral knights are regenerating more damage than they're taking. That made sense to the mage. The behemoth species were all known to have immense amounts of damage reduction, and that skill might have been shared with Karl. However, there wasn't taking any damage, as far as she could tell. His stomping had so badly mangled the myceloid warrior that it couldn't even fight back at this point. Hawk used Meteor Shower to get the attention of the next group of myceloids, who were intercepted and pulled away from each other by the spectral knights before they reached the group. The undead had to shift their position a little to get on the far side of the new arrivals, but the transition was nearly seamless, with fresh enemies replacing the old ones as they died. I like his style. Smooth and efficient. No messing around or waiting between groups for the tanks to get their act together. No waiting for them to get the attention of the whole group, and not just one or two. If we can teach someone else this skill, I recommend that we put them in consideration for the off-tank position on future runs. Reggie noted. Cindy frowned. There weren't any necromancers or warlocks in their alliance, though. So, who could even use that spell? Patrol, pull the group away from the road. The leader of the jackalope group called. There are only 3. I will hold them until we're ready for them. Karl declared, then put his bow away and grabbed the Sword of Champions before he activated Avatar to make himself large enough to handle 3 myceloid warriors the size of ogres. Just like Ophelia's weapons did when she transformed, the weapon vanished as Karl shifted, but the buffs it granted remained, including the life force transfer. So he really is a tank. One of the warriors muttered as Karl swatted 2 of the patrol members to the ground, then flapped his wings and blocked their sight of the rest of the group. Cindy smiled fondly at the memory of the show his guild had put on, dramatizing his guild war duel against Jerome. Yeah, he's a wonderful tank, he just doesn't seem to need to do it much. She laughed to herself, as the warrior wouldn't be able to hear her over the battle. You weren't joking, Thor. These things do smell wonderful. Have you gotten to taste them yet? Karl asked. Every bit as good as I had hoped, and then some. I hope that we can grow more mushrooms with the stakes that drop as loot after the run. Karl laughed. I grabbed some of the small ones growing along the road. Don't worry, I made sure they weren't going to be a sentient thing before I took them to storage. Thor's sisters really were kind-hearted girls. The fight here wasn't too bad, so Thor sent the bodyguards and the Haint to go assist Karl, ensuring that he didn't have to fight alone. Just Karl's bodyguards, though. Remy's bodyguards were too mixed up with the warriors to get away easily. Do I go get more? Hawk asked as the second group was about to die. No, let the group finish them off, and then they can work on the patrol before they take a break and get a drink. We're not in a rush. We can casually walk through and snack as we go. Karl replied. Thor smiled as he tore another piece off his new target. This dungeon was really kind to him and Hawk. Not only did the enemies roast well, they were vegetarian snacks. Once the patrol was down, Karl curled his tail under his feet and settled down on the pathway with his wings tucked and Kara sitting on his head. Did you know that dragons could loaf? I've never seen a dragon sit like that before. Steve laughed. Probably because Karl isn't a dragon, it's just a transformation, and he's a cat demon. Cindy shrugged, taking up the role of spokesperson for her group, since the tank was in dragon form. We've got 2 more groups, and then the first boss. If we deal with them in the same way, we should not have any issues. How taxing was that extended fight on the healers? Is their mana holding up? He asked. We ain't done, SHD. I've been standing here chain-smoking and waiting for someone to screw up badly enough that they need me. Don replied. Steve laughed. Well, if you put it that way, should we pull both groups at once and use the extra targets to save time with area damage effects? He was assuming that the healer was just putting on a brave front, but in combat, he was too busy to keep track of the health information of the group members. So, he didn't realize that the man was completely serious, or that the life steal of the Spectral Knights was so high that the healers really didn't have anything to do. Karl joined the lead group when they were ready to move again, and Thor reassigned the bears and the Haint to join Karl. They would pull the second group back to where the rest of the tanks were waiting, and then get them turned around so that the damage wasn't hitting the whole group. That was what the Jackalope group considered the hardest part of the fight. You needed to get them to the right position and get them turned around, or get the melee fighters behind them without anyone taking too much damage. Karl led the team forward and let out a huffing draconic laugh as he saw the targets. 1 group of 5 and 1 group of 3. So, they could put the undead 2 to 1 on the first group, while Karl and the Dire Bears each took one of the others. They were significantly larger than the Spectral Knights, so it all worked out evenly, and the spot where the first group was standing was large enough for everyone. Hawk, go bring that second group to us. We will grab them and put them at the exit. Karl instructed as the team edged around the clearing, waiting for Thor and the undead to charge. Thor charged, and Hawk darted off to go get the second group, while Karl shifted the bears into position. The myceloid warriors came running, and Karl bombarded them with void blast spells, but for some reason, they were intent on charging right past him and into the other melee. One massive claw stopped the one closest to the defenders, and Karl slammed the myceloid down on its back as the bears brought the others to a halt. A few solid hits were all it took to change the monster's focus, but the initial targeting concerned Karl. It looked like they were smart enough to realize once they saw the rest of the team that their allies were in danger and not from the closest enemies. Did he just choke slam a myceloid warrior? Don whispered to Reggie as they watched the fight. Pretty cool, wasn't it? I heard that their overlord team has a giant dire bear berserker, 5 meters tall. I bet that she could do it as well. Reggie agreed. The day that the Darklight host has a whole team of totems to work together, the dungeon bosses will cry tears of blood. Don joked. This group was already bad enough, and there was just one Darklight host totem in the group. Wherever they had gotten their extra skills, it was clear from the stories of the overlord ranked teams going on in guild chat that there were no unexceptional members in their ranks. You know, having oversized tanks in this dungeon is definitely the way to go. See how much easier it is for Karl and the bears to deal with the myceloids than it is for the undead? None of them are being overwhelmed. The 3 big guys can simply slap the myceloids around and keep them from doing anything effective, while the undead block and parry like normal. The next time they're doing an intake, let's ask Raj if he can find us a bear totem berserker. Reggie commented, only halfway joking. Or maybe a red dragon. A red dragon paladin would be an outstanding tank in this dungeon. Don agreed. The warriors spread out to attack everything, sacrificing individual kill speed for easier constant damage when they weren't interfering with each other. They could all see that the healers were slacking, and they weren't injured, so all of the usual tactics were ignored for the fight, in favor of maximum overall damage. The barrage of skills rapidly whittled away at the life of the myceloids, and as they began to fall, Thor herded them into a small circle where the warriors of the jackalope group could hit everything with area attacks. Conserve mana. Don't wear yourselves out before the boss fight. Steve warned as the group began to get a bit too enthusiastic about the fight. With so many golems to keep the myceloids off them, they didn't have to worry about targeting secondary opponents or being attacked unexpectedly. It was the most enjoyable fight they had engaged in for years, and they had gotten a bit carried away early in the dungeon. The last of the creatures fell, and Karl shifted back to talk to the team leader about the boss fight. The system could translate Serpent to common just fine, but it was easier to speak face-to-face than to look down on the person you were talking to. Steve gestured toward the boss. All right, this is what will happen for the new members. It's strange saying that, as nobody takes newbies here. But the boss will send up puffs of spores with every attack and movement. They are toxic, so don't let them touch you, and don't step in the patches where they land and bloom. But we will also assign 4 people to destroy the blooms on the ground, as the boss will heal when he steps on them. There is a small safe spot behind the boss's back, which is where most of the melee will stay. The tank needs to be in front of him and keep him from turning until he moves to go to a healing patch. Then the melee scatters until the tank picks him back up again. Once he gets to his chosen spot, he will call all his spores back and heal. For that reason, it's urgent that we destroy all the spores on the floor. After that, it's rinse and repeat. Karl, we're counting on you to keep him as still as possible. Don and Reggie will keep you cleansed so that the poison of the spores doesn't get too intense. You're pretty durable, so they shouldn't suffer too badly. Some tanks need nearly constant cleansing, or it's a pain to keep them alive. Got it. Don't knock him over. Don't let him turn. Make sure the team has cleared the floor. Karl agreed. You lead the way. Turn him if you can. If not, we will circle the edge of the platform. Steve agreed. Remy was looking forward to this boss. Toxic spores were always good for something, and she fully intended to collect some for her future experiments. She had plans for a potion that would increase the imbiber's poison attack damage, but she was missing some ingredients. And where better to get them than from totem-ranked sentient fungi. Karl shifted back into dragon form and charged the boss, while hawks circled overhead, waiting for the spores to start to fly. The healers don't look happy about this fight, Remy noted after transforming into spirit snake form, so she could just float over the battlefield and not worry about weird squishy things touching her scales. Thor nodded. The spores must be a real problem. But we've got Brother Hawk. If Ghostfire doesn't take care of the spores, nothing will. Ray just laughed and used Night Haunter to make herself incorporeal. She also wouldn't have to worry about what she stepped in. The myceloid boss was so large that even in dragon form, Karl was still the smaller combatant. But deep blue ichor poured from rapidly healing wounds when he clawed at the creature, and it turned to face him without hesitation. Karl heard the others coming behind the boss, and then noticed that the spores which flew from the splatters of blue blood had a puffy top, like a dandelion seed. that let them float across the battlefield. And while that also made it easier for the mages and clerics to shoo them away with a wave of their staff or wind magic, it also meant that they could land anywhere in the combat area, including among the melee fighters, who were actually doing quite well at using skills to destroy the ones that got too close. Ray, we need to stop making him bleed. We're making it worse. Karl realized. They had both been using hemotoxic strikes, and the boss was bleeding freely, though he was healing a third of the total damage that they were doing. That number would surely go up once they stopped him bleeding, but half the area was on fire 30 seconds after the fight started. Karl caught one massive fist of the boss and punched him in the face with a closed draconic fist. Yes, that worked well, and it didn't make him bleed any more than necessary. Most of the warriors didn't have any such option, so the back of the boss was bleeding much more than the front, but they aimed their skills up, so the spores from the blood floated well away from them. Though Karl couldn't see it, as he was on the other side of the boss, the warriors were beginning to get concerned by the amount of fire on the ground. Hawk had been burning all the spore spots as soon as they hit, but there were so many in this fight that there was fire everywhere. Then, the boss began to shift. It headed for a spot where a spore had just landed, and Hawk's fire was failing to stop it from growing. I think it's part of the dungeon effect. Just work to destroy all the others, and put out the extra fire, so the warriors have somewhere to go. Karl instructed as he followed the boss. Its health made a small bump as it absorbed the one spot that wouldn't burn, then plummeted as it called all the burning spore patches to itself and got covered in ghost fire. Well, that's a new one. I never thought about leaving the patches on fire. Steve laughed as the boss smoldered. It's dying fast, too. Why did we never think of this before? It's brilliant. One of the others laughed as they got back in position, while Karl attacked from the front, keeping the boss from trying to swat out the ghost fire that was ravaging its body. It was nothing more than a gigantic walking spore colony, and now that it had pulled ghost fire inside its body, the boss was already doomed. It just hadn't realized it yet. Everyone, go all out. We can drop this boss before it moves again. Steve ordered. They could also rest after, if they were out of mana or stamina. The mages and healers looked fine to Karl, and those were the only ones he was worried about. There was no way for the damage dealers to completely avoid the spores in this fight, but area healing was also one of the most mana-intensive spells that any of them had. If things got too bad, he would ask Tion to help with healing, and not just fire magical stones like a machine gun. The boss collapsed into a pile of burning fungus, and the dungeon team celebrated. Good work, everyone. Let's keep moving on. From here on, the myceloids will all spray spores when they attack, so if we can get Hawk to keep burning them, it will save the healers a lot of aggravation. Karl, same routine as before. The undead can grab them and turn them away from the group to limit the damage. Just try not to turn them toward the next group. If you use the far side of the path, it will point away from anything we have to walk through, and the majority of spores can be ignored. That way lets everyone focus on damage and avoids exhaustion. This dungeon is short. Only the 2 bosses, but the exertion levels are pretty high with the durability of everything. Steve explained. Karl nodded. In that case, I will remain in humanoid form, so I can use my bow and not crowd up the front lines of the fight. Karl agreed. The warriors chuckled. They had no choice but to be within 5 or 10 meters of the fight, as that was the maximum range of most of their skills. So, the more people who could move back and fight from a distance, the better. All right, let's get this show on the road. Is everyone rested and at full mana? Steve asked. Karl nodded. He had never been anything but at full mana, due to his increased regeneration rate. The undead army charged forward, this time mixed with Ray's copies, and began drawing the myceloids to the far side of the road, where they could be pummeled to death in peace. Did we really need more of them? Reggie asked as he cast an area healing spell over the fight. Karl shrugged. Probably not. But Ray was the first one to get the spell, so it's only natural that she wants to show off her own. Functionally, they're identical to the ones that I use, since almost all our buffs are shared. The balding dragonkin cleric chuckled. Well, at least we have job security. With all that damage output, you will need at least a couple of healers in your party. I can see why you had 3 of them in your guild when you arrived. Karl laughed as he sent Void Blast arrows into the fight. Actually, that was more coincidence than anything. We started out with 2, then I got a rank ahead of them, and I met Naksha in the Bara dungeon area when I was finding a group. I am a friend of her uncle, and we worked well together, so she agreed to join us. Now, the Darklight host is slowly becoming home to a whole pantheon of dragon clerics. We've got nearly half of them, I think. Karl joked. You'll just need silver, gold, white, bronze, and blue, and you will have someone from each of the major dragon clans. Steve agreed. We've got blue dragons now. The Immortal Regent recruited them for us. Once they get settled in, we will have a second totem-ranked runecrafter and more apprentices for the less powerful utility items. Karl explained. That's just unfair. Most of the top guilds can't even get a meeting with the king, and you got a personal visit from Immortal Regent Azov. Cindy asked. He had some concerns about a vision that his seer had which involved our guild. The other guild masters brought him over. If the warriors at the front could hear how the ranged members were casually chatting as they struggled to take down the massive myceloid warriors, their mood would have quickly changed. But they were too busy, and Karl's arrows flying overhead gave them the impression that everyone was working hard. Only when it was time to move between groups did the melee group that the ranged combatants were in a much better mood than would be considered reasonable for a group that was in a dungeon. Sure, it was going faster than usual, but weren't they a bit too casual? There were still just as many spores being tossed out for every myceloid killed, and they were coming out faster than usual, which normally stressed the ranged group to the extreme. But today, they were laughing and joking. That was when they noticed all the ghost fire. Those slackers of the ranged team weren't doing any spore control at all. They had left it to the bird, who was happy to just set the entire dungeon on fire if someone let him. So, they were just attacking the group without a care in the world. No wonder they weren't stressed out. Only the melee group had to protect themselves, as Hawk couldn't light up the spores landing near them without setting the melee group on fire as well. His fire wouldn't affect them, but the burning spores inflicted damage of their own, separate from the attack that set them aflame. Keep it moving. We're almost at the second boss, and then we can finish this run with a nice clean kill. Steve instructed. Karl chuckled as the undead army followed Ray's group to the next myceloid location and began hacking into them, not waiting for the rest of the group to catch up. They had enough healing that they could survive a few minutes without any intervention. Plus, they would switch out and let the regeneration abilities heal them if they got too low. Remy floated over to the edge of the group and began to cast Frozen Apocalypse for the first time. It was the perfect counterpart to Ghostfire, she thought. Hawk would set everything on fire, and she would freeze it. The warriors paused as they saw the snowstorm start, and then the frozen vortexes filled the area, while Hawk screeched and began bombarding the whole area with Ghostfire and meteor strikes. Maybe give them a minute. They're having a discussion, Karl suggested. And what now? You know, water versus fire magic. They do that from time to time, and I think that they forgot the rest of us are here. The spells won't hurt you. We're all in the same group. It will just be hard to see until I tell off Remy for taunting her brother. Karl explained. Don and Reggie, the clerics for the group, began to laugh. Remind me to send someone responsible to babysit if we're having a family event at the Darklight host. Reggie joked. Karl winked at him. Fear not. We have a red dragon high priestess. The badger would be less likely to traumatize the children. I still have nightmares about the orphanage matrons catching me sleeping in. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.